Outside, Tsunade looked at the many wood-style clones in front of him with a headache. So many chakras from him, Tsunade thought. These clones are not weak, and there are quite a lot of chakras that can be used. With Kuan Yu's own swordsmanship, they can't break through at all. These clones are all physical clones of wood style, and the injuries will not disappear, but will be automatically repaired. Before consuming their chakra, it is basically impossible to destroy them. Tsunade teacher, don't get excited. Danzo is definitely going to die, and the body won't let him go, a clone stood up and said. Hey, they are all clones. Why do you want to come out and pretend to be cool? The clone behind said dissatisfiedly. What am I doing? Maybe it will be cooler after the main body, the clone said with a curled mouth. Tsunade has a black line. This kid is still so inconspicuous, you can see it by looking at the clone. At this time, all the avatars of Kuan Yu looked at the root cage behind them. The body has sent a signal, brothers, withdraw. All the clones jumped onto the root cage, and then merged into it. The root cage was also shaking, and then all of them were swimming and sinking into the ground. Slowly the situation inside came out. Kuan Yu was standing by a big tree with his eyes closed. Kuan Yu, where's Danzo's body? Third generation stood up and said. The situation now seems that Danzo has failed, but what makes him puzzled is that Danzo's body is missing. Isn't that, he is alive and well, Kuan Yu said, patted the tree next to him. What? Third generation was surprised. I let him and this big tree merge into one, turn it into nourishment. Isn't it the function of the root to absorb nourishment, so that he can always look at Konoha, and I perfectly fulfilled his wish, Kuan Yu's mouth showing cruelty. Tsunade looked at Kuan Yu in a daze. She didn't expect Kuan Yu to be so cold, even Danzo's body. I think this result, third generation, you should be very satisfied, right? Kuan Yu said with a smile. Third generation was silent and Danzo was able to die clean, which really saved him a lot of trouble, but thinking of their past experience of working together, it is still unavoidable. But it was just melancholy. HMPH, the revenge is over, now go back with me, I want to re-educate you. Tsunade came behind Kuan Yu in an instant. The breath of earth. Bang, a violent air current erupted between Tsunade and Kuan Yu's fists, and the ground under their feet suddenly cracked. Teacher, are you going to test my physical skills? My current strength is not worse than yours, Kuan Yu said with a smile while looking at Tsunade, who punched the other side. It's too early to say this, Tsunade exclaimed. At the same time, she was wondering why Kuan Yu closed his eyes, but thinking of his ability to resist Byakugan, he could see everything around him even with his eyes closed. Bang, Kuan Yu was kicked out in an instant. Kuan Yu patted the dust on his body and stood up, and a cracked crystal structure appeared on his body. Awesome. Hardening is about to be broken. Kuan Yu was a little surprised, but he knew that this was not the teacher's full strength. Look at what, Jiraiya is not helping yet, he can't fly in this state. Tsunade came to Kuan Yu's side again. 3 layers of activation, armed color, Kuan Yu burst into chakra all over, and the black fist bumped into Tsunade. The violent air and smoke made Jiraiya, who had just rushed over, into a panic, and had to stop. Boom, boom boom. The sound of the handover is endless, and the two are constantly fighting each other without being fancy. Here, how do I get close? Jiraiya watched silently as the two people were frantically destroying everything around them, as they deserved to be masters and apprentices, the same violence. A strong power. Kuan Yu felt that even if he was armed, he was beaten in pain. Kuan Yu's previous moves were simply not enough in front of Tsunade. With the 3-layer activation, they only managed to support, and the pressure was still increasing. Kuan Yu is not good at boxing scripts. Why do you dare to show off with such strength? Tsunade said with a sneer. How do you say you are also my teacher? It's not easy to hurt you, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Really, it seems that this should be the main body, enchantment, Tsunade sipped. The 4 ninjas who had been on the side for a long time quickly stood around Kuan Yu and Tsunade, and then quickly pressed Kyuyan on the ground. 4 purple flame array, Kuan Yu stared at the purple enchantment rising around him for a moment. But he didn't care too much. The barrier couldn't hold him down, but Tsunade would haunt him, and it would be impossible to leave him quickly. Then he was punched to the ground by Tsunade, and the ground suddenly cracked. Ahem, it's not necessary, this can't hold me. Kuan Yu, who was covered in armed colors, stood up a little embarrassed and said. The presence of armed colors, at best, hurts Kuan Yu, and has little effect on him. The armed color on Kuan Yu's body faded. If you can't be sleepy, you have to try to find out, Flying Thunder God, you can't learn so quickly. Tsunade looked at the rising barrier and smiled and grabbed you. I didn't learn it so quickly, but I have this. Look at my Gundam. Quan Yu opened his eyes suddenly. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in the form of shurikens appeared in Quan Yu's eyes, and Quan Yu also exploded chakra all over his body. The air was suddenly quiet, and then nothing happened. How do you use this, teacher? Wait, I'll study. Quan Yu was speechless, and he couldn't use Susanoo. It's not that my own eyes are really not easy to use. Quan Yu fitted Shisui's 2 eyes, but she didn't have any special feelings. When she first fitted Shisui's eyes, she felt a sad and angry emotion in her eyes, and then she was instantly suppressed by Quan Yu. There was no rejection. Quan Yu felt that it should work. But reality slapped him in the face again. How did Susanoo use it? Tsunade was also shocked when looking at the 2 Mangekyo Sharingan in Quan Yu's eyes, where he got it. It seems that he heard Kakashi say that he has one, and so does Itachi. What's the matter with Chuanyu? Quan Yu tried to penetrate Sharingan with mental power, and then immediately feedback came from his eyes. So it's like this. Sharingan will record the way the pupil technique is used, but Quan Yu didn't notice it. He thought it would be enough to stimulate with the universal chakra. Okay. Let's start my performance now. Quan Yu smiled on his face. A piece of chakra green flame ignited beside Quan Yu. Come out. Gundam, the shuriken mark in Quan Yu's eyes turned. The green flames on his body exploded, the broad bones quickly emerged, the skull and the torso of the arms quickly appeared. A huge skeleton wrapped in green flames soon formed. The skeleton is also green, which is not the same as the skeletal structure of the human body. Some parts are covered with bone plates. With the green flames all over, it looks very strange. What is this? The ninjas outside looked at this horrible scene in surprise, and they could clearly feel the cold and powerful chakra bursting out of it. This is definitely not a simple thing. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Is the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Izumi Yu is not a member of the Uchiha clan. Why does he seem to use it without any pressure? That's it. It doesn't seem to be too strong, Tsunade said disdainfully. It's just a skeleton made of chakra. Even if it's strong, it can't stop her iron fist. Don't worry. Sharingan's power is not that simple. Quan Yu's mental power and chakra were madly injected into Sharingan, transforming into a special kind of chakra. A large number of lines resembling muscle fibers appeared on the skeleton, and in a blink of an eye it became a muscular giant, but the change was not over yet. A strong green flame instantly wrapped its body, and then a pair of weird armor burning with green flame appeared. At this time, it is like a terrifying demon. The huge green demon appeared in front of Tsunade, which shocked her. When the demon god held it in his hand, a large amount of green flame spewed from its hand, and quickly expanded and solidified, and a spiral sword surrounded by flames appeared in its hand. It's not bad. Look at me breaking this barrier, Quan Yu said triumphantly. The spiral sword in the green demon god's hand was a stab at the barrier, and the barrier immediately shook. The Konoha shinobi people outside all watched this scene in horror, and it was the first time they saw such a terrifying ability. It's pretty hard. I'll stab again, the green demon god madly output to the barrier, and in a blink of an eye, the barrier appeared to be cracked, and the ninja outside was about to be unable to hold on. Not good. Tsunade suddenly came to his senses and couldn't let Quan Yu break down like this anymore. Such an attacking barrier won't last long. She rushed over and hit Susanoo with a punch, but except for Quan Yu staggering a few steps, she hit the barrier. But the purple flames attached to the barrier were of no use to Susanoo. The purple flames flashed, and Susanoo disappeared as soon as he left. It's useless. As Mangekyo's ultimate ability, how can it be broken so easily? The spiral sword pierced the barrier again, and the barrier suddenly began to crack. Quan Yu hit again. Click. Suddenly the enchantment turned into a purple spot and disappeared, and the ninjas who maintained the enchantment also sat down on the ground. Their chakra was exhausted. Huh. Finally broke. Huh. Quan Yu suddenly felt a pain in his eyes, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye. This eye hurts because it doesn't move. Quan Yu shook his head. His current body is almost the same as first generation's body, with yang to maintain, but there is no need to worry about blindness. But now his limit seems to be the only way. Susanoo can't open it completely. This is not the reason why Quan Yu chakra is not enough. It was him who was short of something, and Quan Yu felt this way vaguely. But he didn't care. This thing was originally what he would react to installing Sharingan. It would be good to have the opportunity to open up the Gundam. This is not his power after all, and he doesn't have much nostalgia. Susanoo disappeared. Kuan Yu wiped his eyes, then closed his eyes, took out a test tube with green liquid from the ninja bag, and put Sharingan in it. Why is this? Isn't he going to use these eyes? What about his own eyes? Jiraiya thought suspiciously. But when the onlookers wondered, Kuan Yu opened his eyes again, and a pair of black eyes appeared in his eye sockets. Recovered? Such a strong recovery ability. Jiraiya was taken aback. Of course not. This is just Kuan Yu catching the powerful control ability of Byakugan organization, allowing Byakugan to temporarily absorb it into the body. Alas, an inhuman body is very useful, but it looks like a monster in every way. After all, it's not my own power. I'm not used to it, Kuan Yu said with a smile and looked at the stunned Tsunade, and then put the test tube into the ninja bag. With such a powerful force, did he just give up, or does he have more power? Jiraiya thought. Kuan Yu looked at the ninjas staring at him and shook his head. It's almost time, it's time for the final stage, Kuan Yu said, and then a gust of wind broke out on his body. Then the body was suspended. No, he wants to run. Tsunade was startled and rushed towards Kuan Yu quickly. But immediately a gust of wind spread, blocking everyone's approach, and Kuan Yu's figure flew high into the sky in an instant. Everyone of Konoha, I didn't come to Konoha to destroy anything, but out of deterrence, I destroyed some buildings, and I killed one for revenge, so don't worry. I'm sorry, Kuan Yu's voice resounded through Konoha. As for my purpose, in addition to revenge, there is another idea. You have also seen that a small Konoha has so many contradictions. Then the contradiction in the world of ninja is even greater, and I will establish a peaceful solution to the contradiction. The place. Peace? What does this kid want to do? Tsunade was a little confused. First of all, talk about my goal. The first step of my goal is to collect tail beasts. I have already collected 1 and 3 tails is in my hands. The people below were in an uproar. This Kuan Yu actually wanted to collect the tail beast, and he had already caught one. Kuan Yu took out the diamond-shaped metal from his arms and held it in his hand. Come out and say hello, Isofu. The red chakra spread out from the diamond-shaped metal, and then turned into a little turtle. 3 tails. How did it become so small? Jiraiya said in surprise. Collect the tail beasts. What the hell is he going to do? Tsunade had to bite his teeth. Generally, tail beasts represent war and are a terrorist weapon of war. This is the purpose of what you said, and it feels like the Akatsuki you said, Isofu said with disdain. Wait for me to finish, Kuan Yu said to Isofu with a smile. My purpose in collecting the tail beasts is not to use their power, but to use their other ability. The tail beasts have different personalities, but they all have the ability to perceive the human heart. Kuan Yu's voice spread again. I'm not wrong, Jifu, Kuan Yu said, looking at the little turtle. Isobu was also shocked. How did he know? How did you know that our tail beast has this ability? Kuan Yu smiled without saying a word. I will use this power to form a council, and only those who are approved by the tail beasts can join in and become members of parliament to resolve various disputes for the ninja world. Of course, getting the tail beast's approval also means being able to use the tail beast's power, so that it can deter some people, Kuan Yu continued. The name of this council is called the Sky Council. From now on, the sky will be our territory, and we will also guard everything under the sky. Kuan Yu's voice was deafening. A new organization was born in Kuan Yu's mouth. Currently, there are no members, only Kuan Yu, the self-confessed speaker. Third generation has been on the sidelines from the beginning. It's not that he doesn't want to catch Kuan Yu, but that he can't do it. His handle is in Kuan Yu's hands. It is not yet time for him to really expose. The Sky Council that Kuan Yu said was just a joke in his eyes. Konoha did not allow anyone to stand on their heads, and other shinobu villages would not allow it. How about, Jifu, are you satisfied with my purpose? From now on, you will choose your own partners, Kuan Yu said while looking at the little turtle. Although our tail beasts yearn for freedom, the conditions of the ninja world cannot make us free. In your way, let's not say whether we can do it, but you have this heart, and I agree with you. Jifu was serious said. Haha, I finally came to this world. I used to sneak out and live, but I ended up playing myself to death. Now I do it again, I'm going to do a big one, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Well, this is my ideal. No matter what you say I am crazy or whatever, I will continue this matter, Kuan Yu said. I just want to say here that a new era has begun and the ninja world will be different. Are you ready? Kuan Yu said to the bottom with a smile on his face. And this era will be written by me, Kuan Yu said softly to himself. This is what he expects of himself, and it also puts pressure on himself. Now even if he bursts out with all his strength, he already has cage-level strength, but in the later stages of the Hokage world, his strength is getting more and more difficult to distinguish. At least he doesn't dare to get a tailed beast bomb head-on now, which also proves that his strength is still far behind, just through various ways to make himself look strong. In the eyes of some people, his strength is simply not enough. Quan Yu glanced at the people below, and then quickly flew to the sky. At least he is still very strong in flying, which is also because this aspect of ninja flying ninjutsu is too lacking. This gives him a great advantage. Let's go, Shigogo, we're going back. The airflow disappeared from Quan Yu's body and he was suspended there like this. Sky Council, Quan Yu, do you want to rule the world? Shigego asked. I don't have such big ambitions, but I am prepared to deter countries with absolute strength, and then give them a place to deal with contradictions, and don't go to war at every turn, Quan Yu said with far-sighted eyes. Although at that level, Quan Yu wanted to rule the world in one sentence, but he was not interested. The purpose of the establishment of the Sky Council is the same as he said, to protect the sky, and the greatest danger in the ninja world is from the sky. Jongo nodded. He didn't like to fight and kill, he could feel that what Quan Yu said was true. Then the two left quickly. Quan Yu's attack on Konoha is slowly fermenting. Although the villages were amazed that Konoha had planted somersaults in Quan Yu's brave words on their own people, they didn't take it seriously. What can Quan Yu do alone, Sky Council? This is just a joke to them. But Terumi Mei looked at the intelligence in her hand, her face a little ugly. It was such a person who took 3 tails, Terumi Mei said with a heavy face. Ching. What do you think of this person? Terumi Mei said, looking in front of him, with one eye wearing a blindfold. I already know his information. Not long ago, he died unexpectedly because of Konoha's internal conflicts. At that time, his strength was not strong, just ordinary jonin. I didn't expect him to appear again, his strength grew so much. Quickly, Ching said with a frown. More than that, after he died, 3 tails disappeared not long after he died. With his ability at that time, it should be impossible to capture 3 tails, Terumi Mei said with some confusion. It is not that simple to catch 3 tails, so Terumi Mei wondered. What he is revealing right now is not simple, wood style, shienju, and wind style flying ninjutsu, all of which are top-notch abilities, and I don't know how he got it, Ching continued. Obviously some information was covered up by Konoha, but Quan Yu's ability was also amazing enough. It's not the time to talk about this. What should 3 tails do? Just get taken away casually. Kirigakure's face is lost, Terumi Mei said angrily. No way, we can't catch him at all, and we don't know where he is. We can only issue a reward or question Konoha. Ching is also somewhat helpless. These can only be regarded as superficial skills, without any effect, and have no effect on Quan Yu at all. This can only be done first. Terumi Mei has no more countermeasures. Konoha can't help him, so what can they do? As for the Sky Council, they didn't mention it. It can be seen that these people all think that Quan Yu is whimsical, even though he already has good strength. But facing the entire ninja world, it wasn't enough to look at it at all. The base of Rain Shinobi Village. All the members of Akatsuki gathered here, including the newcomers Sasuke and Shenong. The Sky Council also collects tail beasts, he is really our blocking stone, Nagato said lightly. Sasuke's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that the originally dead person would appear again, and he provoked Konoha alone and killed his target Danzo. More than that, he didn't know where he got a pair of Mangekyo, and he could also use the power of Itachi, but he didn't seem to care about that power at all, so he took his eyes off after using it once. Said with a smile. He is very good at provoking contradictions. That's because he still doesn't know how terrifying this power is, and the power of the Uchiha clan should not be used by him, Sasuke said in a low voice. Sasuke doesn't know where Quan Yu got the Mangekyo from, but he must also take them back. The face under Obito's mask is also ugly. He didn't expect to jump out of such a person, and he also got a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. With his powerful wood style, there is no pressure at all to use these eyes. And they don't know what power these eyes have. This is a big threat, but thinking of Nagato, he doesn't worry that much. Now he doesn't need to stand up and do anything, Nagato will do it. Absolutely, is there a way to find him? After all, 3 tails is still in his hands, Nagato asked. I'm afraid it's hard to find. He has been hiding for so long, and I haven't found any traces, absolutely said helplessly. Moreover, Three Tails was afraid that he had deliberately exposed it to us. He was confident that we could not find him, Ju continued. As long as you can find his activity area, then this matter can be handed over to Quan, Nagato said. Quan's abilities are very suitable for hunting, and Nagato is not worried about not being able to find him. With a smug smile on Quan's face, there is no way to find me. Yes, I can also fly, as long as I find him, he won't be able to escape, Quan said. The following is the capture of One Tail. This time Sasuke leads the team and Izumi provides information. I hope you can show your ability, Sasuke, Nagato said while looking at Sasuke. I see. Sasuke could see the strength of this man, and even the masked man of the mysterious Uchiha clan had to succumb to him. And those eyes full of circles also gave him a great sense of oppression. You actually let me work with you, Sasuke, don't let me down. Quan looked at Sasuke with a smile on his face. HMPH, I didn't expect you to be an auxiliary ninja. You lied to my eyes before. Of course, Sasuke and Obito learned about Izumi. He didn't expect this Quan to be an auxiliary ninja with poor combat effectiveness. Nagato's face was a little displeased. Although Izumi is an auxiliary ninja, his role is irreplaceable. I hope you can respect him. The pressing aura erupted from Nagato's body, causing Sasuke's body to tighten instantly. I see, Sasuke said with a frown, and Quan looked at Sasuke grinningly. It itched Sasuke's teeth. He didn't expect this spring to be so valued. Can I join this mission? After all, I am also a newcomer, and I have not carried out such a mission. Shenong smiled and stood up. This is a task someone arranged for him, and the goal is exactly what he cares about. Of course, he has no objection. My task doesn't need so many people, Sasuke said coldly. Yes, Nagato interrupted Sasuke directly. This made Sasuke angry again, but he couldn't do anything. After One Tail, there are 8 tails and 3 tails, absolutely. The information is left to you, Nagato continued. Understand, Ju said. As for 9 tails after that, Konoha is very an eye-catcher now, and all members will be dispatched to destroy Konoha, and let the ninja world witness our power. Nagato needs absolute deterrence, and his first choice is the strongest Konoha. Konoha, just agree with me? Sasuke was full of hatred at this time. The personnel left one after another. Quan is also preparing to leave. Now that Nagato is recovering physically, he does not need to provide chakra anymore. Quan. What kind of person do you think that Quan Yu is? Nagato said suddenly. When Quan's body stiffened, he almost thought that Nagato had discovered something. But he didn't feel any special emotions in Nagato, so he relaxed. Very good, his goal is similar to ours, and it is also to deter nations with tail beasts. Quan turned his head and said to Nagato. Really, even you think so? Nagato was silent for a moment. His goal is good, but his mistake is that he is too soft. He was able to destroy Konoha directly, but he was not ruthless enough, causing everyone to think that his Sky Council is a joke, Nagato said. Quan Yu can have this idea now, and Nagato still admires him very much. But no victory was without blood, so he was doomed to fail, and he also blocked his way. If Quan Yu still doesn't repent afterwards, then he can only be ruthlessly killed. Is it soft? No, as long as I am strong enough, I can accomplish my goal, Quan thought in his heart. Yes, I hope he won't come to disrupt our actions, otherwise, Nagato, you won't be able to let him go, Quan said with a smile. I hope he can take refuge in us. Nagato also smiled on his face. There are too few people he can communicate with, and he can only talk to Quan if he has any thoughts in his heart. It's impossible, I have to take One Tail, too, Quan thought in his heart. Quan Yu's current strength is indeed unable to defeat Nagato, but this does not prevent him from secretly sabotaging. He is still very strong in the ability to escape. Quan Yu looked at the scroll in his hand and smiled. He is now in water, land and air, and even with space, he can escape. Flying Thunder God has almost studied it. Based on his sealing technique, it is not difficult to learn. The most important limitation of Flying Thunder God is the ability to quickly use the summoning rune array, which requires sufficient knowledge of sealing technique. With enough chakra, there are very few ninjas that can meet this condition. This is the basic reason why you can learn Flying Thunder God. Although it is impossible for him to directly use it in combat like 4th generation, it is very convenient to use it on the road. Quan Yu took out a kuwu, and then the black rune spit out from Quan Yu's hand, clinging to the handle of kuwu. However, it was not 4th generation's Sword of Forbearance, that was revealed later, but the words, Sky Council. This kind of modification is still possible, and it does not affect the overall structure of the technique. However, it is impossible to completely modify 4th generation's Mark Kuan Yu. It is too complete. 4th generation actually incorporates the seal technique in it. This also made this imprint almost impossible to forcibly erase it. Chakra couldn't shake it at all, and it also kept its technique for a long time. At the same time, there is a core mark inside it. This is used to determine which kanai to transmit to, and only the body uses the corresponding rune array to transmit to the corresponding kanai. Kuan Yu also couldn't fully understand how 4th generation constructed this technique. His head was a bit bigger. He couldn't understand many things. His seal technique knowledge is too far away, but he just needs to be able to use it by himself, and doesn't want to fully understand it. He has enough master's stuff, and he doesn't have so much energy to study this. Kuan Yu shot Kuwu into the sky. When Kuwu lost her speed and was about to fall, Kuan Yu's figure appeared there instantly, catching Kuwu. The speed is a little slower. After being proficient, you should be able to go faster, but it is still too far from the 4th generation, and the consumption of chakra is relatively large. Kuan Yu shook his head. After all, this is the magical skill of 4th generation, and it is not so easy to become a master. Kuan Yu shot Kuwu out again, and then he fell not far from Shigeu, who was cultivating. I'm going out for a while, it will take a little longer. Zhongwu, you take this Kuwu back home, Kuan Yu said. I got it. Shigego put down the beheading sword in his hand and Kaido. He knew this was because his current strength was still too bad, so Kuan Yu didn't bring his own. Kuan Yu nodded and flew high into the sky. After this time, he should also be able to get a long rest period. One tail was caught again, which should arouse the vigilance of the villages. And Shao's eyes should all be focused on him. After all, if he has 2 tail beasts in his hand, they can't help but pay attention. Kuan Yu was not worried that they would find themselves, and even if they did, they would not be able to catch them. Konoha. The buildings previously destroyed by Kuan Yu are being rebuilt. As for the funds needed by Kuan Yu's grandfather, he may want to make up for the mistakes Kuan Yu committed in this way. For some unknown reason, the big trees in the park were not damaged, including Danzo and in the base of the roots. Now, I will take over the roots, do you understand? 3rd generation said, looking at the root ninjas in front of them. Clear, Danzo died, and it is logical to take over the roots as the 3rd generation. These root ninjas have no objection. Help me find this person and bring it back. 3rd generation shot a piece of paper and was caught by a root ninja. Yes, they didn't even see what the task was, so they responded directly. For them, accomplishing the task is their mission, no matter what the price is. After that, 3rd generation left the roots and came to the elder's office. Sarutobi, do we really want to do this? Mitokado Homura said hesitantly. You have also seen Tsunade's attitude towards Kuan Yu. This time Kuan Yu attacked Konoha. She is very responsible, and I have already told Daimyo about this matter, and he agreed with it, 3rd generation said lightly. But Utatane Kaharu also hesitated. It's not that much anymore. This is for her to let her down first, sober and sober. 3rd generation's voice was full of majesty. Okay. The 2 elders glanced at each other and agreed to the 3rd generation plan. Hokage office. Tsunade was dealing with various documents, and Kuan Yu's action still caused a lot of trouble for Konoha. She didn't expect that it was all like this, and she still had to wipe Kuan Yu's ass. This little bastard. Tsunade gritted his teeth. Bang! Hokage's door was opened instantly. Tsunade frowned and saw 3rd generation walk in with 2 advisor elders in a large group of ninjas. The person who came is not kind, Tsunade thought. Shizune was also nervous, which was obviously not a good thing. Tsunade, now I need you to temporarily remove Hokage's position and go home and think about it, Mitokado Homura said. Oh, isn't it? Who will be Hokage? Tsunade said lightly. She knew that this day would happen sooner or later, and someone would definitely have trouble with her about Kuan Yu, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. 3rd generation will temporarily act as Hokage, until you are sober and understand the meaning and responsibilities of Hokage, then you will continue to take over, Utatane Kaharu said. Hee, it's funny, did I do something wrong, just because Kuan Yu is my disciple? Tsunade sneered disdainfully. Tsunade, you are too emotional, and you haven't even issued Kuan Yu's wanted order. Do you think you are still sober now? 3rd generation said in a low voice. When Kuan Yu was in Konoha, why didn't you say that you could threaten him? I'm going to be wanted. Are you scared? Tsunade didn't care about the questioning of several people. Shut up, Do you think you still have a Hokage? Third generation shouted angrily. You are embarrassed to say that you were doing a bunch of bad things. Uchiha back then, Quan Yu now, I won't talk about the others. There are a few things that can be put on the table. I didn't want to do this Hokage a long time ago, you guys. Who do you love? Tsunade stood up as soon as she slapped the table. She was still irritated. You. Several people were speechless. Shizune, let's go. Tsunade's voice awakened Shizune, who was still in a daze. Get out of the way, Tsunade shouted coldly. The ninja blocking the door hurriedly made way. Tsunade walked out slowly, and Shizune quickly followed. Master Tsunade, Kakashi walked out of the corner and bowed to Tsunade. Attention. These old guys are not that simple, especially Quan Yu's family. You know the consequences of Quan Yu being offended, Tsunade said lightly. I understand, Kakashi certainly understands. On the surface, Quan Yu seems to be very good at talking, but once he touches someone he cares about, he might lose his mind. It is not impossible to kill Konoha directly. I hope that third generation will not be so unwise. Bai is a good example, but he can only pay attention to it as much as possible, and he can't stop what third generation is going to do. Tsunade nodded, and then slowly left. Come out, Jiraiya said while leaning against the wall at the door of the Hokage building. You came to see me making a joke too? Tsunade said dissatisfiedly. I don't have one. You just got off your job and went to drink together, Jiraiya said with a smile. Yeah, it's rare to be so free, drink alcohol. Well, Jiraiya was strangled by Tsunade's neck and dragged forward. Jiraiya looked embarrassed, and Tsunade smiled. Third generation watched Tsunade and Jiraiya leaving from the window, and there was a moment of silence. Don't blame me, I'm all for Konoha. Through my order, I will issue the wanted for Quan Yu, and also send the news to the 5 ninja villages to fight against Akatsuki together. Konoha has entered a state of preparation, and all supplies have begun to be deployed. Third generation turned around and said. Hiruzen, is this a bit too haste? Mitokado Homura said with a frown. No, Akatsuki's risk is definitely not low. A Quan Yu can make us feel bad, not to mention that he doesn't even dare to attack Akatsuki directly. Shao is not that simple, third generation said. Okay, let's make arrangements. After speaking, the 2 advisory elders left here. They knew that Akatsuki killed Sarutobi's son, and Sarutobi would take it seriously. According to the information obtained, it was time for Akatsuki to deal with it. Third generation watched the 2 leave silently, and the office was quiet again. Akatsuki was involved in the matter of Quan Yu's previous death, but he chose the obviously stronger Konoha for the first time, which was obviously he was afraid of Akatsuki. After all, Shao is just a small organization. What kind of ability does she have that prevents Quan Yu from taking action? This shows that Akatsuki is not simple. The information sent back by Jiraiya to Rain Shinobi Village was unknown to third generation, and he only told Tsunade about it. But third generation still guessed that Akatsuki's is not simple, and his own purpose is definitely not simple. Including this time, he was also prepared in advance. Once Tsunade makes a mistake, he will stand up and seize power. Konoha will surely regain glory in my hands, and Akatsuki's appearance is an opportunity. Before that, I need stronger strength to deal with the changes afterwards. Third generation took a breath and thought. Although he transplanted Hashirama's cells, his body has basically recovered to its best condition. But this is not enough. The various abilities that Quan Yu showed made him a little frightened. With all his strength, he is not necessarily Quan Yu's opponent. As he said, this is a new era. The appearance of Quan Yu was beyond his understanding. He didn't understand why Quan Yu was so powerful in such a short period of time. But if it continues to develop, he will become stronger. The Sky Council may not be a joke, but he doesn't allow it, so he needs more power. For this he needs to find someone, and hope he won't let me down. The new era is here, but I must lead it. The voice of third generation resounded in the empty office. But in his eyes is skyrocketing ambition, but unfortunately no one sees it. In Orochimaru's laboratory. Mangekyo Sharingan. I didn't expect him to get this power before me. Orochimaru was also surprised. The information he obtained is more detailed, and Kabuto knows Konoha too well, and it is not difficult to obtain this information. But, it seems he doesn't care, Kabuto said next to him. Orochimaru shook his head. He didn't know why Quan Yu didn't care about this power, but he had to get it. One more thing, Tsunade has been temporarily relieved of his position, and is now represented by third generation as Hokage, Kabuto said. Oh, he is really old and not old, Orochimaru sneered. However, this has no effect on us. Kuan Yu is planning to establish the Sky Council, and he is fighting Akatsuki no matter what, Orochimaru continued. Yes, after this incident, a large part of the eyes may be on the tail beast, Kabuto analyzed. It just so happens that we should also act. I want to know how they will react when Akatsuki knows that the tail beast is taken by me. They treat the tail beast as their private property. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Quan hovered in the air and looked at the two people below, and said, "Oh, can't you be fast? This speed is too slow. This task is not easy. Sanagakure is not so easy to progress. We need to consider long-term," Shenong said solemnly. Although his goal is not on the task must also be completed. If he failed, I don't know if there will be punishment, and it's not conducive to him gaining a foothold in this organization. I'm the captain, and everything must listen to me, Sasuke said coldly. Well, anyway, I won't be involved in the battle, it's up to you, Quan said indifferently. I'm enough by myself. The opening of Mangekyo Sharingan greatly magnified Sasuke's confidence. With such a strong force, it is impossible for him to fail. Brother Shueui, let's have a chat. I am very interested in your secret technique. Quan smiled, and then quickly fell to Shuei's side. As a peripheral member, Shuei also followed and participated in this operation. Shuei stiffened, but he didn't dare to say anything. Sasuke reminded him before, don't mess with this person. What's more, he can't afford to provoke him. With the powerful control ability of chakra and water style, he can't win a normal match. I heard that he is still an auxiliary ninja, and he can only be an auxiliary ninja at this level. How powerful is this Akatsuki? Shuei was also speechless for a while, feeling like a Mianyang fell into a pack of wolves. Shuei's secret technique, Kuan Yu, has also studied occasionally, and he has never been able to hydrate his body. But he also understood the principle of the single attribute bloodline boundary through Shuei's hydration secret technique. It is through deeper attribute changes to surpass ultimate, so that single attribute chakra has the power of blood inheritance. It seems that it is only a single attribute, but its power is not weak. It is the single attribute blood succession boundary that Kuan Yu currently knows. Shuei's hydration mystery is regarded as a water style's blood succession boundary, as is the third Tsuchikage's light and heavy rock technique. Earth style is not ordinary earth style ninjutsu by practicing to control gravity. If it is a simple earth style ninjutsu, it is impossible to have only master onogi. Wind style's single attribute blood inheritance limit Kuan Yu hasn't found yet. Although there are Swift style and Tai Dun, there are some mistakes and omissions. Swift style only appears in the theater version, and the owner is San Shinobi's Yekura, and in the original, she is clearly Scorch style. Tai Dun is even more different. It is obviously a wind style type of powerful ninjutsu. It does not show any special abilities at all, and it is not the main line. There is no fire style either. The most special one should be Itachi's Black Inflammation, but that is the ability that Itachi Sharingan possesses, not bloodline. There are two kinds of lightning style, one is the Purple Thunder of Kakashi, and the Black Thunder used by Darui in Lian Village. From the color, you can probably know that they are definitely not ordinary lightning style, but whether there are other attributes added, it needs to be studied. Kakashi itself only has lightning style attributes, and his other ninjutsu attributes are copied through Sharingan. That's why it takes so many seals to release ninjutsu, but that is after all the master of Kakashi's later stage, and he may also master other attributes later. The Purple Thunder used by Kakashi is better than ordinary thunder and lightning. The only possibilities that can make thunder and lightning more maneuverable are only the water attribute and the shadow attribute, Kuan Yu analyzed. The water attribute is added to the thunder attribute, which is Darui's Lan Dun, which uses the conductivity of water to strengthen the control of the thunder attribute. In the case of Yin Dun, it is through the addition of mental energy that is easier to control, so that lightning is also more flexible and controllable. Just like the shadow of the Nara clan, the maneuverability is quite strong. Six Paths Madara's Sage Art, Yin Dun Lei Sect, is also a purple thunder, and it can be seen from the name that Yin Dun is added to it. Shienju chakra is just to make chakra higher quality, and the color of the ninjutsu used will not change. Therefore, the purple thunder should be regarded as the blood succession boundary of two attributes, and Kuan Yu determined the nature of the purple thunder. The black thunder is different. Darui itself has only two attributes, water attribute and thunder attribute. The black thunder obviously does not belong to Lan Dun, so there is only one explanation. Black Thunder is a single attribute lightning style blood succession limit. Many thoughts flashed in Kuan Yu's mind, floating in the sky. He thought so much because of the simple attribute Chakra's ultimate, which itself is not very powerful. Even if you use ninjutsu, it just makes it stronger. Just like third generation, he also mastered the attributes of the 5 elements, and added Hashirama cells and Sharingan, which was discovered by Kuan Yu. It can be said that all 7 types of chakra are available. But it seems that the increase in his strength is not large, otherwise it will not be Kuan Yu's arrogant turn. This also gave Kuan Yu a hidden worry, that even if he mastered all the attributes, it was basically impossible to turn on the 6 paths mode. So I had to find a way to study various attributes in depth. Oh, this will consume a lot of time again. Kuan Yu's mouth showed bitterness. Kuan Yu, who had not had enough time in the beginning, now has a heavier training task. But no way, he entered Hokage a bit late. Moreover, the preliminary qualifications were too poor, and it was not until the small Tensigan was obtained that his strength improved greatly. It didn't take long for him to get a body comparable to first generation, which gave him so much capital. However, the time is too short, and he has not had time to develop many things. If the original plot is followed, the 4th Ninja War, he will be at the level of the 5 shadows. At most, he has more abilities, but he can't see enough in front of Madara of Impure World reincarnation. Cut the mountain range with a single blow. Is this what humans can do? As a last resort, he could only delay the time, disrupt the process of Akatsuki's collection of tail beasts, and slow down the development of the plot. That Black Zetsu probably doesn't care about this time. After all, he has been waiting for so many years. Otherwise, they find Orochimaru and use Impure World reincarnation to summon Uchiha Madara, and then everything is really over. That crushing strength is not of the same level at all. Below. After forcing Shueui to use the hydration secret several times, Quan floated to the sky. He has seen everything he can see, but he is still clueless. He can only feel that it is a chakra whose nature is completely beyond ordinary. By observing Shueui, relying on his own strong spiritual power, he can also push the water attribute chakra's nature to a certain extent. But it can only stay that way, and if you want to make progress, you can only practice slowly. And he has to speed up his actions. It is best to find some help for himself, otherwise he will have to do everything himself, where he has so much time. After snatching one tail back, it's time for the ontology to proceed with the next step. Quan looked at Shenong below, and he couldn't help but sneer at the corners of his mouth. It just depends on you. Kuan Yu was floating in the high air above Kuan Yu, and it was impossible for him to go directly to Sand Shinobi Village, otherwise his behavior would be the same as Akatsuki. But getting Gaara from Xiao's hands is different. Time passed slowly. Although Sasuke had a giant summoning eagle, there were too many people here and it was impossible to take them all away, so he had to hurry slowly. But when they were approaching Sand Shinobi Village, the spring in the sky was startled. I'm going. What's going on? Why Sanagakure is so badly damaged? Kuan Yu was taken aback. In his vision, Sanagakure is full of traces of destruction, and a large number of ninjas are constantly running in it. So he hurriedly flew forward, but until his vision covered the entire Sanagakure, there was no trace of Gaara. And he found a lot of traces of wood style in Sanagakure. Orochimaru has done it. What is he doing with the tail-grabbing beast? There are only a few who can use wood style now. It is impossible for Akatsuki to do it at this time. Only Orochimaru, who has obtained Kuan Yu's body, has this ability. And he also found a lot of traces of snake crawling. MD, it shouldn't be long before it depends on the situation. I still have a chance. Kuan Yu's figure quickly flew in one direction. He found traces of someone leaving on the ground, and he should be able to catch up. No, someone attacked Sanagakure, Quan suddenly exclaimed. Sasuke and others all looked at the spring in the sky. Izumi flew forward quickly, and Sasuke and the others realized that something might be wrong, and quickly followed suit. After a while, not far from Sanagakure, Quan's figure quickly fell. There is a problem. One tail Jinchuriki is gone. There are traces of wood style in Sanagakure, Quan Shen said. Kuan Yu? Has he already started to act? Sasuke gritted his teeth a little. He didn't expect that his first mission would fail in this way. If Kuan Yu left from the air, they couldn't find a trace at all. It shouldn't be. He won't use this method to get the tail beast, and he has saved Gaara before, and shouldn't use this kind of extreme method. Quan shook his head. He doesn't memorize this scapegoat. Wood style, it's not who he would be. Sasuke was a little angry. I'll go and pour dirty water on me. Didn't I tell you, it wasn't him. There are a lot of snake-crawling traces in Sanagakure. This should be Orochimaru's move. Sasuke, I found traces of someone leaving. Do you want to chase after it? Quan Yu's face showed smirk. What are you waiting for, Orochimaru? I didn't put him in my eyes. Sasuke sneered on his face, not paying attention to Izumi's teasing. Although he doesn't know how Orochimaru learned wood style, he is confident of his current strength. With Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru cannot be his opponent. Just like the Itachi before. Then let's go. Can we keep up with my speed? Quan asked. Shenong, Shueui, you are following. I and Quan will go there first, Sasuke said to Shueui and Shenong. After speaking, Sasuke made a seal in his hand, and then pressed it to the ground, and a huge ninja eagle appeared there along with the smoke. Sasuke flew up and jumped up, and the ninja flew into the sky as soon as his wings were unfolded. Be careful. Sand Shinobi also sent a chasing unit, Quan said. Then he quickly flew into the sky and caught up with Sasuke. It's good to be able to fly. Let's go. This damn desert. Shueui took out a water glass and drank it, and then hurried forward to chase. Shenong couldn't help but shook his head. This mission may not have been completed so well. He knows Orochimaru, it's not so easy to deal with, but it's just right. They had better fight 2 defeats with injuries, and finally pick up the bargain by themselves, Shenong thought darkly. That Sasuke's eyes are also good things, plus the pure chakra of spring, and 1 tail. His goal can be successfully completed, even if he leaves Akatsuki then, there is no problem. Shenong had only swelling desire in his heart, and then he also caught up. Ahem, Kabuto, are you ready? Orochimaru frowned. Orochimaru now looks a little weak. It's done, Lord Orochimaru, but is it necessary for us to do this? He has lost the ability to resist, Kabuto said puzzledly. This is Jinchuriki, you can't be too careful. He, Orochimaru's expression turned a little ugly. It seems that the powerful wood style still cannot be used, and the activity of the body cannot be suppressed. Kabuto gave me the medicine, Orochimaru said. Yes. Then Kabuto took out a purple tube of injection from the ninja bag, and walked to Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru stretched out his hand and unzipped his sleeves, revealing his arms. Kabuto directly injected the medicine in his hand into Orochimaru's body, slowly injecting the medicine, which made Orochimaru's face look much better. Let's take a break and then set off, Orochimaru lowered his hand and said. Then he looked at Gaara who was lying there with a smile on his face. He also didn't expect that Gaara had already guarded the crane's power to such an extent, and it took him a lot of effort to catch him. As a result, the body's cells can't be suppressed. I don't know how Quan Yu is not backed by his own cells. But what he didn't know was the 2 people Quan Yu was watching from a high altitude, with indifferent gazes in his eyes. It wasn't time for him to start, suddenly his eyes moved. Are you here? Then he quickly hid his body behind the clouds, and the silhouettes of Izumi and Sasuke flew quickly. After a while, hey! A loud eagle screamed. Orochimaru frowned and looked to the sky. Then he saw the 2 people flying over from the sky. It's them. Akatsuki started to act too, but you were destined to not get 1 tail. Orochimaru's face showed a cold smile. Kabuto, watch Gaara, we have guests here, Orochimaru stood up and said. Orochimaru-sama, your body. Kabuto was also a little nervous. It didn't take long for the medicine to be injected. Shouldn't Orochimaru-sama take it again? It's okay, Orochimaru stood there quietly after speaking, waiting for the 2 to arrive. Kabuto also hurried to Gaara's side, taking out Kawuwu's vigilance. The giant eagle stopped in the sky, and a figure fell quickly, and it was Sasuke. After that, the giant eagle in the sky turned into smoke and disappeared, but the spring remained in the sky. It's been a long time, Orochimaru. I didn't expect you to still like to do some sneaky things, Sasuke stood up with a wicked smile on his face. Hehe. You who are out of my control, unexpectedly become more confident and dare to appear in front of me, Orochimaru smiled. Because I have this ability, 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared in Sasuke's eyes. Really, I want to try it, Orochimaru said nonchalantly, but he didn't look into Sasuke's eyes. Obviously, illusion has always been his shortcoming, which is why he wants Sharingan. Itachi used illusions to restrain him without any pressure at the beginning, which made his memory very deep. I have no time to chat with you, hand over 1 tail Jinchuriki, Sasuke yelled coldly. It's not that simple to get Jinchuriki. I don't know what punishment you will face after your mission fails. As far as I know, Your leader is not a good talker, Orochimaru said with a sneer. Sasuke frowned. The mysterious and powerful leader was not easy to provoke. But he is not alone. Quan, I'm over there, let me give it to you. You should still be able to do it at this level, Sasuke said loudly. Hello, is this me? Kabuto felt angry, but he couldn't help but sneer at the thought of their preparations. I'm really going to instruct people, don't worry, leave it to me, you just need to hold Orochimaru. After speaking, Izumi flew towards Kabuto in the air. But Orochimaru didn't respond, which made Sasuke a little weird. Didn't he stop it at all? Let me try your current power, Sasuke. Orochimaru was obviously more interested in Sasuke. A large number of Lion Majesty appeared from Orochimaru's sleeves. It struck Sasuke quickly, and a sharp sword was also spit out from Lion Majesty's mouth. Huh. The bug trick. Sasuke's pheasant sword was quickly pulled out, and the light of the blade flickered, cutting off all the Lion Majesty. The sword technique is very advanced, but the moves seem to be a bit familiar. By the way, it is Quan Yu's. It seems that you copied his sword technique. Orochimaru thought for a while and said. Oh, it's more than that. Sasuke's figure disappeared instantly. So fast. Orochimaru glanced behind him. Then he hid to one side, but a blue-white beam of light swept past him in an instant, took a smear of blood, and sprinkled it on the sand. The beam of light disappeared, and Orochimaru stepped aside. Hee, Sasuke, you have made a lot of progress, you can hurt me, but... Orochimaru pulled away the bloody sleeve. There was a wound on Orochimaru's arm that had just been cut with Sasuke's sharp gun. But the strange thing is that the wound was creeping slowly, and it closed soon, and then it became scabs. It seemed that it would not take long to fully recover. This is... Sasuke was taken aback, with a strong recovery ability. Did you see it? This is the power of first Hokage, Sasuke. You should know the power of this power, Orochimaru said with a smile. Of course I know the god of the ninja world, but you are only very resilient now, and you haven't fully gained his power. Sasuke didn't know how Orochimaru gained this power. But if he really had the power of first Hokage, he wouldn't be injured just now. Sasuke is not yet confident that he can hurt the god of ninja world with his abilities. Oh, boring temptation, you should be Kabuto. I saw you in the laboratory last time. If you don't want to be smashed by me, I will hand over Gaara. Izumi glanced at Sasuke's side and turned his head to Kabuto and said. Hee. You have the ability to blast with Jinchuriki, Kabuto sneered, and then put kunai on Gaara. It seems that I want to use Gaara to threaten Quan. Quite clever, but Sasuke's power is not so simple. Kill Orochimaru. You can only catch with your hands, Quan pretending to be somewhat helpless and said. Kabuto doesn't care about this. Orochimaru-sama is not so easy to lose. The other side. Yes, I do not have the strength of first generation, but I have this. Orochimaru quickly formed a seal in his hand, and then pressed it on the ground. Summoning. Impure world reincarnation. After a burst of smoke, a coffin emerged from the ground. Sasuke's heart tightened. Of course he understood the role of impure world reincarnation. It was a forbidden technique to resurrect the dead, but who was Orochimaru summoning this time? The real wood style is still to be used by the genuine first Hokage. Sasuke, are you ready? I carefully prepared this, Orochimaru said from behind the coffin. The coffin board fell to the ground, splashing smoke and dust. A tall man in a red armor walked out, and Sasuke's pupils shrank. As this? Am I resurrected? This man wears Konoha's forehead protector on his head, his expression is a little stiff, his face is full of cracks, and he has a pair of black eyes. This is the symbol of impure world reincarnation. It's really first generation. Sasuke gritted his teeth, but the current state of impure world reincarnation's first generation is a bit abnormal. I shouldn't be able to exert my full strength. I still have a chance. Hey, Sharingan, from the Uchiha clan, these eyes are really nostalgic, but this body. At this moment, first generation's body trembled a few times. It turned out that Orochimaru inserted 3 kunai with charms into first generation's body, and then these kunai slowly merged into it. Hee. This body is meticulously crafted with a body similar to my current one. It can exert the full power of first generation. Orochimaru showed a cruel smile on his face. First generation's eyes lost its brilliance. It is obvious that Orochimaru has left limitations on first generation. As the person who knows impure world reincarnation best, first generation cannot break through the limitations so easily. After the spell was implanted, first generation's power limitation was completely unraveled, Smoke began to burst out of his body, the cracks on his face continued to disappear, and he became more like a living person. Damn. Sasuke's expression became serious. Mangekyo appeared in his eyes, and then Sasuke's eyes shrank, and a burst of black inflammation appeared on first generation. Amaterasu. It's useless. Impure world reincarnation is not afraid of this. Orochimaru jumped back quickly. The flame of Amaterasu is not something you can touch casually. But Sasuke was not going to let him go. Blood was flowing out of his left eye, and Heian chased Orochimaru and spread quickly. But immediately a figure stood in front of him, and it was the first generation whose body was burning with black flames. Not good, Sasuke was taken aback. Bang! Sasuke, who was enveloped in purple chakra, flew out with a punch. Sasuke in chakra was wrapped in a huge breastbone, and a lot of smoke exploded on the ground. In order to resist the attack of first generation, Sasuke turned on Susanoo. It's so powerful, Sasuke said with some difficulty. Is it the same power as Itachi? But it's useless. Even Uchiha Madara of your clan is not the opponent of first generation. Your level is useless. Orochimaru sneered. At this time, there was black inflammation all around. Sasuke also stood up, and the black flame on his Susanoo that had just been attacked by the first generation fell to the ground. It's just your puppet. My black inflammation is not afraid of wood style. Sasuke's eyes were bleeding. A huge purple skeleton quickly emerged, and with one blow, it slapped the rushing first generation. Hehe. Do you really think so? Orochimaru said coldly. The first generation who landed on the ground stood up, and began to seal with no expression on his face. Then he pressed it on the ground. The earth is surging. Roots are constantly emerging from the ground, and Sasuke's feet are also turning, making him a little unsteady. This is. A large number of trees are rapidly forming, green leaves are derived, and then a forest appears in the vast desert. Become a spectacle. Sasuke in the forest of Amaterasu looked at the roots that were constantly lacing at him, and directly activated Amaterasu. Although he is not familiar with wood style, he will never underestimate wood style. Flame is the nemesis of trees. Sasuke wants to burn this forest directly, and then find a chance to kill Orochimaru. A large amount of black inflammation spread rapidly in the forest, and even Orochimaru had to exit the forest quickly. He didn't want to be burned by the black flame. Suddenly Sasuke snorted in pain, and squatted on the ground with his eyes covered, using pupil surgery continuously, which put him under a considerable load. However, a few roots burning with black inflammation quickly entangled Sasuke's Susanoo. Although these roots continue to burn down, they continue to emerge. The blood in Sasuke's eyes was constantly flowing out, and Susanoo was struggling, but at most he could only tear off a few roots, and more roots followed. Seeing that Sasuke was about to be completely restrained. At this time a voice came, accompanied by powerful chakra fluctuations. Reincarnation cannon. Boom! The blue light instantly covered the entire forest, and even the black flames were submerged, and it was Quan that shot. Boom! There was a violent explosion in the forest, and a large amount of smoke was scattered. When the smoke cleared, Susanoo, with only the breastbone left beside Sasuke, seemed to have been affected by the attack. He was sitting there on one knee, surrounded by ruined trees and some black flames that were still burning. Sorry. I can only do this, otherwise I won't be able to rescue you, Quan said in the sky. Sasuke did not speak, but stood up slowly. The opposite Hashirama also appeared to be broken, but some debris also kept returning to his body. Obviously impure world reincarnation will not die so easily. Quan is also looking at first generation. Obviously, Hashirama in this state is not too strong. At most, chakra can be used at a time. Orochimaru frowned, too. Is there so much lack of spiritual strength without it? Although he has used the best body as a sacrifice, the effect is not too strong. However, that's it, Sasuke is not his opponent. Although Izumi's attack has become stronger, it is impossible to use it many times, Orochimaru thought. But just when the battlefield fell silent, there were a lot of roots emerging from Kabuto's feet, which immediately wrapped him and Gaara in, and then quickly grew into a tall tree. Not good. Everyone was surprised. Wood style. It's him, they had guesses right away. Then they saw a figure holding Gaara and Kabuto, who were unconscious, appearing at the top of the tree. I'm sorry, Gaara is mine. It was Quan Yu. Orochimaru and Sasuke didn't expect that Quan Yu would appear here, and attacked Kabuto and obtained Gaara. What? You actually picked up the bargain, Quan said in shock. No way, You guys are playing so lively, it's right for me to come out now, Quan Yu said with a smile. Then Quan Yu's feet sprayed out a stream of air, and his body was suspended. Damn it, don't run, Quan shouted angrily, and then flew over quickly. Haha, it's useless, even if you can fly, Quan Yu sneered. Then he kicked his foot in an instant, and a pillar of wind was swung out by him, hitting the nearby spring instantly, kicking him out. Well, it's time to say goodbye, you guys play slowly. Quan Yu's body slowly raised. At this time, Quan Yu, it's not so easy for you to get one tail, Orochimaru said with a sneer. Quan Yu was startled. Gaara is in my hands, what else can you do? What do you want? If you have the ability, you can grab it from the sky. Quan Yu's expression was a bit disdainful. Hee, I can't fly, but I made a precaution, and it's just right to use it here. Orochimaru had a cold face on his face, raised his hand and made a mark, uncle. Puff. Gaara on Quan Yu's hand suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. What? There was a horror in Quan Yu's eyes. Then he immediately felt Gaara's breath of life disappearing quickly. Through his internal vision, he saw that Gaara's heart was destroyed and turned into a ball, and a large amount of blood filled Gaara's chest. In this way, let alone Quan Yu can't save Gaara, even Tsunade can't help it. This Orochimaru. Quan Yu gritted his teeth for a while. He didn't expect that Orochimaru would have left a hand, leaving a restriction on Gaara and directly killing Gaara. Damn Orochimaru. How dare you do this? The spring resuspended in the sky suddenly shouted angrily. Anyway, you can't get it. Why don't you let me help you? Ha ha ha. Don't even think of getting what I can't get. Orochimaru said with a sneer. Sasuke's eyes flashed, and the situation was troublesome now. The death of Jinchuriki also means that the tail beast disappeared, and their mission this time has completely failed. However, they can't be blamed for the failure of this mission. There have been too many accidents. Not only did Orochimaru appear, but Quan Yu also appeared, and Jinchuriki was directly killed by Orochimaru. Moreover, Orochimaru's strength is beyond expectation, and first generation from impure world reincarnation is quite difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Yukon is a shield, there should be no problem going back. Various thoughts kept flashing in Sasuke's mind. He didn't have any interest in the tail beast at first, just wanted to use Akatsuki's power to destroy Konoha. As for Sharingan in Quan Yu's hands, it can only be the next time, and this place can't stay longer. Asshole. I'm going to kill you, Orochimaru. Azumi's hand glowed blue. It's useless, you can't kill me, no matter how angry it is, it's useless, Orochimaru sneered. The body of first generation appeared next to Orochimaru in an instant. Quan, calm down, we don't need to be entangled anymore. Sasuke quickly formed seals on his hand, and then Shinoga was summoned by him. Nin Ying flew up, and Sasuke appeared on Nin Ying's back as soon as he flashed. Huh. Want to run? Orochimaru snorted coldly. Although there is more Quan Yu now, he is still not ready to let Sasuke go. Although first generation of impure world reincarnation didn't show the strength it deserves, there is no problem blocking them. But at this moment, the rebirth cannon, Spring drank coldly, with a short stick in his hand, the blue light ball instantly condensed, and then shot out quickly. But first generation also quickly sealed, and large swaths of trees suddenly emerged from the ground, blocking the beam of light. The trees were constantly being destroyed and regenerated again, and Quan's reincarnated artillery couldn't break through this line of defense at all. When the beam of light disappeared, Orochimaru slowly walked out of the woods. At this time, Quan and Sasuke had already flown away, and the mission was not completed. Obviously they didn't want to stay too much. Orochimaru looked at Izumi in the sky with a playful expression on his face. What would you do? He has time and doesn't care about Sasuke's escape. Orochimaru, you remember it to me, my grudges will be reported sooner or later, since Gaara is dead, I will take Kabuto away, huh. Quan Yu said as he looked at Orochimaru who appeared. He didn't choose to shoot Orochimaru now, even if he destroyed Orochimaru's body, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Why not please, and then he disappeared instantly with the two people in his hand. Flying Thunder God. I didn't expect you to master this technique, but Kabuto is a bit regretful. Orochimaru's eyes were gloomy. He didn't get anything this time, and he also lost Kabuto. But then, he might face Akatsuki's chase, but can you kill me? Orochimaru sneered. It seems that we need to find an assistant again, Orochimaru said softly. He thought for a while, and then slowly left here. Kuan Yu took Gaara's body and Kabuto instantly appeared at his secret base. Shigego hasn't come back from practicing. There is only Gifu who is sleeping, and it doesn't respond to Kuan Yu's return. And Bai, who stayed there quietly, was also sleeping. Kuan Yu put down the two and came to Bai's side. Bai, soon, I will revive you soon, Kuan Yu said with a smile looking at the Bai soaked in the solution. Then he turned his head to look at Kabuto on the ground. He carefully scanned Kabuto's body several times, and then he was relieved to make sure that there was nothing unusual. He had what Kuan Yu needed in his mind, and Kuan Yu didn't want to make any mistakes. However, there is no way to discover the prohibition Kuan Yu in his mind, but he does not care. He will not let Kabuto meet Orochimaru again. Kabuto also has other ways to deal with it, and he doesn't worry about the restrictions left by Orochimaru. As for Gaara, he was a bit regretful. He hadn't planned to extract all the tail beasts from Gaara's body. Now that the man is dead, he hasn't got the tail beast either. But the disappearance of one tail also bought him a lot of time. Huh? I smelled the smell of that guy Shozuru. Isofu woke up at this moment. It was Shuhei, but it died with his Jinchuriki. Kuan Yu shook his head and said. Is that so? How are you going to resurrect Shuhei? Gifu said. Resurrection? Wouldn't it find a place to slowly resurrect? Kuan Yu was a little confused. As long as you get a part of chakra and feed it with yin and yang, it will come to the door by itself, Isofu said calmly. He doesn't have too much doubt about Kuan Yu now. He can say whatever he can. Chakra. I don't seem to have it. It was a bit before, but I ran out of it. Kuan Yu was a little speechless, and she had reserved some if she knew it. But Kuan Yu looked at Gaara as if thinking of something. No, I know how to get Shozoru's chakra, but it will take a while. In this case, leave the rest to me, otherwise you would not be able to resurrect it like this. After saying that, Gifu closed his eyes again. Kuan Yu touched his head. He still knew too little about the tail beast, and he didn't know the reason. Since Gifu said there was a way, he didn't care about it. If Shuhei was resurrected in Kuan Yu's hands, Shao would never be able to find Shuhei. This invisibly delayed him a lot of time. But will things really develop as he thought? Konoha also received news from Sanagakure at this time. Orochimaru attacked Sanagakure, Gaara was captured, and a great war broke out in the distance after that. The specific reason is unknown. Third generation meditated. He didn't know why Orochimaru took Gaara away. In the distant battle, it was obvious that someone attacked Orochimaru afterwards. The specific result is also unknown to him, but it does not prevent him from taking advantage of this matter. Notify the major shinobu villages that Akatsuki has grabbed Gaara from Orochimaru, third generation said. This. We have no clear news, Mitokado Homura said hesitantly. Isn't Akatsuki also collecting tail beasts? They are probably the ones who attacked Orochimaru. I don't believe that Akatsuki will stand on the bright side to explain this. Third generation's eyes flickered. Akatsuki's behavior was originally against the villages, no matter whether they explained or not. This time they will become the center of attention of the villages. And what third generation wants is this effect. Enemies on the bright side are better to deal with than hidden ones. I see. Mitokado Homura also probably understood third generation's plan. The previous information to the villages did not receive a response. Obviously, third generation was going to add another fire. Also, Akatsuki has a strong heart for revenge. Kuan Yu's incident has been proved before. After that, we must strengthen our defenses to prevent the other party from sneaking attacks, third generation said. He anticipated that Akatsuki might come to Konoha, but this time he might have missed something. That is Nagato's strength. The land of the earth, Iwagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really getting better and better. Not only did he re-enter the stage, he actually paid so much attention to Akatsuki. Onoki's expression seemed a little disdainful. But his eyes were solemn. According to Konoha's previous information, their two Iwagakure Jinchuriki disappeared, probably because Akatsuki did it. As for Akatsuki and the others, he had cooperated before, but he didn't expect Akatsuki to hit them too. Are the traces of the previous cooperation with Akatsuki cleaned up? Onoki continued. It's already done. Kaido, a slightly fat ninja who looks very strong and has a serious face. He is Huang too, the son of Onoki. Shao's matter, how are you going to solve it? Huang too continued. Based on the previous information, he also guessed something. Don't worry about it for now, wait for Konoha to do it first, Onoki said. Judging from the current situation, Konoha seems to be more anxious, and he should wait for them to consume it first before making a move by himself. Even Konoha pays such attention. Akatsuki is obviously not easy. It is best to let them fight first, see the situation for themselves, and then decide when to shoot. The thing about the beast, Huang Tu said hesitantly. Jinchuriki in our village was arrested, and there are definitely Jinchuriki in other villages who were captured by Akatsuki. Even if Konoha succeeds in destroying Akatsuki, he would not dare to control so many tail beasts, and Akatsuki Master has so many tail beasts. It's dangerous. Let Konoha test it first, and also weaken Konoha's strength, Onoki explained. I understand, Huang Tu said, bowing. The situation in other villages is similar, and I am prepared to see the situation. After all, Akatsuki hadn't fully demonstrated his danger. Even if his individual strength was very strong, he would never be the opponent of 5 villages. With so many things happening in Konoha recently, they are obviously more anxious. Other villages want to see how Konoha is going to do it first. In Rain Shinobi Village. Huh. What a Konoha, who actually counts this directly on us, Nagato snorted coldly. Nagato, we also made mistakes, and we didn't expect Orochimaru to kill one-tailed Jinchuriki directly, Quan lowered his head and said. Don't blame you for this matter, we didn't expect Orochimaru to catch one-tailed Jinchuriki, and Quan Yu was hidden by the side. Nagato didn't blame the Fountain of Sins, and the incident exceeded his expectations. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Quan was indeed valued by the leader of Nagato. This mission failed without any punishment. Even though Shuhei is one tail, if you want to resurrect, you still have to wait a long time, Ju solemnly said. He didn't expect Orochimaru to do this. Even if Quan Yu got them, he might get them back. He couldn't help killing Jinchuriki directly. The light in Obito's eyes also flickered, and the death of one-tailed Jinchuriki would inevitably delay their plan. Then shall we continue to collect tail beasts or wait for the resurrection of one tail? Obito asked. No, I want to destroy Konoha first. Don't they want us to explain? Then we will explain to them, Nagato said in a cold tone. Everyone was startled. They didn't expect that after this mission failed, Nagato would actually take Konoha directly. Trouble, Quan thought in his heart. Nagato, is this too haste? Our strength is not ready yet, Obito said hurriedly. This means that they are standing on the bright side, and then they are likely to face the army of the ninja world. Needless to say, we must teach them a deep lesson, let them understand what fear is, and plan to execute it after 1 month, Nagato said coldly. Then Nagato left directly, and Quan hurriedly followed up. Destroying Konoha. Izumi certainly knows that Nagato has this ability, and it is not difficult to complete. Obito and Zetsu also glanced at each other. Nagato's plan has exceeded their expectations, and they don't know what impact it will bring. Sasuke sees crazy hatred. Is it finally going to begin? Konoha will eventually pay the price. But before that, he must transplant Itachi's eyes, and he will use Itachi's eyes to witness Konoha's demise. 1 month is enough. Nagato, do we have to do this? Konoha knows where we are. What about Rain Shinobi Village? Izumi said worriedly behind Nagato. He wanted to use this reason to redeem Nagato's decision, but they dare not come. In front of absolute power, I don't believe that they dare to attack us directly. We can attack their rear at any time. Nagato turned to the worried Spring and said with a smile. Izumi felt cold, and it seemed that Nagato was determined to destroy Konoha. Unexpectedly, the plot has developed to this point, and it is more intense than the original plot. Facing Nagato, whose body had recovered, the body couldn't resist it either. Quan Yu also got the news. Although he has a headache, Konoha can't let Nagato destroy it like this. There are his family and friends there, so he must take action. But before that, you have to find a few helpers first, otherwise he alone won't be able to withstand Nagato. Quan Yu looked at Kabuto, who was bound by his roots. Kabuto, who was in a coma, suddenly felt pain, and then opened his eyes blankly. Kabuto-senpai, it's been a long time since, a voice rang, attracting Kabuto's attention. It's you. Kabuto was startled and woke up instantly. Looking at the figure with his back facing him, he immediately recalled what had happened before. That's right, it's me, Quan Yu's voice was smiling. Oh, you didn't kill me directly. Did you want to torture me? Come on, Kabuto said with a sneer. Oh, so righteous Ling Ran, I still want Senior Du to help me with something, Quan Yu continued without turning around. It's useless, there are limits in my brain, it's impossible to spit out any information. Kabuto knows so many things about Orochimaru, it is impossible for Orochimaru not to impose any restrictions on Kabuto, at least it is impossible to torture anything with illusion. But Kuan Yu didn't intend to use illusion to let Kabuto tell the information. He wanted Kabuto to completely submit to himself. You should know, I have a pair of Sharingan. Kuan Yu turned to look at Kabuto, and Shisui's pair of Sharingan was in his eyes. Illusions. It's useless. If you haven't told me any information, I will die because of the destruction of my brain. Kabuto doesn't care about this. Becoming a spy ninja means that one day he will be dealt with. Maybe you don't know yet, Sharingan will evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan, and he will get 2 pupil skills exclusively for himself, Kuan Yu said with a slight smile. Kabuto was also startled. He didn't know why Kuan Yu would tell him this. The pupil technique of these eyes is very special. It is called Distinguished Heavenly Gods, which is a pupil technique that can change the will of others. In other words, I will let you surrender to me sincerely. Kuan Yu's voice had a special meaning. What? How could there be such a technique? Kabuto's face was full of disbelief, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. He felt that Kuan Yu didn't joking with him, it was true. Look into my eyes, Kuan Yu said coldly. No, kill me, I don't want to do this. Kabuto closed his eyes in horror and lost his will. Is he still alive? Although he didn't know the meaning of being alive, there was still something in his heart that belonged to him. He didn't want these things to be obliterated, nor did he want to die. I will bring you a new life, and it's useless for you to resist, Kuan Yu said. The roots spread out and opened Kabuto's eyelids directly, exposing Kabuto's bloodshot eyes. No, I'm willing to do things for you, please don't do it. Kabuto started the final struggle. He knew he couldn't even resist in front of those eyes. Kabuto's pupils were dilating, and his emotions also seemed extremely agitated. Impossible. As a spy ninja, you are too worried if you use it like this. Let me help you find yourself. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Sharingan in Kuan Yu's eyes directly turned into a shuriken shape. Kabuto only felt that a huge red eye with a strange imprint appeared in front of him, the same as Kuan Yu's eye he had seen before. Those eyes seemed to have infinite power, making people sink into it unconsciously. At this moment, he felt his consciousness being drawn away, as if he no longer belonged to him. But he can clearly feel the existence of his own consciousness, but he can't do anything, even his emotions don't seem to exist anymore. He could feel that something was erased from his consciousness, and something was added to it. Although he didn't know what it was, it seemed that those were not important to him. In this way, he didn't know how long he had passed, he had been in that kind of muddle-headed state. Finally, when his consciousness returned to the body, he already felt completely different. Have I changed? I don't seem to have changed, Kabuto thought to himself. Huh. Kuan Yu snorted painfully, blood flowing from under his eyes. Is it overused? Kuan Yu said, covering his eyes. When using Distinguished Heavenly Gods, Kuan Yu modified many parts of Kabuto's consciousness, which also caused his pupil power to be overused, and Mangekyo Sharingan was a little unbearable. Fortunately, he has a sage body, and soon his eyes stabilized. When using Mangekyo Sharingan's ability, why does blood flow out? It is because Mangekyo is almost Sharingan's ultimate. Once the pupil strength is too high, damage will occur, and even the nerves and blood vessels will be compressed and blood will flow out. And will gradually become blind. Only Mangekyo, who has merged people with similar bloodlines, and allowed it to evolve again, can withstand this pupil power. Although it still compresses the nerves and blood vessels to a certain extent, it will not damage Mangekyo and cause blindness. There is also the use of the yang body to restore these injuries, so that there will be no symptoms of blindness. But what should hurt will still hurt, Kuan Yu is now. Okay, Kabuto, how do you feel now? Kuan Yu said, rubbing his eyes. Using Kuan Yu's physical and mental powers to use this pair of Mangekyo is not much different from what Shisui can use. The roots wrapped around Kabuto slowly fade away, and a large amount of pure chakra is injected into his body, allowing him to quickly recover his physical state. Very well, Master Kuan Yu. Kabuto showed a sincere smile on his face, not the same smirk as before. It's terrible. The effect of Distinguished Heavenly Gods on ordinary people is really terrible. It completely modifies a person's will, Kuan Yu thought when he looked at Kabuto in this state in front of him. But this is also for ordinary people, otherwise it would be really invincible. For example, Kuan Yu can resist this pupil power, his own will is strong enough to resist, and the cooling of this ability is also very long. Even if Kuan Yu had almost no pupil power limitation, it would take a long time. This ability cannot be used unlimitedly, it needs to absorb pupil power to slowly warm up. However, compared to Danzo, which took more than 10 years, Kuan Yu felt that he might only need a few months. In other words, Kuan Yu must have been using these eyes for the past few months. Okay. Let's move on to the next step. How much do you know about impure world reincarnation and can you use it? Kuan Yu asked. This is why he used distinguished heavenly gods for Kabuto. He also has the original impure world reincarnation, which is in the Book of Seals. But he can only understand part of it, and the original version is obviously not as strong as Orochimaru, so you have to find a professional. Orochimaru is impossible, and there is only Kabuto. I can't talk about the specific situation, but I know it very well, and I can help Master Kuan Yu use it, Kabuto said seriously. Kuan Yu knew that this was a restriction left by Orochimaru, but what Orochimaru didn't think was that Kuan Yu could modify Kabuto's will and let Kabuto directly help Kuan Yu use impure world reincarnation. This bypassed the restrictions he left behind. Very well. I still have the original impure world reincarnation here. You know more about the situation. Kuan Yu doesn't know how Kabuto Master is. Just show him the original version. Great, so that I can better help Master Kuan Yu. Kabuto's face was filled with joy. I can see that Kuan Yu is full of chills. Has I modified it a little bit? However, who does Master Kuan Yu want to reincarnate? Kabuto asked curiously. There are a few people. This time Shao will attack Konoha, so we must find some helpers, Kuan Yu said. Well, I know, but I'm Sister Chuan Yu. We need some ninjas to serve as sacrifices. I don't know what you plan to do, Kabuto said. He didn't care about Konoha being attacked, and Kuan Yu didn't add the idea of protecting Konoha to his consciousness. Only when Kuan Yu explained the task, he would try his best to complete it. Sacrifice? Don't worry about this. Can you tell me the principle of impure world reincarnation? I researched it, but I didn't understand it, Kuan Yu said. This. I can only briefly talk about it. In-depth knowledge is limited by Orochimaru. Kabuto thought for a while and said. I don't need to know so much, you can use it, Kuan Yu said. Impure world reincarnation is to use the cells of the dead to make their original chakra, and then create something similar to shadow clone, forcibly forming a connection with the soul, and forcibly pulling the soul into the body, Kabuto said. Shadow clone? Kuan Yu was taken aback, still using this technique. Just as the disappearance of shadow clone can bring back memories, impure world reincarnation is to forcibly use the organization of the dead to create chakra and create their shadow clone. Then back to the soul. Second generation's brain hole is really big. But how do people who have been dead for a long time use their inactive tissue to make chakra? It's certainly not that simple, and Kabuto can't say anything about it. Then what is the function of the sacrifice? Kuan Yu continued to ask. Sacrifice is to provide chakra for the reincarnated body. During the reincarnation ceremony, the sacrificed body will become chakra and be obtained by the reincarnated body, and the reincarnated body will disappear after use, Kabuto said. It turned out to be like this, Kuan Yu said, rubbing his chin. This is the reason why impure world reincarnation is immortal. Their core is the soul and chakra. It is useless how you destroy them. And the longer they exist, or the more chakra is used, the more damage they will have. Some people say that impure world reincarnation's chakra is unlimited, but Kuan Yu doesn't think so. The chakra of a person only occupies a small part of the body, and the chakra that a relatively good body can transform is absolutely terrifying. But for the sake of Uchiha Madara and first generation, there is absolutely a problem, and I don't know how they did it. The soul comes with chakra. It seems to understand Ha. Fourth generation also comes with its own tail beast, but this is also relative to these two perverts. At this moment, Kuan Yu's eyes moved. It turned out that Shigego returned to the secret base. Hey, Kabuto, you are awake, Shigego said in surprise. Yeah, it's been a long time since I saw Shigego. I didn't expect you to be on Senyu-sama's side, Kabuto said with a smile. Shigego was taken aback. He vaguely felt some changes in Kabuto's body. And his attitude towards Kuan Yu seems to be very respectful? Kuan Yu ignored Shigego's surprise. He was thinking about what to use as a sacrifice. Ordinary criminals or rebellious forbearance are obviously not good, and even if they are reincarnated, they will not be able to exert much strength. It must be a better body, but where can I find it? Kuan Yu's eyes swept towards Shigeo. This body was good enough. Chongo was cold all over by Kuan Yu's sight, and immediately shivered. Kuan Yu shook his head. It is impossible for him to use Chongo as a sacrifice. Then how to find? I need at least 3 very good bodies, and I must reserve some. Kuan Yu was taken aback for a moment. Wouldn't he be too evil if he did it like this? How about catching a few white zetsu? But it's too easy to be found, and it's not easy to find. Suddenly Kuan Yu's eyes swept to Ji-Fu, who was sleeping, and the inspiration appeared in an instant. Kabuto, what do you think if I use the tail beast as a sacrifice? Kuan Yu said suddenly. What? Tailed beast? Kabuto's eyes widened. This thought of Kuan Yu stopped his thinking. How could a normal person want to use a tail beast as a sacrifice? Kuan Yu. You bastard, what are you thinking? Ji-Fu suddenly opened his eyes. Ah, Ji-Fu, you have been listening. If you didn't pay attention, I just asked. Kuan Yu said embarrassingly. He thought Ji-Fu couldn't hear him. Tell you. The power of the tail beast is not something human souls can bear. Don't make me think, Ji-Fu snorted coldly. Don't be angry. I am not going to use you as a sacrifice. I am going to use this. Kuan Yu flashed a blue light in his hand. A drop of dark blue liquid with a special texture is suspended in Kuan Yu's hands. This is the first time Kuan Yu has taken out the origin of Tensigen in this form. Yin-Yang Chakra. Are you going to use this? Ji-Fu was surprised. Yes, I am gentler than yours. The tail beast's body is made up of Yin-Yang escape. It shouldn't be a problem for me to use Yin-Yang escape as a sacrifice, Kuan Yu said. I have to say that your human imagination is so rich. You are already creating a tail beast. Ji-Fu was a little shocked by Kuan Yu's thoughts. Yin-Yang escape plus soul. This is equivalent to a simplified version of the tail beast. No, I just want to provide power for the reincarnation. Kabuto, don't you think it is feasible? Kuan Yu turned to look at Kabuto and said. Kabuto said that the body of the sacrifice will be transformed into chakra. How is chakra formed? Isn't it just mental energy and physical energy? Shouldn't he be able to do this ultimate yin-yang escape? This. I don't know, but we can try. Kabuto was also a little dazed. Kuan Yu's ideas have indeed broken through the horizon, but how to know if he can succeed without experimenting? Try it. You see if he can do it. He didn't die long, Kuan Yu said, pointing at Gaara, who was dead on the ground. It should be possible. Now his cells have not lost their vitality. Impure world reincarnation can be achieved without special modulation. Kabuto nodded and said. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up, Kuan Yu said anxiously. If it can be done, it will be an epic-making change, and it will also make Kuan Yu's power fast and powerful. Ji-Fu looked here curiously, and he also wanted to know what Kuan Yu could do in the end. Not right now. I don't have the materials, and I have to sort out what I know about impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru hides this aspect deeply. I need to look at the original version to see if there are any mistakes. Kabuto is embarrassed said. Well, I will let Kabuto use my wood-style clone first. You don't want to practice anymore. Kuan Yu thought for a while and said. He must speed up the progress. He only has 1 month, not so much time for him to delay. Well, I see. Shigego had already seen the corpse placed in the corner. That should be Kuan Yu's very important person. Listening to Kuan Yu means who is going to be resurrected. Can Kimimaro be resurrected too? He also hopes that Kuan Yu can succeed. However, to resurrect Kimimaro, Kuan Yu can only kill Orochimaru after killing Orochimaru, otherwise he will be busy for nothing. On the wooden armor of Zhongwu, Kuan Yu's clone appeared. After the clone detached, the wooden armor turned into fragments and fell to the ground. Kabuto, just get what you need. My clone will help you, Kuan Yu said. Kabuto's will was modified by Kuan Yu himself, and of course he trusts him very much. I understand that I will do it as quickly as possible, Kabuto nodded and said. After Kabuto's tinkering for a few days, Kuan Yu's plan can finally be implemented. Kuan Yu separated the clone and took everyone to an uninhabited valley. They were going to experiment here, and Ji-Fu was also brought over by him. It said that it wanted to see if Kuan Yu's approach could work. There is a clearing in the valley, which is very suitable for them to experiment. Ready to start, Kabuto said. Kuan Yu nodded. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. The dark blue substance in his hand slowly poured out, and soon gathered into a small group. This is the origin of Tensigen, which Kuan Yu extracted and transformed from 6 tails in Quan. These origins can maintain this form for a period of time without the restraint of his will, but they will slowly dissipate. Kabuto next to him opened a scroll and placed it on the ground. A small symbolic array was engraved on the scroll. Then he carefully took out a test tube, which was filled with Gaara's blood. Kabuto poured the blood on the technique, and then nodded to Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu put the Tensigen source in his hand on the ground, and then waited for it to begin. Impure world reincarnation is actually similar to the summoning technique. Through the connection between his original chakra and the soul of the body, the soul is forcibly pulled back. But if the soul is sealed, we may also fail. Our Orochimaru has reincarnated into Gaara, which will also cause we fail. Kabuto explained. Kuan Yu nodded, which is actually equivalent to using his chakra summoning to produce his own soul. Let's start, Kuan Yu gave the order. Kabuto quickly clicked on the scroll, blood suddenly spread out, and a large blood-colored weird rune array unfolded with the word filthy soil written on it. It looks very evil, but in fact there is no evil aura exuding. It's just that this is a resurrection technique, and the bloody runes make people feel this way. In front of the rune formation, there is a circle surrounded by runes, and inside it is the origin of Kuan Yu's Tensigen, which is used as a sacrifice. It should be okay. These origins are definitely stronger than the energy transformed by ordinary people, Kuan Yu thought after watching this scene. Everyone's eyes are focused on the origin of Kuan Yu's Tensigen. A large amount of debris rose from the ground and began to envelop the origin of Tensigen, forming a human form. But soon it drifted away, and the origin of Tensigen was still in place. Failed. Kuan Yu was startled. There is no problem with the technique, Kabuto stood up and said. Is it the origin of Tensigen? Can't it be used as a sacrifice? Kuan Yu thought helplessly. Forget it. It still doesn't seem to work. The issue of sacrifices. I'm thinking of a solution later, Kuan Yu shook his head and said. His idea failed. I'll just say that you were whimsical. How can this be achieved? Isofu mocked. Sage of Six Paths' ability to make tail beasts, even if it is a cut version, is not so easy to do. Yes, what you said is to disturb you to rest, Kuan Yu said perfunctorily. Then he waved to the origin of Tensigen on the ground and was about to take it back, but the origin of Tensigen was still on the ground and didn't move at all. Kuan Yu was taken aback. Shouldn't these origins be drawn back by the origins in his body? What's the matter, Master Kuan Yu? Kabuto was stunned to see Kuan Yu, and asked. No, we seem to have succeeded. The chakra of yin and yang escaped unexpectedly did not continue to spill. Kuan Yu seemed to have discovered something and said in surprise. This situation shows that something is holding them back. Then why Gaara's reincarnation did not appear? Kabuto asked curiously. Gifu was also taken aback. He also looked at the origin of Tensigen on the ground curiously. As Kuan Yu said, there was no spillage. Perhaps, he needs some help. Kuan Yu seemed to have thought of something. Then he walked forward and started to inject chakra into the source of that group. The blue chakra in Kuan Yu's hand was continuously transported towards the group of Tensigen. And with the infusion of Kuan Yu chakra, the origin of Tensigen was suspended, and then chakra continued to emerge. These chakras are liquid, circulating around the origin, and then they start to slowly change toward the human form. Soon these chakras were fixed, and the human form began to emerge. Isn't it exactly what Gaara looks like? It's just a bit wrong, it's too small. Kuan Yu looked at Gaara, who was only knee-high. It wasn't that Kuan Yu didn't give chakra to chakra, but he could only absorb so much now. Kuan Yu put his hand back. What's wrong with me? Little Gaara said. Izumi Yu and Shigego looked at the miniaturized Gaara curiously. Wait. Let me see, this is simply a miracle. Little turtle Gifu crawled towards this side, but his legs were too short to climb over for a long time. You are Kuan Yu. Why have you become so big? Gaara looked up at Kuan Yu's face. Although Kuan Yu had a pair of Sharingan in his eyes, Gaara recognized him at a glance, and he asked suspiciously. At the same time, he also felt that his body seemed to have changed. It's not that I have become bigger, but you have become smaller. It should be the reason for the lack of yin and yang, Kuan Yu said, touching his chin. As the core of Gaara's body, yin and yang escape is not broken down into energy. Gaara can form a body only after Kuan Yu is injected into chakra. Yin-yang escape chakra is a higher energy after all, it is not so easily broken down. And Gaara can't absorb Kuan Yu's chakra now, it feels like his body is full. That should be the reason why the original Tensigen given by Kuan Yu was not enough. Let me come, I will provide yin and yang escape. Kuan Yu quickly let me pass, Gifu shouted behind everyone. For this kind of life form that resembles a tail beast, it wants to take a closer look. Oh, it seems someone wants to help you. Kuan Yu smiled, then walked over and hugged Gifu. A miracle, the body is the same as our tail beast, Isobu said with bright eyes. Stop talking. Help Gaara recover first, Kuan Yu said. What the hell is going on? Gaara was a little big, He remembered that he was caught by Orochimaru, and he didn't remember what happened afterwards. Wait to explain to you. Kuan Yu put his hand on Gaara, and then began to extract Gifu's yin-yang dun and chakra, and after transformation, they injected Gaara into Gaara's body. This kind of chakra. Gaara was startled, but he clearly felt that this chakra and the chakra in his body were homologous. Gaara is still in the state of chakra, and with the infusion of Kuan Yu's Tensigan origin, he has begun to absorb chakra again. Gaara began to grow bigger, quickly returning to his original height. However, it seems to be able to absorb it. Kuan Yu's eyes can see through Gaara chakra's body, and he can see that Tensagan's origin is constantly constructing Gaara's body. You can even see things like blood vessels and meridians. Yin and Yang escape is really magical, Kuan Yu thought. Although Kuan Yu did not understand this energy, it did not prevent him from using it. As Kuan Yu continued to infuse Tensagan's origin and chakra, Gaara's body was rapidly forming. Slowly, Gaara's body has been completely constructed by Tensagan's origin. Then it started to solidify, just like a tailed beast. The body was no longer in the shape of chakra, but actually turned into a human shape, even with clothes, almost no different from himself. Gaara is also feeling this change. It's amazing, Shigeo exclaimed aside. It's really amazing. The soul will retain the appearance and strength of the deceased. What's even more amazing is the chakra used by Master Kuan Yu. Kabuto helped his glasses and explained softly. Kuan Yu retracted his hand. He was a little regretful. Now Gaara's body can no longer absorb his chakra and origin. If Gaara can continue to absorb it, then he can create a huge Gaara with the strength comparable to a tailbeast. But that might also drain Gifu. Although there are many yin and yang escapes, they are nothing compared to Gifu's body, and it won't take long for it to recover. Can you tell me what's going on now? Gaara asked, and he could see that Kuan Yu was helping himself. And he could actually feel the surging power in his body. It was a very powerful chakra, but it seemed that because of some restrictions, he seemed to be unable to fully mobilize it. You are dead, and your body is still with me now, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Dead, what am I? Gaara was taken aback. Impure world reincarnation, but I added something special to it, Kuan Yu said with a smile. So I'm already dead, Gaara said, clenching her fist. He feels that his state is better than before, but he still feels a little unacceptable about his death. Don't be sad. If you don't want this state in the future, there will be a way to really resurrect, but you need to help me, Kuan Yu said. What's wrong with this state? I won't die, and I don't need to eat, Isofu said dissatisfied. Is this three tails? How did it become so small? Gaara said, looking at the little turtle.as Jinchuriki. Of course he has seen the information of other tail beasts. Hey, boy, my name is Gifu, I am self-sealed. If I hadn't helped you, you wouldn't be able to recover so quickly, Gifu said uncomfortably. How come there are so many words today? Why don't you usually say so much? Kuan Yu said helplessly. Sorry. Thank you so much, Gaara said seriously. Can I go back to Sanagakure now? After all, I am Funkage, Gaara asked. He disappeared for so long, the village is afraid of chaos. This can't work. Let's not talk about how you explain your current state. Even chakra needs me to help you recover. You should not be able to make chakra yourself now, Kuan Yu said. And you half human and half ghost can still be a wind shadow. Don't be sealed up like a tail beast, Kuan Yu continued. Gaara heard Kuan Yu's words and tried it, as if he really couldn't make chakra. Although the physical feeling now is not much different from before, it is all chakra flowing in his body, and the whole person is made up of a special kind of chakra. Just as Three Tails said, he has become something similar to the tail beast. Even Kuan Yu's Tensigan can make chakra by himself. How can Gaara do? There should be something wrong in this. Gaara can't absorb natural energy like the tail beast to form chakra. So Gaara's chakra uses a little less. However, the amount of chakra is comparable to Kuan Yu's Tensigan. Even if Kuan Yu helps him to supplement, he can only draw chakra from Gifu or Six Tails over there. Yes, although I have a lot of chakra in my body, I can't make it, and I can't fully mobilize it, Gaara frowned. Yes, do you want to join my Sky Council? I will leave you a place. Kuan Yu squeezed his eyes and began to fudge Gaara to join. Gaara, as the Wind Shadow and Jinchuriki, is perfect if he can join. Sky Council? I will consider it. I may not be able to go back in the next time. I will join you temporarily, Gaara said. He knew Kuan Yu's Sky Council. In essence, he still quite agrees with him. He didn't know what Kuan Yu had done to reincarnate him, but it should be harmless. You are welcome to join, and then I will tell you how you died, Kuan Yu said with a hand out. No. I can probably guess that it is Orochimaru, Gaara said with a smile. Although he didn't want to die, his current state was not bad. Kuan Yu said that he would help him resurrect later. Clever. I have a question. Can you use the chakra of the tail beast now? Just a little bit is enough. We want to resurrect the show crane, Kuan Yu asked. Impure world reincarnations, golden horns and silver horns can be transformed into beasts. Kuan Yu doesn't believe that Gaara can't even use chakra, although Gaara's body is more special. I will try, Gaara thought with a frown. He doesn't know if he can still use the tail beast's chakra in this state. Gaara raised her hand, her eyes condensed, and some red chakra appeared on his hand. Some of my chakras can turn into tailed chakras. Gaara was also a little surprised. Maybe, your soul remembers this state. After all, the tail beast has been sealed in your body for a long time. Kabuto, who had been standing aside, walked over and said. Kabuto. Gaara was surprised. Isn't this Orochimaru's person? He has been feeling his own state just now, but he hasn't noticed him yet. Don't be surprised, he is my person now, Kuan Yu said with a smile. You are really surprising. Gaara looked at Kabuto twice, and said to Kuan Yu. There are more surprises. Kuan Yu took out a scroll, pulled chakra in Gaara's hand, and sealed it in. These are all right. Kuan Yu asked Isofu. No problem, Isofu nodded and said. Okay. Let's move on to the next item. We still have to find some helpers. Kuan Yu showed excitement on his face. Unexpectedly, you actually resurrected me so soon, still in this state, Itachi said while looking at his hands. His current state is very peculiar, not ordinary impure world reincarnation. He even felt that he could exert a stronger force than before. I didn't want to be so fast, but Akatsuki is about to attack Konoha, and there is your dear brother among them, so I have to make me prepare quickly. Kuan Yu patted his face bitterly and rubbed his face. Squeezed hands. Really, then why is she in this state? Itachi looked at Kuan Yu curiously and said, playing with Kuan Yu's hair. You ask me, who do I ask? Bai's IQ is only 3 years old now, but fortunately, she still remembers me, Kuan Yu said helplessly. It was normal when the body was not too old, but when Kuan Yu helped Bai completely construct his body, something went wrong. I think it has something to do with the strength of the soul. Bai's soul may not adapt to such a powerful body to appear in this state, Kabuto said while standing next to him. Itachi glanced at Kabuto. Of course he knew what happened to Kabuto. I didn't expect Kuan Yu to use it here, but it seems that the effect is very good. Itachi thought back and glanced at Sharingan in Kuan Yu's eyes. Kuan Yu, who is not from the Uchiha clan, can't close Sharingan, but he is not Kakashi, and the consumption of chakra is nothing to him. Is that so, Gifu, can you do anything? Kuan Yu said to Gifu, who closed his eyes. Gaara is Jinchuriki, Itachi has a shady Sharingan, and his soul is certainly not weak. And Bai is just an ordinary ninja who possesses the boundary of blood and ice, so this is the case, right? What can I do is to see if she can adapt slowly. If the strength of the soul can be strengthened, it will be a good thing for her, said Gifu. Little Tortoise, talking Little Tortoise, Bai hugged Kuan Yu, pointed to Gifu and said. Gifu was speechless for a while, and even it was implicated. Okay. Let's just do it for now. Please stay here now. When Konoha's affairs are over, I will find a new base. Kuan Yu has no choice but to do things step by step. Bai. How about going to play with Little Tortoise first, Kuan Yu said gently. I don't, said Bai pouting. After that, Kuan Yu still came out, but he was suffering because of his own clone. Kuan Yu said to Itachi and Gaara. This time the enemy is very difficult. Itachi should know that the leader of Akatsuki has Rinnegan. Itachi nodded. Gaara was a little confused, he didn't know much about Akatsuki. Now this leader is stronger than before, and that pen is not his main body. Later I will tell you more about his abilities. Kuan Yu also had a headache. This situation was caused by him himself. Who knew he was ready to attack Konoha before Nagato and Obito could fight? Itachi knew that Kuan Yu had another identity, and it was not surprising that he knew the information. Nagato's powerful strength forced Kuan Yu to prepare meticulously. Fortunately, neither Itachi nor Gaara are weak. Coupled with the body that Kuan Yu has remade for them, the strength that can be exerted is definitely not weaker than Kuan Yu. But he still has to do some other preparations. After that, Kuan Yu explained Nagato's abilities to Itachi and Gaara, which made them stunned. They did not expect that they would face such a powerful person. Night. A dark shadow flashed quickly in the night. Boom boom boom. Teacher, can I come in? Kuan Yu's voice sounded. After a while, the door opened, and it was Tsunade who had been discharged from Hokage. Oh, rare visitor. Why do you remember coming to see me as a teacher? Tsunade looked at Kuan Yu in front of him and said teasingly. She didn't attack Kuan Yu as before. Kuan Yu couldn't catch her even if she wanted to run away. It seemed that Kuan Yu wanted to talk to her this time. How can it be? Shouldn't the disciples come to see the teacher? There is something I want to tell you. Can I go in? Kuan Yu said with a smile. Come in. Tsunade didn't say anything, but moved away from his body and let Kuan Yu in. After Kuan Yu came in, she closed the door. As for whether there is surveillance, she doesn't care. Even if there is, it should be handled by Kuan Yu. Tsunade poured a cup of hot tea for Kuan Yu, and then he was the opposite of Kuan Yu. It's really hard for you. I actually ran to Konoha to see me in the middle of the night. I had this heart for a long time, and it won't happen before. Tsunade said in a lazy posture. There are some things I can't say, please forgive me, Kuan Yu said softly. Let's talk about it. What's going on with me this time? Now I am not Hokage, and I can't do anything. Tsunade thought of something and showed disdain at the corner of his mouth. There are still 10 days left. Shao will all be dispatched to destroy Konoha. Please pay attention to the teacher, Kuan Yu said solemnly. What? Destroy Konoha? Tsunade was startled, but she soon calmed down. The old man is prepared, there should be no problem in intercepting it. Obviously Tsunade is still paying attention to what happened in the village. Even if she is temporarily relieved of Hokage, she can still use some of her power. It may be different from what you think. I am not optimistic about Konoha. Akatsuki is not as simple as you think, Kuan Yu said in a low voice. Is that so? Tsunade's face sank. She had no doubts about what Kuan Yu said. When he rescued Jiraiya, she knew that Kuan Yu knew Shao well. It seems that the situation this time is very serious. Can you give us some specific information? Tsunade said suddenly. Sorry, I can't say, otherwise my source of intelligence may be exposed, Kuan Yu said. There are only a few people who know Nagato's abilities, and he said that too many springs may be exposed. If you say it, you don't say it, Tsunade said with a curled mouth. No way, this time my people will also help Konoha. Although there are only 2, they are not weaker than you and me, but I am still not sure, Kuan Yu said solemnly. So powerful. Tsunade was surprised. Although she guessed that the problem might be serious this time, she never expected it to be so serious. She also didn't know where Kuan Yu got her helper, and she actually had such strength, but even so, she still didn't have any confidence in Kuan Yu. Otherwise, why did I come? I just can't solve it by myself, Kuan Yu said helplessly. You have a heart, but it's hard to say with 3rd generation, Tsunade frowned. This is information from Kuan Yu after all, and 3rd generation may not trust it. It's okay, you just tell him that I said it, he will agree, and also ask him not to move too much. Akatsuki's intelligence ability is very scary, some small actions against me are also avoided. Kuan Yu said with a smile. Oh, so confident, no. Tsunade thoughtfully. Don't think about it, I really don't like some of 3rd generation's practices, but I don't want Konoha to be destroyed, Kuan Yu said. In this situation, it is no good to expose the 3rd generation problem. Well, I will tell 3rd generation privately, Tsunade said. Try to use top combat power. Otherwise I'm afraid of too many casualties. I will drag the battlefield to other places, and I will signal you when the opponent comes, Kuan Yu said with squinting eyes. I see, I will arrange your family too. Tsunade's expression also became solemn. Kuan Yu was silent for a moment when she heard the teacher talk about his family. Okay, the body is busy, so I won't stay much anymore. Goodbye, Mr. Tsunade, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Bang, then Kuan Yu turned into smoke and disappeared. This guy actually came to see me as a clone, Tsunade said dissatisfied. But this time it seems to be really dangerous. I will discuss it with Jiraiya tomorrow, Tsunade said to himself. Kuan Yu, who was cultivating, smiled after receiving the memory of the clone. With so many people, it should be okay to entangle Shao and the others. The next night. Tsunade, Jiraiya, what can you do if you come to see me together? 3rd generation said, looking at the 2 people in front of him. There should be something important for Tsunade and Jiraiya to come to him together. Kuan Yu came to me yesterday, Tsunade said. 3rd generation's eyes narrowed, but they returned to normal immediately. Is it because of the wanted order? 3rd generation said lightly, taking a breath. He is not as superficial as you think. He told me an information about Konoha, Tsunade said with an ugly expression. Hearing Tsunade's words, third generation's heartbeat couldn't help beating a few times quickly, and he wondered if Kuan Yu had exposed his affairs. But fortunately, he was also a very deep person in the city, and he didn't show too much abnormality. Let's talk. Third generation put down the cigarette stick, preparing for the final judgment. Kuan Yu still couldn't wait. At this moment, he suddenly got into trouble. Was it the reason that he took the position of Hokage as his teacher? Obviously, third generation guessed the wrong direction, thinking that Kuan Yu had exposed his secret. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other. Akatsuki is going to destroy Konoha, and the enemy is very powerful. This is what Kuan Yu asked me to bring to you. He said you would believe it, Tsunade said. Third generation looked startled, and for some reason, his heart was suddenly relieved. Go on. Third generation smoked, suppressing his mood swings. But what Tsunade said afterwards made third generation's eyes wide open. Are you sure Kuan Yu said this? Could he miscalculate the enemy's strength? Third generation said with a shocked face. Probably not. I sneaked into Akatsuki before, but was rescued by Kuan Yu. He seemed to know Akatsuki very well, Jiraiya said. Third generation was silent. Jiraiya hadn't told him about this before. But how Shao would have such a power that was so shocking, so what were they waiting for before? If Kuan Yu knew that third generation thought this way, he might be helpless. All of this was caused by him, so he tried his best to save it. At least Akatsuki must be suppressed for a while, so that they dare not act. I see, third generation said. This time you are going to let those people go. The intensity of the battle may be beyond imagination, Tsunade said solemnly. This matter can't be known to too many people, if you believe Kuan Yu, Jiraiya said hesitantly. The three of us, let's go. Shao may not have too many people, plus Kuan Yu and his helpers, it should be enough, third generation said. He still understands Kuan Yu's character, and he won't use fake news to achieve any purpose in Konoha. Almost 6 cage-level powerhouses shot together. Maybe it can completely break the Dawn organization, and this is what he needs. In his heart, he still didn't believe that Akatsuki would be so strong. Probably few people would believe that this has exceeded Fan Dao of the ninja. The power of Nagato does not lie in how strong chakra can be used, but the special ability that Rinnegan can use is to pervert. A planetary devastation may be a collective spike. And now, Nagato's body may be used a few more times. On Akatsuki's side, there was not much change. Sister Konan, are you going too? Quan was a little big. Nagato is already a bit pervert. With the addition of the 600 billion explosive symbols, is this going to fight a world war? Of course, Izumi, why do you ask like that? Konan said back. We're all gone. Isn't the defense here empty, in case someone comes to sneak attack? Quan said with his eyes rolled. Konan frowned. Before, it seemed that there was no need to worry about this issue. No one knew the location of Shao's headquarters. But someone sneaked into this place before, obviously someone knew where it was, and now they have to think about it. Fortunately, there is a spring, you remind me, I'll go and talk to Nagato right away. Konan turned his head and smiled at the spring. You're welcome, Quan also smiled. It's weakened again, but I don't know who will be left. I hope it's Konan, Quan thought. In addition to practicing, Kuan Yu is also carefully thinking of ways to deal with Nagato's abilities. He didn't have any good solutions, he could only take one step and count one step. Telling Konoha in advance is also in case of failure, that side can also evacuate quickly and lose less. The time has finally come. The weather in Rain Shinobi Village is still as gloomy and humid as usual, and the sky is pattering with light rain. But Sasuke's heart was fierce, as if the whole person was about to burn, and he finally waited for the time to destroy Konoha. Obito glanced at Sasuke. Itachi's eyes had been transplanted into Sasuke's eyes. Just this time, I can take a good look at Sasuke's power, which almost represents the highest pupil power of the Uchiha clan, the perfect eternal Mangekyo. He had already done it once to destroy Konoha, but unfortunately he didn't succeed. It was a little earlier this time, and it was not what he planned, but he still has to finish what should be done. He wanted that person to witness Konoha's destruction and death in remorse and despair. The other members of Akatsuki's organization have gathered outside Rain Shinobi Village and are ready to leave at any time. Nagato brought Pen's 6 paths and was definitely next to Obito, along with Kisame, Sasuke, and Shenong. Shueui belonged to the outer members and did not participate in this operation. Konan, Izumi, Rain Shinobi Village is handed over to you, Nagato said. Konan nodded. Don't worry, Nagato, we must guard Rain Shinobi Village, Izumi said with a smile. Both he and Conan were left to visit the house, and he was still very satisfied with the result. Although I can't follow Nagato to provide information to the main body. Nagato nodded. Conan was there. Coupled with Izumi's detection ability, he was still very relieved to let the two stay in Rain Shinobi Village. He didn't think it was necessary to bring so many people there, but it was an opportunity to establish the prestige of the leader of his knowledge. Nagato's eyes narrowed slightly. The deaths of Akatsuki's members were basically related to Konoha. He didn't retaliate because of his health. Now it's time for Konoha to pay the price. Nagato turned around. Set off with a wave of his hand, Nagato led a group of people and left Rain Shinobi Village. Everyone has their own plan, but their plan this time is unlikely to be so smooth sailing. Quan and Conan also watched this scene quietly, and of course this scene fell in the eyes of another person. Xiao is leaving, Quan Yu said softly. Itachi turned his head and glanced at Quan Yu. This should be the message he stayed in Xiao's clone to pass on to him. But how did he pass such a long distance, he didn't understand. After Quan Yu was resurrected again, he has always been very mysterious. Kabuto, bring the prepared clothes, Quan Yu said. Kabuto held a few folded clothes and came to Quan Yu's side. Quan Yu grabbed one, and then saw the big characters on the back of the clothes, which were the words, Sky Council, and nodded in satisfaction. Quan Yu shook, his clothes unfolded, and Quan Yu was put on her body. This is a white windbreaker with a Kabuto cap on the back. In order not to affect the battle, the sleeves are designed with short sleeves. To put it bluntly, it is the kind that Quan Yu usually wears, with the Sky Council's logo behind it. Quan Yu doesn't like bells and whistles too much, so the design is so simple. This time, I must let the name of the Sky Council resound through the ninja world, Quan Yu Lu said firmly. He didn't know that the major ninja villages had always regarded the Sky Council as a joke. This time, he wants to use his strength to prove his determination, and the few people around him are the source of his confidence. Light flashed in Itachi's eyes, and he had also learned from Quan Yu about the meaning of the Sky Council, which was almost a copy of Akatsuki. The same is to collect tail beasts, and the same is to suppress the occurrence of war with absolute force. But the way of doing things is completely different, one is cool and the other is soft. Quan Yu said that he has only one veto power, and all other matters are decided by the counselors through consultation. He only takes the master's direction. Under the circumstance of no war, we will never interfere in the internal affairs of various countries. The selection of members is determined by the tail beast, and the tail beast is able to discern the human heart to ensure that none of the members are sinister-minded. Although it was just an initial creation, Itachi felt that it was feasible. Itachi concentrated slightly, and his outer robe slowly blended into his body, revealing his coat. During this time he was also familiar with this body, and it is not surprising that he can do this with his ability. They are essentially chakras, and their clothes are automatically manifested from the memory of the soul. Itachi picked up an outer robe and put it on. Gaara hesitated slightly, and put it on. His state is no longer considered a wind shadow, so it's better to follow Quan Yu first. Bye. Are you sure that there is no problem with your body? Quan Yu turned to ask when they saw that they both put on. During this period of time, Bai's spiritual intelligence was slowly recovering. Although it still felt a little affected, it should be about the same. Bai's face turned slightly red, and the memory of the previous state had not disappeared, which made Bai feel embarrassed. But she still said, no problem, there is no impact anymore. Quan Yu nodded. Although Bai's strength is not strong, but with a lot of chakra support, he can still play a very strong strength. If it is not necessary, try not to get close to Akatsuki's leader. He should also have the ability to absorb chakra, as well as Kisami's Samahata. Without chakra, I can't replenish you in time, Quan Yu said. They are now almost equivalent to the tail beasts, and once they are absorbed by Nagato into their chakra, they will definitely find anomalies, or Quan's identity will be exposed. Everyone nodded. Hide your face first, we're going to meet Konoha's people in a while, Quan Yu said. Their identities will not be revealed yet. When Sharingan of Itachi turned, a white mask engraved with Sky Council appeared on his face. This control power even Quan Yu was a bit astonishing, and he deserved to be a master of illusion. Gaara and Shiro couldn't do that, so they took a mask exactly like Itachi from the side and put them on their faces. Set off. In a forest. Third generation, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi are slowly moving forward. Tsunade thought for a while, and finally brought Kakashi. His ability is still very useful at critical moments. Third generation, is it really okay for us to leave like this? Konoha's sighed. Kakashi said hesitantly. I have handed over the affairs of the village to the two elders, so don't worry, third generation said. Kakashi didn't know the actual situation of this mission, so he asked. Here, Jiraiya said. I saw a large house just appearing in the forest, which was very abrupt. Wood style. Could it be? Kakashi immediately thought of something. At this moment, a figure wearing a kabuto hat came out of the house. They were still some distance away from this person. They couldn't see her face clearly, but they seemed to be a female. What's the matter? Chakra of this intensity is amazing. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. He can perceive the strong chakra fluctuations around this person's body, which is simply not what a normal person can have. This is because Bai's control of chakra is not strong enough, so Kakashi perceives it. The third generation and others were not surprised. Kuan Yu said that he would find a helper no weaker than them. Obviously this one is. Everyone please come in. Master Kuan Yu is waiting for you. This is not Bai's previous voice. Several people approached, and then they saw the mask on the white face. Sky Council? He really made a little bit of it by him, Tsunade said in surprise. He always likes to surprise people, and I don't know what it is this time, Jiraiya said with a flat hand. Let's go in, third generation said, and then took the lead and walked inside. Bai naturally heard what they said, but didn't say anything. Jiraiya and the others followed, but Tsunade frowned when she passed by Shiro. What a cold chakra reaction, where did Kuan Yu get it, Tsunade thought. But her body didn't stop, she still walked in. Bai also followed in. After entering the door, there is a hallway and a simple screen, and a few people walk around. I saw Kuan Yu standing there with two people dressed in the same costumes as the previous woman. There are no windows around, although candles are lit, but it looks a little dark. There is a huge conference table behind Kuan Yu and the three of them. There is no other decoration besides it. Third generation, and everyone, it's been a long time, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Because Izumi stayed in Rain Shinobi Village, Izumi couldn't know the whereabouts of Master Akatsuki, so he notified the teacher in advance and asked third generation to come over. But what he didn't expect was that they brought Kakashi here, and he didn't know what Obito would do in the next battle. However, because the method of fighting has not yet been determined, Quan depends on the situation at the time, and Kuan Yu doesn't care anymore. Kakashi's Kamui is still very pervert. Although it won't be used a few times, it may play a key role. Now that the distance of 100 kilometers is in his eyes, he is not worried that Akatsuki will find them. At the same time, Akatsuki's people want to reach Konoha, and they can't avoid him. It turns out that the helper you mentioned is from your Sky Council, third generation said, looking at the two people behind Kuan Yu. Of course, I have persuaded them to join. After all, we are all people with justice. Protecting Konoha this time is also in line with the purpose of our Sky Council. Kuan Yu said with a smile. Third generation smiled, is it righteous? In other words, if Akatsuki is destroying other villages, you will also help. Third generation's question is very acute. Of course, but our strength is not strong enough. It's okay to send a message. Please sit down, Kuan Yu said with a smile, not caring about third generation's questioning. Kakashi frowned, and the two people behind Kuan Yu gave him a completely different feeling. Although the aura that he exudes is not strong, it doesn't feel as weak to him as the woman before. He did not speak, but followed third generation and they sat on the chair next to the conference table. He didn't know the purpose of this operation. But from Kuan Yu's attitude, this should have been negotiated long ago. Bai and they all sat down. Kuan Yu sits in the main seat, and the opposite of him is third generation, and the people on both sides sit opposite each other. Since it's cooperation, can you let them take off their masks? Tsunade said directly as soon as he sat down. She is very curious about the identities of these three people. Tsunade teacher, don't be so anxious, you don't think I'm using the wood-style clone as a scene, right? Kuan Yu said with a smile. If it's you, it's not impossible. Tsunade's expression was disdainful. Kuan Yu's body stiffened. Just kidding, let's talk about business. Jiraiya hurriedly came out to make a round. After all, Kuan Yu was here to help. Tsunade was too ignorant. How could he keep his disciples from getting off the stage? Kuan Yu's expression recovered, and he continued. With the information I know, Akatsuki will be here in more than a day, and we will intercept them not far ahead. Akatsuki. You mean our goal this time is Akatsuki? What are they doing here? Kakashi said in shock. The confidentiality work has been done too well. Everyone has brought it over, so I won't explain it. Yes. Akatsuki came to attack Konoha this time and planned to destroy Konoha completely. For this reason, they brought almost most of the members, Quan Yu explained. That's it. Kakashi suddenly understood why these people were brought together. But this lineup is too exaggerated. Third generation, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, plus Quan Yu and their members of the Sky Council. This is almost comparable to the strength of a country. Xiao's strength is very strong, especially the leader, but I will find a way to hold him down, but this requires your cooperation, Quan Yu said. What about the specific abilities? Kakashi asked hurriedly. He needs more information, and Akashi's members are not ordinary people. Being able to get the master's information first will undoubtedly be one step ahead. Sorry, for some reasons, only we know and can't tell you, Quan Yu said. Just talk halfway, you're so embarrassed, Tsunade said uncomfortably. You can't let my dark lines be exposed, you know, you guessed it, you can guess that there is an insider, Quan Yu still explained. Sure enough, you got into Akatsuki's interior, no wonder you knew about it, third generation said lightly. Quan Yu smiled slightly and did not explain. Before this, we also need to hide first. Xiao's intelligence ability is not weak. Quan Yu pressed his hand on the wooden conference table. Suddenly the whole room was shaking. It can be seen from the outside that this building is wrapped in a large number of roots and then slowly pulled into the ground. When the building was completely underground, some trees would grow out, completely covering up the traces here. No matter who looked at it, they could only see that this was a normal forest. Well, we are underground now and need to stay here for a while. I have food and water ready, Quan Yu said. The vibration had stopped at this time. You are really careful, third generation said. It's better to be careful. Taking advantage of this time, I can explain to you who are here this time, Quan Yu said. General information can still be said. Anyway, there is nothing wrong now, let third generation and the others have a preparation. Then Bai got up and walked aside, took out a piece of white cloth, and then nailed it to the wall on the side of the conference table with Kumu to spread it out. On the white cloth are the black and white portraits of many people, and everyone understands that these are all Akatsuki's members. However, this number is a bit large, but there are also familiar faces among them. This is Kisame, I think Kakashi should know, Quan Yu stepped forward and said, pointing to the portrait of Kisame. Kakashi nodded. He is good at water style. Chakra is very powerful, known as the tailless beast. At the same time, his weapon is a famous knife of one in, named Samahata, which can absorb others' chakra to give back to himself and heal injuries. Quan Yu explained. And that Samahata is alive. Everyone pay attention, Quan Yu continued. Everyone nodded. Kisame is Kirigakir's betrayer. After coming to Konoha last time, all his information has been investigated. It's just that Quan Yu explained this person's abilities in more detail, which is not available in the materials. This person is amazing. The reason why I hide underground is because of him, but even if I do this, there is still danger of exposure. The specific ability is ominous, and he is a master of intelligence detection, Quan Yu said, pointing at the image of Ju. As for this person with a mask, I won't go into details. His abilities belong to the space system. He still doesn't want to announce Obito's identity, just like absolutely. If the identities of these two people are exposed, what will the ghost know? Let them continue to experience the pleasure of Lao Yin Bai. Third generation and others frowned slightly. It was obvious that Quan Yu knew something, but if he didn't say it, they couldn't help it. This is Shenong, the newly joined Xiaoyu, just pay attention to it. Quan Yu glanced at Itachi when he said this. Itachi nodded to express understanding. And this, everyone is familiar with. Sasuke, don't talk about this, we will solve it here, Quan Yu said with a smile. Why do you guys solve it? Sasuke is Konoha's person, Kakashi said in a deep voice. Sasuke is still a member of their team, and he still wants to bring Konoha back if he is hopeful. It was not surprising that Sasuke joined Akatsuki. After he killed Itachi, he should have been taken away by Akatsuki's people, and now he was probably also bewitched by Akatsuki. I deliberately pulled him into the Sky Council. Why do you have any opinions? Quan Yu said with a grin. Everyone was taken aback. If you have the ability to speak to Sasuke, that's not bad, Kakashi said sullenly. Sasuke may face imprisonment when he returns to Konoha, so it is better to let Quan Yu take him in. Third generation and others did not speak. After all, Quan Yu was here to help them, and he was now the leader of the party. They really have nothing to say in this matter. Can't they say that Sasuke is Konoha's rebel? Kuan Yu is also the same traitorous status, is it because of this one shot and two scattered? This is not acceptable to third generation, so he chose not to speak. Kuan Yu didn't explain. Itachi was impossible for Sasuke to stay in Akatsuki, so Sasuke had to bring it back. As for how to educate it is Itachi's business, and their relationship is in a mess, and Kuan Yu doesn't want to get involved. Next, it's the most important thing, the leader of Shao, Kuan Yu said. Isn't there so many people? Why did you skip it? Jiraiya asked puzzledly. Because of the portrait, he did not recognize Nagato. Because they are all Akatsuki's leaders, I won't talk about their abilities, you just need to know them, Kuan Yu said with a slight smile. After that, Kuan Yu slightly revealed some Nagato's information and stopped talking. As for third generation and their questions, he also selectively answered them, and then the room fell silent. They were waiting for Akatsuki to come home. I don't know how long has passed. In the darkness, Kuan Yu's eyes suddenly opened. Coming, just as Kuan Yu's voice sounded, eyes kept opening in the darkness. They knew what Kuan Yu was talking about, and the atmosphere suddenly became serious. They have been waiting here for a long time without knowing the sun and the moon, and now they are finally about to start. The other side. This is not far from Konoha. I should be able to arrive today, Nagato. Do we want to fix it? Ju said, floating out of the ground. No, keep going, Nagato said lightly. Okay, said indifferently, and then sank his body again. Are you here? Sasuke's eyes flashed memories, but immediately turned into unforgettable hatred. I don't know what Konoha's expression will be when he finds out that we are, but the leader himself made the shot this time. Kisame smiled cruelly. I think it would be fun, Obito's eyes flashed. Shenong was also slightly curious as to what kind of strength this leader would have, and he dared to challenge Konoha, the largest ninja village in the ninja world, with just a few people. But looking at the expressions of these people, there is no doubt, it seems that the strength of this leader is absolutely terrifying. As long as I destroy Konoha, I don't care about the others, Sasuke said lightly. I didn't expect that the person who wanted to destroy Konoha the most was you who came out of Konoha. This is much more interesting than destroying Konoha. Kisame hadn't finished. Who? Nagato snorted coldly. A kunai shot out from the forest and nailed to the ground not far in front of them. Everyone was surprised, were they discovered? But they soon noticed that this kunai was a bit special, and there seemed to be a few words on it. God. Empty council? Nagato's eyes narrowed slightly and said these words. His brows frowned immediately. That sky council established by Konoha's Kuan Yu. How could he find us? Kisame said curiously. At this moment, several figures appeared here in an instant. Yes, it's us, Kuan Yu's voice sounded. Flying Thunder God. And these people, how did they find us? Obito thought. Nagato frowned. He didn't expect to be found before Konoha and his party, and it was definitely not a simple question. These people are definitely premeditated. Has the information leaked? Who is it? Nagato's eyes swept across the people on their side slightly, except for Kisame, everyone else was possible. But no matter what the purpose is, it is not enough in the face of absolute strength. Nagato sneered at the corner of his mouth. Very well, several important figures of Konoha are there. It is easy to kill you and destroy Konoha, Nagato said. Then he looked at Kuan Yu. I didn't expect to meet you at this time. To be honest, I really admire you. I didn't expect you to stand on Konoha's side, Nagato said lightly. No, I am here to stop you from the ninja world. This is in line with my definition of the Sky Council, Kuan Yu said with a smile. The definition of Sky Council? Just let you stop me with that joking definition? Nagato looked at Sharingan in Kuan Yu's eyes. Even Sharingan is installed? It seems you have realized something, Nagato thought. He narrowed his eyes, and there was a strange light flashing in Rinnegan. Then how do you want to stop me? Nagato smiled on his face. A fight. Kuan Yu was taken aback. He was obviously here to fight when he came here. How could he stop it? I can give you a chance. If you can grasp it, I won't destroy Konoha. Nagato's mouth pulled a smile. He glanced at the three people who were engraved with the Sky Council mask around Kuan Yu, and he knew that they were the members that Kuan Yu had found. But he can obviously feel the powerful chakra in their bodies, definitely not weak hands. How did he find these people so quickly? He thought that Kuan Yu's Sky Council was a joke, but now, Kuan Yu is still quite capable. Nagato. Obito exclaimed. He didn't understand why Nagato did this. They were clearly not far from Konoha. Kill these people and they could easily destroy Konoha. As for Kakashi over there, he will leave him a dog for the time being. But now Nagato said, to give them a chance. How can this not make Obito feel angry? Shut up, this is my decision. Nagato drank coldly. Obito stiffened and gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to do anything. How are you thinking? Nagato looked at Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu, you can ask first, we can't do it again. Third generation said behind Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu nodded. This is his thought. If there is no fight, he still doesn't want to fight. Tell me about your conditions. Very good. My condition is you. Nagato pointed to Kuan Yu. As long as you join us, I will let Konoha go. Third generation and the others were startled. Kuan Yu's mouth was a strangely powerful person. His condition was to allow Kuan Yu to join them. Your Sky Council is very thoughtful and capable. Join us, I can let you realize your wishes sooner, Nagato said with a smile. As if everything was in his hands, Kuan Yu had no reason to refuse him. Hearing Nagato's words, Obito's eyes flickered. Looking at the three members of the Sky Council next to Kuan Yu, it turns out that he was the idea of hitting these people. Obito frowned. It was obvious that if Kuan Yu joined in, they would still make a huge change in their plan. Kuan Yu will never join you, Tsunade stood up and said. No matter what Kuan Yu thinks, she must stand up and stop, this is her disciple. She prefers Kuan Yu to engage in some of his Sky Councils, and she does not want him to join Shao, and then become cold-blooded and ruthless. There is no place for you to speak here. Nagato drank coldly. Suddenly, a powerful aura mixed with cold pupil power continued to radiate. Tsunade's pores all over his body suddenly shrank. It's amazing. Kuan Yu appeared in front of Tsunade instantly. Sorry, I don't accept. Sharingan in Kuan Yu's eyes became Mangekyo, and the same strong pupil power radiated, instantly resisting Nagato's momentum. How could he be afraid of anyone more than Tongli? What? With such a strong pupil power, how could he be a foreigner using Sharingan to such a degree? Even Sasuke was surprised. Hee. Good, since you reject me, then go to death, Nagato said coldly. He looked at Kuan Yu's eyes without the slightest emotion, and some were only cold, and then Teondo Pain next to him slowly raised his hand. Not good, Kuan Yu was taken aback. Then he pressed on the ground in an instant, and a large number of trees rose up in front of them, forming a wall. Retreat, I'll come, Kuan Yu sipped. Susanoo turned on instantly. Tsunade and the others knew that Kuan Yu's voice was not good, so they hurriedly backed away. Boom, the tree wall broke open immediately, and the powerful repulsive force instantly acted on Kuan Yu's body. 3 layers of activation, the breath of the earth. Kuan Yu's body suddenly exploded, and the ground cracked every inch. Even though he has exerted his strongest strength and Susanoo's blessing, his body is still receding. Oh, it can actually block my blow. Nagato was surprised. Sasuke is also surprised. With one move, Kuan Yu was driving Susanoo like this. What a terrifying strength. Hoo-hoo, Kuan Yu took a few breaths, and Susanoo on his body disappeared. Sure enough, it was strong enough. This was not a complete state of Shenluo Tianzhong, Kuan Yu thought. He opened his arms, and a whirlwind immediately surrounded him, gathered on his hands, and soon formed 2 large wind-style spiral shurikens. Kuan Yu threw it towards Nagato in an instant. The air was constantly vibrating, with a fierce wind, resounding in the ears of everyone in the organization. The wind attribute of this strength, chakra. It must not be hardwired, Sasuke thought. His body receded quickly, and the rest of Shao's movement did the same. They clearly saw the power of this technique. Only Nagato and Pen Six Paths stood there. The wind-style spiral shuriken crossed an arc, and attacked Nagato one after another. But soon a figure stood in front of Nagato. It was a somewhat fat Pain. This should be evil Kido. He immediately pressed his hands on Kuan Yu's wind-style spiral shuriken, and then the wind-style spiral shuriken began to deform. As if being absorbed, it was slowly shrinking, and finally he was completely absorbed into the body. The other wind-style spiral shuriken was lifted slightly by Heavenly Dao Pain's hand, and it exploded in an instant without causing any damage. It's meaningless. Any ninjutsu is meaningless in front of me, Nagato said lightly. Third generation and others also retreated not far away, and they couldn't help but shrink their pupils when they saw this scene. What Kuan Yu said was right. The strength of this person was absolutely terrifying, they thought. Really, Kuan Yu's voice came from above. I saw a large number of Kuan Yu lingering in the whirlwind standing high in the sky, and they all stretched out their hands at the same time. A normal-sized wind-style spiral shuriken appeared in their hands. Then how do you pick this up? Suddenly all the clones threw wind-style spiral shurikens at the same time, and the target was Nagato. Nagato's eyes narrowed. Such an attack requires a lot of chakra. Although he doesn't care, but Pen 6 paths next to Nagato moved quickly around in an instant, trying to get out of this area, but it was too late. The high-speed spinning wind-style spiral shurikens swiftly struck, although they had already left the core area. But all the wind-style spiral shurikens exploded at the same moment, about to flood that area. Shen Luo Tianzhong, a cold voice sounded. This moment. As if time was still, everyone's heartbeat slowed down for a beat, and everyone looked at the place where the sound was made. Bang. The earth broke apart in an instant, rapidly spreading outward. Everything on the ground was lifted off, and then turned into debris in the air. Suddenly there was smoke and dust. The terrifying chakra fluctuations spread, shaking everyone's minds. Is this the ability of a ninja to fight like this? Quan Yu in the sky also narrowed his eyes. All the clones around him suddenly turned into smoke, and his body quickly receded. A large crater with a radius of at least 300 meters was formed suddenly. The crater was about 10 meters deep, and Nagato was standing in the center. Very well, you successfully angered me. Nagato showed no signs of injury. But Pen 6 paths disappeared. Apparently they were also affected by the attack of Nagato and Quan Yu, and they were bombed to the outside of the crater. But it is certain that it must have suffered some damage. How about irritating you? I don't believe how many times you can use this kind of move. Anyway, I have chakra, said Quan Yu, who retreated to a safe distance. The voice reached Nagato's ears clearly. Shadow clone technique. Quan Yuji printed, and a large number of shadow clone appeared suddenly. Others kill Shao's other members. I'll hold him, Quan Yu said coldly. The members of Akatsuki in the woods got cold when they heard this, and Quan Yu was not an ordinary person. Among them, the strength of the members of the Sky Council is unknown, but Konoha's few people are the top combat power of Konoha. If they besiege them, they will not be better off. All of Quan Yu's avatars began to gather wind-style spiral shurikens again, and it seemed that they were preparing to do it again. Clear, Itachi, Gaara and Bai suddenly appeared at the treetops in the distance, and quickly swept to the surroundings. Basically no one is near Nagato here, and that terrifying power might be accidentally injured. Third generation and they also appeared, and they heard Quan Yu's figure, and they were preparing to cooperate with Quan Yu to encircle and suppress the members of Xiao Xiao organization. Once it succeeds, even if Akatsuki's leader is invincible, they will consume him to death. Damn it, the distance is not enough, Nagato was angry. This Quan Yu actually wanted to hold himself at a distance and then solve other people, and he didn't seem to care about chakra's consumption at all. This situation is quite troublesome, and he can't get close to Quan Yu at all. In the secret base, Quan Yu's clone is pressing on Ishuk's body. I said you stay a little longer, my chakra is not infinite, Jifu said silently. Like Quan Yu, it consumes a large amount of chakra in an instant. If this continues, it will be quickly emptied. Understand. I still have a part of 6 tails over there, and I can hold on for a while, Quan Yu's clone said embarrassingly. It seems that the attack just now consumes a lot of chakra. Wait, Nagato exclaimed suddenly. However, the deterrence ability is really good, and Quan Yu's face shows a smile. There are too many people on Quan Yu's side, and now Pen has been damaged, even if he repaired it. There is no way to manipulate it under Quan Yu's influence. Moreover, Shenluo Tianzhong is not unlimited, and it will be more troublesome once discovered by the opponent. Wait a minute, Quan Yu's voice sounded. If he could, he didn't want to fight Nagato. So I just called it off. In the forest, Sasuke looked at the person in front of him with a serious expression. This person brought him a great sense of oppression, which was definitely not easy to deal with. But what puzzles him is that he actually has an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this person. At the same time, the chakra fluctuations in the battle over there also made him very frightened. He didn't expect Quan Yu to be so strong. It was unexpectedly able to temporarily suppress Akatsuki's leader. He didn't doubt the strength of Nagato. Being able to survive such an attack without injury has proven his strength. Just then Quan Yu's voice came. It doesn't seem like it's time yet. Itachi backed away, then jumped to the top of a big tree. Quan Yu looked at Nagato below, smiling at the corner of his mouth. This is the method he finally came up with. There is no hope of winning in front of him, but he is good at long-distance consumption. This is the method he learned from Naruto, using a large amount of chakra to suppress the enemy. The two-tailed beasts provided him with plenty of chakra. Almost Nagato's abilities have distance limits. Even if he explodes Shenluo Tianzhong with all his strength, he will at most force Quan Yu back. Quan Yu can make a comeback at any time. But if Nagato directly kills Konoha regardless of his care, there is nothing he can do. But obviously it is impossible for him to do this, he cannot lose all the members in order to destroy Konoha. Fortunately, Nagato can't use Susanoo in Rinnegan. But obviously Uchiha Madara left a limit in Rinnegan. The previous round of Tomb Hell should have been just a little bit broken by Nagato. People from Quan Yu and Xiao Xiao appeared at the top of the tree one after another, their eyes focused on Quan Yu and Nagato. How to proceed depends on how these two people do. The situation right now is not good, the other party will not give Nagato a chance to show off his strength at all, Obito thought. He didn't expect this Quan Yu to be so difficult, does he know Nagato's ability? Obito shook his head, how could this be possible, it was a coincidence. Quan Yu used a similar method to intimidate Konoha before, and he was indeed very troublesome with flying ninjutsu. And he still has so many chakras, which is simply impossible for humans to do. Pain's 6 paths also slowly walked out of the woods, their bodies were also damaged everywhere, but they were generally intact. A serious-faced Pain begins to seal, he is the way of hell. A dark purple flame ignited on the ground, and then a huge head slowly emerged from the flame. This head is not like a human being, but like a demon. The big mouth of the demon god opened, a long purple tongue stretched out, and all of Pen was rolled into its mouth and began to chew. It doesn't make much sense to fight like this now. I believe your chakra is not unlimited. Once your chakra runs out, the rest will not be my opponents, Nagato said. He who had said this was also very helpless, and now the initiative has fallen into Quan Yu's hands. As long as he can't get rid of Quan Yu in a short time, no matter how strong he is, it's useless. But the people you know will not remain, and you really think I can't deal with you, I have a secret weapon, Quan Yu said with a sneer. He didn't care about Nagato's actions to repair Pain. Secret weapon. Everyone was startled. Even Itachi and the others didn't know what other tricks Quan Yu could do against the leader of Shao. There are only a few moves that Quan Yu can use. His cultivation time is too short, and many abilities are too late to develop. What powerful moves can he create in such a short time? Oh, my abilities are not so simple, Nagato said with a sneer. Then I will let you know what a space-based weapon is, Quan Yu said with a smile. Modern people should be familiar with this name, but people in the ninja world don't know it. Then I would like to see it. Nagato wouldn't be shocked by Quan Yu's words. I have already started, although the preparation time is a little longer, Quan Yu said in a long voice. Then he looked towards the sky slightly. Above everyone's heads, there was a high sky that no one could see. Have you started? A clone of Quan Yu was hovering there, holding a handful of kuwu in his hand. Then a huge boulder appeared beside him in an instant, along with another clone of Quan Yu. As soon as this clone appeared, it fell along with the boulder. The boulder began to accelerate as it continued to fall. The location should be about the same, Quan Yu on the ground said softly. At this time, the falling speed of the boulder has been very fast, and it is still accelerating. After confirming that the position did not deviate, Quan Yu's clone broke away from the boulder, slowly stopped in the air, and disappeared instantly. After that, he appeared in the secret base. Shigeo, Isofu, and Kabuto in the base did not have any unexpected expressions on Quan Yu's appearance. Come on. Look at my deceased sky star, Quan Yu sipped. Destroyed heavenly star. Everyone was a question mark, and they obviously didn't feel any violent chakra fluctuations in Quan Yu's body. Just when everyone was in doubt, a fierce breaking air appeared above everyone's heads, and everyone looked towards the sky. This is a meteorite? Nagato was taken aback. A huge boulder in the sky is falling at an extremely fast speed, but it has not become a real meteorite because of friction with the air. Obviously, the height that Quan Yu puts on it is not enough. This was not because Quan Yu couldn't do it, but because he couldn't control the landing site of the boulder at all. The height of the clone is not even 100 kilometers of the limit of his vision. If he falls at the limit of his vision and the boulder accelerates to a certain level, his clone will no longer be able to control its direction. Then the ghost knows where it will fall. But even so, the power will never be weak. Everyone's expressions are also quite shocking. With a rolling sound, the boulder slashed over their heads and fell into the distance in an instant. The first thing they saw was a large amount of smoke splashing. Later, boom, there was a loud noise. Accompanied by the earth shaking, violent roars continued to come. The violent vibration also caused the figures of the crowd to shake constantly, and their faces were full of horrified expressions. This Obito also looked ugly, and this kind of attack could not be resisted by humans. At the same time, he was also wondering how Kuan Yu sent the boulder to the sky so high. The current scientific theory is still underdeveloped, and they can see that this move is Kuan Yu sending the boulder to the sky. Through the force of falling, a powerful force is formed. But they still don't understand how far this kind of attack can reach, and only Kuan Yu knows the ultimate power of this kind of attack. Kuan Yu's vision swept across the large pit in the distance. Not bad, the position has not deviated much, Kuan Yu thought. The power of this attack depends entirely on Kuan Yu's ability to accurately hit the target. He is not trying to destroy the world, it is impossible to let the meteorite fall anywhere. If Kuan Yu flies into space with a certain solid metal, and then can accurately hit the target. The power is terrible. But no one knew that there was such a terrifying weapon, and Kuan Yu was just an ordinary person in his previous life and could not accurately calculate where he was. Nagato's face was ugly, and he couldn't resist this attack directly. Third Generation and others were also shocked. If Kuan Yu used this on Konoha, she would be able to destroy Konoha in an instant. And it is impossible for one person to survive. How about it? It's okay. It's not just you who master the power to destroy the village and the country, it's just that I don't want to use it, Kuan Yu said. Otherwise you thought it would be useful to hide in your base, Kuan Yu said disdainfully. Nagato was silent. Kuan Yu had known the location of their base a long time ago. If one had been placed in Rain Shinobi village before, he couldn't imagine the consequences. Nagato let out a breath, soothing the emotions in his heart. Just retreating like this, he was not reconciled. He looked at Kuan Yu on the opposite side. I can go back this time, but I want Akatsuki to compete with the Sky Council, Nagato said solemnly. How do you want to compare? Kuan Yu said with squinting eyes. He can't use this kind of move on this occasion. Although this move is powerful, it is difficult to hit the enemy, and it does not distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. The effect of this move is to threaten Nagato. Nagato also knew that he couldn't catch Kuan Yu, and once Kuan Yu escaped, he destroyed Konoha again, that would be endless troubles. They don't even know when a boulder will fall in the sky. There is no need for the two of us to compare, so let the members of our two organizations come. Life or death, Nagato spit out these words coldly. Before finding a way to limit Kuan Yu, Nagato just wanted to weaken his power first. Oh, I totally agree with your proposal, Kuan Yu laughed wildly in his heart. The people on his side are not alive, can you kill them? Regardless of life or death. Kuan Yu is very welcome. Tsunade wanted to say something, but he ushered in the eyes of Third Generation. She knows what Third Generation is thinking, and now Akatsuki is already very powerful, it is better to let Kuan Yu consume it. This can also limit the rapid development of Kuan Yu's power. From Konoha's perspective, they didn't have to stop this, and it was not something she could stop. Tsunade sighed in his heart. It looks like this plan ended without a problem. Ju appeared beside Obito. When we didn't think of a solution to Kuan Yu, our plan would be greatly restricted, Obito also said softly. One tail hasn't resurrected anyway. We still have time. His attack can only deter Nagato, but is it useful to us? Ju said with a smile. But we have to face him all the time. Three Tails is still in his hands, Obito said. He is not omniscient and omnipotent. We have a chance. I will figure out how to deal with Three Tails. We only need to get the remaining tail beasts, Ju said. Yes, and we are not without cards, Obito sneered. At this time, the demon giant that Nagato had summoned no longer chewed, but opened his mouth wide. All pen crawled out of it, and now the damage on them had disappeared. Everyone was also very surprised by this scene, but in the face of Kuan Yu's threat, it didn't make much sense. The giant of the devil sank underground. Nagato leapt back with Pen's 6 paths, and then quickly retreated to the edge of the big hole he had just made. Akatsuki's other members also appeared beside Nagato instantly, and they knew what to do next. Kuan Yu also fell to the edge of the big hole. And they swiftly walked to Kuan Yu's side, and Third Generation brought Tsunade, Jiraiya and Kakashi to Kuan Yu's side. Konoha's crisis was barely relieved, and the next step was to watch how people from the two organizations fought. Third Generation took a cigarette, and he was also very curious about the people Kuan Yu found. These people are definitely not weak, but it is impossible for 3 such strong masters to appear in the ninja world at the same time. Where did Kuan Yu get him? People on both sides looked at each other. Let's start here, Kisame, you are the first to go. Nagato didn't talk nonsense, just ready to start. I didn't expect to fight in this way, and I really want to try the people on their side. Kisame came out carrying Zhao's muscle. Bai, go ahead, be careful of his weapons, Kuan Yu smiled mysteriously. White. Tsunade and others were shocked. Isn't Bai dead? Why? Understand, Bai stood up and lifted the mask. Kuan Yu's utterance of her name shows that she can be exposed. Tsunade-sama, it's been a long time, Bai smiled and said to Tsunade. Why are you alive? Didn't Kuan Yu say you were dead? Tsunade said in shock. I am not alive now, Bai said softly. Then he stepped out and fell into the big pit. Kuan Yu. What is going on? Why is Bai? Tsunade said with a face full of puzzlement. Let's talk about it later. Let's watch the competition first, Kuan Yu said. In the field. It's been a long time, Master Kisame, Bai said while looking at Kisame. Hey, you are. Kisame obviously couldn't recognize Bai. I'm not going to kill the Bai beside me again, Bai said. Don't cut it anymore. It's not beside him. That's it. Kisame looked at Bai's face and clearly understood something. However, even if I am an acquaintance, I will not be merciful. Kisame had a cruel smile on his face. Neither will I, Bai smiled slightly. For the face of an acquaintance, I will let you go first, Kisame said with a wave of Samahata. Then I'm welcome. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. Bai was not modest, and the seal was quickly formed in his hand. She folded her hands, then raised her head. Suddenly, a large amount of water was spit out from the mouth, and a water dragon suddenly appeared and rushed towards Kisame. Use water style in front of me, you are so bold, Kisame said. He inserted Samahata on the ground and began to seal in his hands, but with only a few seals, he also spouted a lot of water from his mouth. The same as the water dragon bomb technique, but obviously Kisame is more skilled. The 2 water dragons kept entangled, and then turned into water again and fell to the ground in the collision. Water style, great waterfall technique. Bai drank it, and when the water dragon disappeared, she began to seal. Suddenly, huge waves rushed towards Kisame from behind her. Interesting, compare chakra with me? Kisami's shark face was full of interest. Kisame quickly closed the seal, and also used the great waterfall technique. The torrents kept surging and hitting, and the water in the big pit kept piling up. Obviously, both of them were deliberately creating a water-style environment. And the chakra of the 2 are obviously very strong, and this level of confrontation actually lasted for so long. The name of the tailless beast is worthy of its name, but how can Bai have such a strong chakra? Tsunade said in surprise. Kuan Yu smiled slightly and said nothing, and Akatsuki is over there. The other party should know Kisame, but why did they create such an environment conducive to Kisame? Obito said. It's an ability of the other party. Kisame is in trouble, Ju said. He obviously knew something. Nagato glanced at the 2 of them and didn't speak. He didn't believe that Kisame would lose to each other. After a while, the current stopped surging. But the big hole under their feet was filled with water, and the 2 of them stood on the water, which turned into a small lake. You don't want to use ninjutsu all the time, Kisame said while standing there. But where did Samahata go? Kisame doesn't have Samahata in his hands, is it underwater? Of course, it was just creating a battlefield before, Bai said. She doesn't have any advantage in martial arts. A battlefield? But this is also my battlefield. Kisame had a cruel smile on his face. Sudden. In the water under Bai's feet, several shark-shaped currents suddenly jumped from the surface. Fiercely pounced on Bai, and there was a strange fish in one of them, and opened a huge mouth full of fangs to Bai. Samahata. Bai was shocked for an instant. She made a seal with one hand, and her body was instantly enveloped in a whirlwind, slightly blocking the water-style shark and Samahata that were approaching. Then quickly disappeared from the place, appeared in the air, and escaped the attack. And Kisame took this opportunity to rush to here quickly, and he stretched out his hand. The strange fish enveloped by the water-style shark quickly stretched out a long handle and meandered into Kisami's hands. Kisame yanked and jumped into the air, and Samahata was also driven into the air by him. Then he slammed it, and Samahata was danced by Kisame, like a chain hammer, quickly smashing into the white air in the air. But the white in the air doesn't have much resistance at all now. Only 2 seals could be formed in her hand, and an ice wall suddenly formed in front of her. But Bang! The ice wall shattered instantly. Obviously, this degree of ice escape could not withstand such a violent blow from Kisame. Bai was instantly hit into the water, splashing a lot of water. Kisame fell back to the surface, and Samahata shrank back to him. "Little girl, you are still too tender. I won this game," Kisame said with a smile. Tsunade was also taken aback. This kind of attack, for nothing, was already seriously injured. But in a blink of an eye, she noticed that Kuan Yu next to her didn't have any expressions, and she was taken aback. Isn't Kuan Yu worried? But suddenly Kisame's expression changed. Samahata, who was like a living thing in his hand, spit out a few mouthfuls of water, as if he had eaten something disgusting. "Why don't you agree with your appetite?" Kisame asked suspiciously. Then Samahata kept shaking his head. Kisame was taken aback. Chakra without taste. Obviously Samahata passed some information to him. Think about it. The chakra in Bai's body is the chakra in Kuan Yu Tensigan, which is equivalent to the chakra after Samahata transformation, even more pure. And Samahata's favorite is the tailed beast chakra, and feeds on it. For it, the pure chakra is its excrement. Of course it will be extremely disgusting. But the instant contact, the white chakra was not taken away much. Kuan Yu could see that the underwater white body did not show any damage, and the body was also exuding strong chakra fluctuations. Kisame frowned. Obviously he felt it too. Ice escape, thousands of miles frozen. The water in the entire lake was freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a blink of an eye, all the water was frozen. The astonishing cold is constantly radiating. Nagato frowned. Bing done. With such a strong attack from Kisame, how can he use such ninjutsu? She should be Kuan Yu's previous companion, good at using Bing Dun's white, but she was hit hard by Orochimaru before. Even Kuan Yu himself said that she was dead, and she was just a chunin before. How could there be so many chakras? Juju said on the side. The amount of chakra is absolutely comparable to Kisame. Kuan Yu can be resurrected. I think she might be resurrected in some way, Obito said. Ju frowned. If he can resurrect casually, then this Kuan Yu is definitely not easy. Kisame's brow furrowed deeper, and his feet were frozen and fixed on the ice. Bai's body slowly emerged from the ice surface not far from Kisame, and apart from some damage to his coat, no other damage was seen. It turns out that you belong to the Mizumasuke clan. After being hit so hard by me, nothing happened at all, Kisame said solemnly. If it was Bing done, it would be too restrained for his water style. Kisame's body shook, and the ice covering his feet was shattered by him. Then he rushed towards Bai again, and he had to get close, otherwise the battle could not be fought based on the opponent's chakra. Even if many of his ninjutsu are used, they are useless in the face of Bing done. Bing done, there is nothing in the Bing prison. Bai pressed on the ground, and suddenly the ice cones rushed up on the ice around her, wrapping herself up. It's useless, it won't stop me, Kisame drank. His body jumped up high, and his muscles smashed against the white ice. Boom, broken ice splashed everywhere, the solid ice was broken, and even the ice surface below untied a crack. It can be seen how powerful this blow is. But Bai's figure did not appear in the Bing prison hall. Bing done. 1,000 killing Bing Shang. Bai's figure quickly emerged from the ice in the distance, with a seal on her hand. A stream of water was sprayed out by her and dispersed in all directions. Then it freezes quickly, turning into countless thousands of ice. With a wave of his hand, these senbons immediately shot at Kisame. Kisame also noticed the attack behind him. He bundled the muscles in front of him, and his body hid behind the broad muscles. The dense ice made of thousands of books collided on the Zhao's muscles and turned into ice debris. Everything around was shrouded by the white senbon, so Kisame couldn't attack at all. The situation is very bad for Kisame, Ju said. No way. Most of Kisame's ninjutsu is restrained by Bing done, and even chakra is not dominant. This should be the other party's deliberate choice. Obito looked at Kuan Yu over there. Kuan Yu also noticed Obito's gaze and smiled at him. Huh. I'll be on the next game, Obito snorted coldly. Magic mirror ice crystal technique. Bai took advantage of Kisame's resistance and pressed again on the ground. A large amount of ice rose up, surrounding Kisame. And it spread rapidly upwards, closing the space where Kisame was in a blink of an eye. The thick ice layer did not give Kisame another chance to destroy and escape. It's over, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Third generation, they are also shocked. They can still use this kind of ninjutsu at this time, and the amount of chakra is about the same as Kuan Yu. Bai's figure disappeared in an instant, and only the ice escape prison that trapped Kisame was left shaking constantly. Obviously Kisame wants to break through from the inside. But the white chakra is completely sufficient, and the quality of the chakra is high enough. With the white repair, Kisame is not so easy to break open. Kuan Yu's line of sight passed through the ice block, and he could see that the white ice prison was constantly thickening, compressing Kisame's activity space. The vibration stopped, and people outside could vaguely see what Kisame was resisting inside through the ice. It was Kisame who was struggling to resist Shiro's ice shot from all directions. No, I won't just lose like this, Kisame roared wildly, and the ice escape prison shook again. In Kuan Yu's field of vision, Kisame kept shaking Samahata in his hands, destroying the continuously gathering ice. And Bai did not continue to attack, concentrated on thickening the ice. Obviously she wanted to freeze Kisame completely. Before long, Bai's figure emerged from the ice. Then with a wave of her hand, the ice prison suddenly shattered, and the astonishing cold air dispersed. As the ice broke, Kisame's body fell on the ice. The huey and black robe on his body disappeared, and his whole body was covered with cracked wounds, but they were all frozen. The Jiao muscle is also in his hands. I won, Bai said, looking at Nagato without evasiveness. Lost? But Nagato can feel that Kisame is not dead yet, but he has no fighting ability. Sure enough, it's still too young, so it won't be a killer. Nagato sneered, looking at Shiro, who was standing there without doing anything. So Nagato's eyes moved. A pain next to him jumped up and quickly came to the scene, picking up Kisame and preparing to take it back. And many more. Kuan Yu saw Nagato's movements and spoke. Obviously he has different opinions and is not going to let Kisame go just like that. We are the victor. Shouldn't he be my trophy? At least that Samahata should be ours, Kuan Yu said with a smile. I can keep this and take it back to Jifu, but I don't know if he likes it or not, but this time it was drawn for chakra reward. Nagato's face was a bit unswerving, and then he glanced at the seriously injured Kisame, and his face became cruel. The pen stretched out his hand and slashed at Kisame, holding Samahata's hand. Click. Suddenly, Kisame's stiff arm was severed, and the remaining blood dripped continuously on the ice. Kuan Yu was also taken aback. He just wanted Samahata. There is no need to do this, right? He could feel the mood swings of Itachi behind him, which made his face change slightly. The pen grabbed Samahata, who was attached to Kisame's arm, and threw it in front of Bai. Bang! What a cruel way, Bai thought, looking at the bloody arm under his feet. Is this okay? The pain said to Bai, and then Kisame's eyes opened. Although his arm was frostbited, but after all, he could still feel the pain. I lost. Ah, he raised his eyes and glanced at the arm under the white feet and Samahata. Although he was a little weak, his expression remained unchanged. Let me. Cut it off. I know. Cough cough. The organization is not. It will be useless, Kisame said hoarsely. Kisame was about to commit suicide. He knew that he was dead and he had lost his muscles. And Nagato didn't seem to be going to let him live, otherwise he wouldn't just abolish one of his arms. But he didn't want to die in the hands of others in this way. The weasel beside Kuan Yu moved and was noticed by Kuan Yu. I will consider it if I have the opportunity. It depends on his own wishes, Kuan Yu said softly. Itachi did not speak. He knew what Kuan Yu was talking about. After all, Kisame belonged to Akatsuki, and even Kuan Yu had to think about it, and he didn't even agree with him. Yes. The pen put down Kisame and backed away. Kisame climbed up hard and sat on the ice. Unexpectedly, I would stop here. Maybe this is life, Kisame said softly. Then he laughed at himself, and suddenly pressed on the ground. I'm Kisame. No one can kill me, only I can kill myself. His face still had a cruel smile, as if he didn't care about his own life or death. Suddenly a water polo wrapped him up, and he summoned sharks one after another. Like the original book, he ended himself with a shark. The sharks were constantly biting Kisame's body, and the bloody scene made Bai look a little bit unbearable. She was slightly imprinted, and the water polo immediately froze. It became a blood-red hockey puck. Ice burst. Bang! The hockey puck suddenly burst, and the crimson ice powder floated away, bringing a blurry blood in the sun, and everything was gone. Bai wrapped the Jiao's muscles with ice and held it to Kuan Yu's side, seeming a little silent during the whole process. Kuan Yu sighed slightly. These people are all fed up. Is it necessary to do this? Isn't it okay to go back and cultivate after a fight? However, Kuan Yu was not surprised that Bai Neng defeated Kisame. If it was the former white, it would definitely not be Kisami's opponent. However, with the help of a large number of high-quality chakras, Bai Bingdong became very powerful, and both the speed of aggregation and the degree of firmness have been greatly improved. And because of being restrained, Kisame may not even show 30% of his strength. But he seems to be able to hide directly in the Zhao's muscles, but why is it useless? That would freeze him for nothing, and there would be no way to hurt him. Kuan Yu shook his head. It's not the time to think about it. He won in vain, and now they have sent someone to fight. It's time for us, come on. Kuan Yu looked at Gaara. Gaara nodded and jumped into the court. I'm going this time, Obito stepped up and said. Nagato nodded. They lost the first game, and they absolutely couldn't lose the second game. Obito stood up on his own, and Nagato was still very relieved of his abilities. Obito also jumped into the field and stood opposite Gaara. Is it him? His abilities are very difficult to deal with, Gaara thought. Kuan Yu emphasized his ability, but Gaara didn't take it seriously. But thinking about your current body, how can it be impossible to lose? Don't show your true face, Obito said, and he was still curious about who the other party was. Gaara looked at Kuan Yu, who nodded slightly. Yes. Gaara put her hand on the mask. His ninjutsu is too characteristic, as long as it is used, anyone can guess it. There is no need to conceal it anymore, and Kuan Yu agreed. Gaara slowly took off the mask, revealing his face. Obito's eyes narrowed. Gaara. Yes, it's me, Gaara said lightly. It's impossible, aren't you dead? Obito said in shock. Third generation were also shocked. The fact that Gaara was taken away by Orochimaru did not come to fruition. They didn't expect Gaara to appear here. How did Kuan Yu rescue Gaara and let him join the Sky Council? Gaara is Fengyiang. Obviously it is impossible to join the Sky Council. And I heard that Gaara seems to be dead. What the hell is going on? This state is not impure world reincarnation, Obito was also shocked. Did Kuan Yu really master some kind of resurrection technology? Yes, I did die before, Gaara said, but he didn't explain anything. He had seen his own body. Although a little regretful, he is indeed dead. Is it impure world reincarnation? Jiraiya said with squinting eyes. No, impure world reincarnation will not be in this state, third generation said solemnly. The body composed of Tensagan's origin is no different from a real person from the outside. Now Gaara's appearance is no different from before, and even his eyes are not the black state of impure world reincarnation. This is not the same as the reincarnation of impure world reincarnation. The function of impure world reincarnation is only to summon their souls. Even if Kabuto releases impure world reincarnation, they will not disappear. Their souls have been solidified by the yin and yang escape, just like tailed beasts. Unless all their chakras are destroyed, they will not disappear. Of course, in this state, the seal technique is more restrained to them. It is impossible for them to stand there and wait for someone to seal it. I want to know if Shozuru is still in your body, Obito said. If there is, this must be one, and then Gaara will be brought back. I've already died once, the tail beast you want is not in my body, Gaara shook her head. Obito is a little regretful, if he can get Shuhei here, it is undoubtedly the best. Since I show my real face, do you show up too? Gaara continued. Kuan Yu didn't tell Gaara the identity of this person, so he asked this question. Obito stiffens, can he show up? Obviously not. Kuan Yu laughed wildly in his heart. Gaara actually asked Obito to take off the mask too. Just show it if you have the ability. Stop talking nonsense, Obito rushed towards Gaara directly. Gaara frowned, and the ground was frozen. It will not dissipate in a short time, which limits his ability a little. But he is prepared. Fine sand was constantly falling down on his body, and in a blink of an eye, a sand barrier was formed around his body. Want to stop me like this? It's useless, Obito sneered in his heart. An iron rod stretched out of his hand, and then he leapt against Gaara's sand barrier. Actually, the body passed directly through the sand barrier. Inside, the floating eyes were looking at Obito, who penetrated in. It is Gaara's eye of sand, but his own eyes are closed. This situation made Obito's heart sink. He doubted Gaara knew anything. But now is not the time to take care of this. Obito's iron rod stretched towards Gaara and was about to pierce Gaara's body. But Gaara still did not move. Obito frowned. Does he even know my abilities? However, he would not miss such an opportunity, and he would not lose much if he failed. Waiting for his body to completely escape the sand barrier, this is a fatal attack. Gaara raised his hand and punched Obito's mask, as if he didn't care about Obito's attack. This makes Obito even more confused. What is Gaara doing? But the attacks of the two were completely unequal. He attacked Gaara's heart, and he was hurt at most. Obito would not give up this opportunity. The iron rod pierced into the heart of Gaara's body without hindrance. With the touch of the hand, Obito can feel that this is definitely a real body. Successful? So easy? Obito was also a little puzzled. Gaara's fist also reached Obito's face. Bang. Gaara's body was penetrated, and Obito was hit by Gaara with a severe blow. Obito let go of the iron rod, and then Hollow left the sand barrier, landed on the ice, and glided for a certain distance. The sand next to Gaara fell, and an iron rod was stuck in his chest, standing there blankly. It seemed that the chest injury had no effect on him. Obito got up, staring blankly at this scene. This is impossible. You are definitely the main body. Why don't you even have blood? Gaara cracked his mask in one corner. It seemed that the mask was quite strong and could not be broken so easily. Did you say this? This kind of injury has no effect on me. Gaara put her hand on the iron rod on her chest and twitched. Everyone was a little frightened to see this scene. But on Gaara's chest, the blue light flashed, revealing a torn coat. Even the clothes inside are restored. What the hell is going on? Except for Quan Yu, all of them were surprised. This is a body I helped Gaara recreate. General injuries are useless, Quan Yu explained with a smile. Quan Yu's explanation is very confusing. At least they will not guess on impure world reincarnation. The manufactured body. Nagato was a little puzzled. What kind of material can be used to make such a body? Not afraid of injury, and the appearance is no different from a real person. As far as he knew, Quan Yu probably didn't have the ability in this area. Obito frowned deeper. Doesn't it mean that the other party also has similar abilities to his Hollow? Are you directly immune to physical damage? Gaara was not idle either. A large amount of sand emerged from the periphery of the field, gathering Gaara along the ice face. Damn, is my ability restrained? Obito thought angrily in his heart. A cloud of fine sand dragged Gaara's body and suspended him in the air. At this moment, he still closed his eyes, relying on the eyes of the sand to provide vision. It's my turn, sand-bound shovel. The sand on the ground quickly surrounds Obito, and the field is not too big. Once you run out, you will definitely be sentenced to a loss. But Gaara's range of abilities is too large, and this 300-meter range is not enough in his eyes. The sand outside the field is constantly pouring into the field, covering the entire ice surface. And a large amount of sand wrapped directly towards Obito. Damn, Obito, he can't even run now. A smile appeared on Quan Yu's face. Now it's up to you how you run. This is a competition. I don't believe you dare to leave directly. The sand clung to Obito, and Obito also recovered his calm. But he didn't make any movements, so he was completely wrapped up. But in a blink of an eye, Obito penetrated directly. Gaara frowned, and it seemed that he really said the same as Quan Yu. This kind of move is of no use to him. It's useless. This kind of attack won't hurt me at all, Obito said lightly. Is it? Gaara waved his hand and the dust floated, and then a large number of sand bullets were condensed and shot towards Obito's body. But these attacks all passed directly through Obito's body and did not cause him any harm. But Gaara didn't stop. Quan Yu said that this ability has a time limit. Gaara immediately attacked the place where Obito was. Will you stop? Obito thought with a frown. The attack has been going on for a while, but Gaara didn't mean to stop. So he just jumped out of Gaara's attack range. Gaara's attack did not restrict him. Obito ran quickly. But the sand under his feet kept surging, trying to pull him into the sand. This won't work. If I've been in his attack range, I won't even have time to recover. At this moment, a sand soil pointed cone emerged directly and stabbed Obito directly. Obito didn't evade at all, and went straight through. Sure enough, pervert, Quan Yu thought silently. Obito's hollow ability is not just as simple as being attacked and allowing the attack to penetrate the past. Quan Yu guessed that Obito's state should be connected to his space. When he was attacked, the part of his body that was attacked entered a different space, and because it was in a different space, there was no way to hit it at all. And that part of his body is still connected to the main body. Otherwise, if the body is directly transmitted like this, it is equivalent to the body being cut and it is impossible to be harmless. In that state, he is not attacked at all, and if you are in a hurry, you can directly enter his space. However, The state of completely entering the space does not allow him to stay in the space forever. When the time comes, or when he comes out by himself, he will still be there. This is why Conan's 600 billion detonating charms can force Obito to use Izanagi. He was in the air and couldn't control the movements of his body at all. After Hollow, he will stay in place. As long as the time is up, Obito will only die after the Hollow is over. The battle in the field continued, and Gaara's attack had no effect on Obito. As long as Obito has a chance, he will jump into the air to stop Hollow, and then reopen, then Hollow's time limit does not exist at all. Quan Yu didn't explain Obito's ability so clearly, and Gaara didn't know the situation at all. Even if you understand it, there is no way to crack it, so a deadlock is formed. Obito has nothing to do with Gaara in the air. As long as Gaara keeps on attacking, he will not find a chance to attack Gaara. And the general attack will not work against Gaara. Are you restrained again? Nagato thought. Of course he knew how terrible Obito's ability was, but facing Gaara, who was also difficult to kill, didn't have much effect at all. The battle lasted for about half an hour, and Gaara did not show any signs of fatigue. Obito is the same. It seems that using Hollow does not cost him much. I said, it's not a way to fight like this, it's a tie, right? Quan Yu's voice passed into the court. Nagato looked at the battle in the field, and it really wouldn't work if it went on like this. There was no way to tell the outcome. But the next game is not necessarily true. I don't believe that the body you created can resist Amaterasu, Nagato sneered in his heart. He could see that the bodies of the members on Quan Yu's side should all have undergone this kind of transformation. The previous Bai was also hit hard by Kisame, but he was unscathed. But Amaterasu can burn everything. I see how you can stop it. Yes, it's a draw, Nagato said, and he can still accept a draw. As soon as Nagato spoke, the two people in the field stopped fighting. Obito didn't speak, and jumped back. This battle made him feel aggrieved. He was hit like a target for so long. And he hasn't caused any harm to Gaara. In the next game, Sasuke, I don't want the situation before, Nagato said lightly. Sasuke's heart shuddered. He knew what Nagato meant, and he didn't want to fall into Kisami's end. But he has confidence in himself, can't kill? Sasuke sneered. Under his Amaterasu, everything would turn into ashes. Sharingan, if you lose here, is it mine too? Quan Yu looked at Sasuke and smiled. Nagato frowned. We have to pay the price here, and you have to pay the price here, Nagato said coldly. Yes, how about I use my pair of Sharingan as a price? Quan Yu smiled. Sasuke's body shook. He knew Quan Yu didn't care about Sharingan, but he didn't expect that he would take it out as a bet. Sasuke's Sharingan is different, the price is not enough, Obito stood up and said loudly. Normal Mangekyo and Eternal Mangekyo are not comparable at all, although he doesn't think Sasuke will lose. I accept, Sasuke said coldly. Sasuke, Obito yelled coldly. The Sharingan must be brought back, Sasuke said. In this case, let me add a condition, and the rest of you can go, Quan Yu said with a smile. In an instant Nagato's eyes became solemn. What did he mean? Obito's face suddenly changed, and he looked at the only one who hadn't removed the mask. Who is this person actually makes Quan Yu so confident? Huh. I don't need. Sasuke didn't finish. Shenong, you should go there too. You don't have to, Nagato said coldly. There is not much fighting ability, and it's useless if you use it. Although he has realized that it is not easy for the opponent to end this time, he has to send the arrow on the string. In the face of Quan Yu's Sky Council, he could lose, but he could never admit defeat. Third Generation also looked curiously at the only member of the Sky Council who was wearing a mask next to Quan Yu. What kind of strength makes Quan Yu so confident? After all, the talents of Akatsuki's previous appearances were not simple. Go up. Let them see your true strength, Quan Yu said to Itachi. I know what to do. After speaking, Itachi jumped directly into the court. On Shao's side, Shenong was a little speechless. I thought it was not my turn, but I didn't expect to still play. You have to be careful later. The people on the other side are not easy, and the amount of chakra makes him feel terrible. Sasuke and Shenong walked to the court. Why haven't you taken off the mask? Don't you dare to let me see your true face? Sasuke looked at the Itachi in front of him and said calmly. He didn't know what his expression was when he found out that it was Itachi later. It's not time yet, Itachi said lightly. HMPH, you won't have a chance later, Sasuke snorted coldly. Sasuke drew the pheasant sword and prepared to attack. Wait for me to clean up first, Itachi said, His eyes flashed with brilliance. This is illusion. Sharingan. Sasuke's body shook, and immediately left the illusion. But Shenong beside him has no such ability. His body slammed into a pillar and was instantly controlled by illusion. Who the hell are you? Sasuke said in a cold voice. Even if the other party's Sharingan was given by Quan Yu, it is definitely not easy to use ordinary Sharingan to this level. Start. Itachi took out a handful of kunai. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, and Sharingan turned on instantly. Then he moved his feet and appeared in front of Itachi, and slammed his head against Itachi. I want to see who you are. Ding! The pheasant sword and Kuwu immediately collided with each other, sparks flew everywhere. Itachi blocked Sasuke's attack with kunai with one hand, and blocked the weak point of Sasuke's power when he swung the knife. Quan Yu also had to admire this ability of insight. God Mustela really deserves to be God Mustela. Just when Sasuke was about to change his skills. Suddenly, Itachi's suffering did not sway, and Sasuke suddenly found that his body was empty, his strength could not be recovered, and his body could not help moving forward. Bang! Sasuke's eyes widened. Itachi's knee hit Sasuke's abdomen hard, and then kicked Sasuke's body with a kick, kicking him out. I didn't expect you to be so weak, Itachi said lightly. Ahem, you fellow. Sasuke stood up with his pheasant sword. His eyes were full of anger, and 3 Tomo Sharingan instantly became a more complicated figure than Mangekyo. It is the eternal Mangekyo, with 3 sharp cones in the middle of the 6-pointed star array. This is the result of the convergence of Itachi and Sasuke's Mangekyo patterns. And these eyes belong to the special Zeba Sharingan. Then I will let you see the true power, Sasuke asked Itachi again. Itachi's eyes also changed, and he knew that Sasuke had merged his eyes. This time Sasuke attacked, his movements became more agile. His pupils kept turning, catching Itachi's movements. Cooperating with sword skills, Sasuke launched a fierce attack on Itachi. The blade was constantly approaching Itachi's body, and Itachi could only retreat and block continuously. Straight Bus Sharingan's powerful and exposed, powerful insight ability, and visual capture ability directly bridged the gap between the two. It even makes Sasuke even better. Sasuke is just like pervert after opening up, Quan Yu thought silently. But he was not worried. This time Itachi was a little difficult to deal with, and was completely suppressed by Sasuke's attack. Sasuke made a crosscut, forcing Itachi to lean back. Then he turned around and kicked Itachi's thigh. Obviously, it didn't use much force, but it made Itachi's movements stiff, and the flaws were immediately exposed. And this is what Sasuke needs. Sasuke seized this opportunity, and the pheasant sword in his hand lit up and pointed at Itachi's body as a straight stab. The fierce electric light made Itachi's eyes shrink instantly. Itachi kicked and flashed to the side. But even though Itachi was hiding, his arm was pierced by Sasuke's pheasant sword covered with lightning-style chakra. Itachi forced the pheasant sword to cut his arm, and then he covered his arm and quickly backed away. It's kind of like this, Sasuke, Itachi stopped and said in an admiring tone. Not paralyzed? Sasuke thought with a frown. He originally wanted to paralyze the opponent's body with lightning style, and then directly cut his body completely. He didn't believe that the body that had been cut into several pieces could be recovered. But the body composed of yin and yang escape was not paralyzed, so Sasuke had to be disappointed. But Sasuke sneered at the corner of his mouth. I can see through your movements. You won't be so relaxed next time. But he always felt that the other party gave him a very familiar feeling, and he didn't know why. Itachi put his hand down. There were no wounds there, only torn sleeves. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, and sure enough, these people's bodies had been modified. Ordinary attacks are of no use to them. It's almost done, it's boring to drag. Quan Yu looked at the two and shouted boredly. He really didn't have much interest in the competition that was almost doomed. Yeah, it's almost done. Itachi glanced at Nagato's side. I think it's almost done, too. Use your strength, or you can turn it to ashes. Sasuke's eyes turned to Mangekyo. Itachi seemed to feel something, and his body began to move quickly. Sure enough, a black flame followed him, and it was Sasuke's Amaterasu. Itachi is moving fast, but the field is only this large, and Sasuke's insight ability with those eyes makes his ability more difficult to avoid. In a blink of an eye, black flames covered Itachi. Itachi's body stopped, he looked at Sasuke quietly without speaking, and the black flame was burning quietly on him. Successful, completely covered by Amaterasu, he should have no chance, Nagato thought. He knows the power of Amaterasu very well, Sasuke looked at Itachi, who was no longer acting on the other side, for a moment. Wouldn't he stop struggling? However, the other person's eyes looked at him very calm, so calm that he felt a little uncomfortable. Sasuke, you have indeed improved, but you are on the wrong path, Itachi said softly. The robes on his body had been torn by black flames. That voice. Who are you? Sasuke's pupils contracted and suddenly shouted. Didn't you hear it? Sasuke, Itachi's eyes softened, and he didn't look at Sasuke. These eyes, Sasuke was startled, and suddenly fell into memory. Impossible, impossible, you will never be him. Sasuke looked at the masked Itachi not far away in disbelief. Obito and Nagato's eyes narrowed, and they couldn't believe it. This person could not be alive. Especially his body is still in Obito's hands. The mask on Itachi's face slowly faded, revealing his gentle smile. Long time no see, Sasuke, Itachi, it's actually him. Third generation, they didn't expect this person to be Itachi. Mangekyo appeared in a flying blade state in Itachi's eyes, and the black inflammation on his body began to die. Sasuke's eyes were full of shock, and it was Itachi who could extinguish Amaterasu. Only he and Itachi could do this kind of thing. Silence fell in the field. Sasuke's head also lowered. Itachi still had a gentle smile and looked at Sasuke quietly. Why didn't you die? Did you become Quan Yu's puppet? Sasuke said in a low voice. Although this body has some restrictions, Quan Yu didn't control me, Itachi said softly. Quan Yu curled his lips. What are you thinking about? How could he control Itachi? He couldn't control it anymore. Very well, it's good for you to survive this way. Sasuke's head jerked up. Why did you lie to me in the first place? You owe me a lot of explanations, Sasuke shouted angrily. Now is not the time to talk about this. Come to our side. Join the Sky Council. I will explain it to you, Itachi said. This shouldn't be considered as the content of the test, Nagato said gloomily. If Sasuke concedes defeat, he will belong to me, which is in line with the rules, Quan Yu said nonchalantly. The two sides suddenly fell into a stalemate, and the scene suddenly calmed down. Nagato and Quan Yu just looked at each other like this, maybe they'll shoot directly later. Sudden. A large purple chakra appeared on Sasuke. This is my business, you don't need to worry about it, Sasuke shouted. Come on. Stop me if you can, Konoha, I will never let it go, Sasuke said calmly while looking at Itachi. Sasuke. Itachi frowned. But Sasuke didn't listen at all, and Susanoo spawned bones in an instant. A huge skeletal arm suddenly appeared, and it was a blow to it. And Itachi also condensed his eyes, and also showed a giant skeletal arm. Two big hands slammed into the air, boom. The loud noise suddenly spread. Obito smiled at the corner of his mouth. He now understands why Quan Yu knows them so much. It turned out to be because of Itachi. But he was obviously wrong again. I don't know how he resurrected Itachi, but based on Sasuke's hatred of Konoha, Quan Yu's wishful thinking was wrong, Obito said to Nagato. Obsession is not so easy to erase. Look on, I need a result, Nagato said blankly. In the field. Sasuke and Itachi looked at each other, and the surrounding black flames slowly extinguished. Although Amaterasu is said to be non-combustible, it will go out after burning for a period of time. Sasuke, you are not my opponent, even though you have my eyes, Itachi said softly. Then you have to try it, Sasuke said harshly. Sasuke's visible skeletal arms disappeared, and the purple chakra flames around him burned more violently. A huge purple skeleton quickly emerged, and then began to cover with muscle fibers. Then quickly transformed into the form of the devil, and a crossbow appeared in his hand. This should be Susanoo's third form, Quan Yu thought after watching this scene. Only simple bones are in the first form, metamorphosed skeletons are in the second form, and those with muscles are in the third form. This form can already manifest all kinds of weapons. Actually, if the Uchiha clan united their hearts, Konoha might have changed the sky. Quan Yu glanced at the two people in the field, turned his head and smiled and said to Third Generation. Third Generation knows what Quan Yu is talking about. He has also seen Quan Yu using similar powers, which should be the power of their special Sharingan. But he didn't expect Sasuke to do it too, but it was obviously a little different from what Quan Yu used. Quan Yu is already in the fourth form, but Sasuke should be able to achieve it now. After all, his eyes are eternal Mangekyo. Everything is fixed, Konoha won't be able to withstand such a blow, Third Generation said lightly. Oh, do you think so? I just want to say, Maybe the current Itachi is better than me, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Third generation's expression changed. Tsunade and Jiraiya also looked surprised. Kuan Yu admits that he is inferior to Itachi. How can this be? The amount of chakra in Itachi's body is not inferior to Kuan Yu, and the control of Sharingan is definitely much stronger than Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu was almost forced to use Susanoo with its strong pupil power to force it to reach its limit. And Itachi has been tortured by illness for so long, and with a pair of ordinary Mangekyo, Susanoo can be opened to the limit that those eyes can use, which shows how powerful Itachi's talent is. Moreover, this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was formed entirely by yin and yang escape. Kuan Yu is not sure whether there will be changes in it. But in terms of pupil power, Itachi should be able to play to the maximum. Itachi looked at Sasuke's Susanoo and shook his head slightly. Since you want me to stop you, then I will stop you, Itachi said solemnly. Sasuke's obsession was too deep, and it was too difficult for him to look back like this. Itachi didn't speak anymore, and Susanoo opened it to the limit. The bones were rapidly manifesting, the muscles of the meridians surging out, the orange-red flames immediately covered it, and the armor emerged. A huge orange-red Valkyrie wrapped it up. It is only half of the body, but it also appears extremely tall. He was covered with Wushan dog armor, holding a shield in one hand and a flame sword in the other. Orange-red flames lingered on him. This is the form that Itachi used when fighting with Sasuke before. Third generation and others were surprised. They didn't expect Itachi could also use this power, and it was significantly stronger. Sasuke gritted his teeth, then Susanoo pulled the crossbow away and put a chakra arrow on it. He jumped back quickly. When Commander's eyes moved in the air, Chakra's arrow shot at Itachi. Bang! Itachi just asked Susanoo to use his shield to block the chakra arrow easily. His shield is not simple, it is a magical 8-foot mirror, which can withstand almost any attack. Coupled with the 10-fist sword with a powerful seal in his right hand, even Kuan Yu felt a bit perverted. This is simply incomprehensible, the strongest defense plus the strongest attack. It can be said that Kuan Yu didn't have much to do with Itachi chakra before he was consumed, and he had to be careful not to be sealed. Such a strong defense force also surprised Sasuke. Do you think this can defeat me? I have this kind of power, Sasuke said, staring at Itachi after landing. The chakra purple flame on Sasuke's body exploded again, and Susanoo was quickly covered with the Wushan dog armor. The crossbow with the closed hand disappeared, and the other hand grabbed it, forming a chakra sword. Both of them opened the fourth form, which is the limit that ordinary Sharingan can do, and Kuan Yu can only open it to this extent. But at this level, the technique has no meaning, and what is left is just a match of strength. Sasuke quickly rushed towards Itachi again. The purple chakra sword and Itachi's flame sword collided in an instant. The two giant Valkyrie looked at each other, not giving way to each other. But just one confrontation caused serious damage to the ground around them. Well, the power I have is definitely not weaker than you, Sasuke stared at Itachi and said. If it's just that, it's not enough. There was no mood swing in Itachi's eyes, and he shook his head. You beat me first. What? Sasuke exclaimed before he could finish. A huge shield appeared before his eyes. Bang! Itachi Susanoo stretched out his shield and hit Susanoo's body in Sasuke. This blow directly pushed Sasuke to the ground. Then the flame sword struck Sasuke. Not good. Sasuke's Susanoo raised his arm and blocked the blow with the chakra sword. Bang! Two great swords of different shapes collided again. But the powerful force couldn't help but make Sasuke's Susanoo's arm bend, and Itachi was still pressing down with force. Sasuke's use of Susanoo is obviously inferior to Itachi, and his time to get these eyes is too short, Obito said with a frown. What if I lose? Ju looked at Nagato and said. Whatever the cost. Nagato's face was ugly, and he spit out these words. Obito and Ju suddenly understood, and smiles appeared on their faces. As if feeling something, Itachi glanced at Nagato's side. Sasuke was struggling to support it. The position of him falling to the ground gave him no chance to resist. Moreover, the power on Susanoo Itachi is constantly strengthening, which makes Sasuke more difficult to deal with. Why? I use the same power as him, why am I inferior to him? Just as Sasuke was thinking, the flame sword that had been forced into Sasuke's Susanoo was instantly retracted. Itachi took Susanoo into a flying jump, and then stepped back for a while. Sasuke stood up in confusion, why Itachi would give up the advantage he had gained. It's almost there, Sasuke, I have to go with me no matter what you think now, Itachi said. Why, you haven't beat me yet, Sasuke said unwillingly. Although he could feel that Itachi was stronger than him now, but he didn't want to give in. I felt the killing intent, Itachi looked at Nagato. Intent to kill. Sasuke was startled. Why, don't want to follow the agreement, Kuan Yu looked at Nagato and said. The test is not over, I killed Sasuke, there should be no problem. Nagato didn't even know it. Itachi would be so sensitive, and he discovered his killing intent during the battle. But since it was discovered, universal pull, Nagato instantly raised his hand. A rush of suction was generated immediately, acting on Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke's body and Susanoo were instantly pulled towards Nagato. Sasuke was startled. Susanoo's arms plunged into the ground, but that didn't stop anything, his body was still thinking of Nagato approaching. Not good, Kuan Yu was startled. He didn't expect Nagato to do it when he said it. But at this moment, an orange-red figure stood in front of Sasuke's Susanoo for an instant. It is Itachi. I'm here, you can't kill Sasuke, Itachi stared at Nagato and said. Itachi blocked Sasuke's Susanoo with a shield, and plunged one hand into the ground. His Susanoo is also being pulled close to Nagato. Really, you have this ability, or if you add other people, do you have this ability? Nagato sneered, his eyes condensed, and the gravitational force suddenly strengthened. The ground continued to shatter, revealing the ice that was previously buried by the sand. The sequels of Itachi and Sasuke were able to connect to the ground, and both were dragged by Nagato. But Itachi didn't show any panic on his face, and he glanced back at Sasuke. His gaze was very gentle, and Sasuke, who noticed Itachi's gaze, was also taken aback. This look. Sasuke fell into the memory. Of course I do. Itachi turned his head fiercely to look at Nagato. The Susanoo on him changed in an instant, and seemed to be supported by a powerful force. It roared silently, the light in its eyes skyrocketed, and its body rose instantly. Itachi's body also levitated, and Susanoo's lower body appeared. The armor cloak on his body instantly covered its whole body. This is almost twice the size of Sasuke's Susanoo, and it is taller, like a demon. Isn't it perfect? Kuan Yu thought to Susanoo looking at Itachi. This body shape is not Susanoo's complete body state. If Itachi can turn on the perfect body, then pervert, it is also possible to kill Nagato. But this is enough now. Obito's eyes were full of horror. How is it possible that he only has a pair of ordinary Mangekyo? Why can't he use Susanoo to this point, he thought in shock. Itachi's Susanoo supported the ground with both feet and completely resisted Nagato's pull. The flame sword hit Nagato with a stab. Be careful, it's a 10-fist sword. After being hit, it will be sealed. He didn't care about anything, he reminded loudly. If Rinnegan is sealed, then their plan is over. Nagato was also taken aback, his eyes widened suddenly, and the ability belonging to Rinnegan was activated instantly. Shen Luo Tianzheng, the powerful repulsive force immediately acted on Itachi's Susanoo, and it continued to damage the surrounding ground. The strong repulsion made Susanoo's figure a bit unstable, forcing it to step back, and the flame sword also moved away from Nagato. Nagato took this opportunity to jump away. It seems we have to use that. Just take this opportunity to get rid of them all, this distance is enough. Jumping in the air, Nagato glanced at Itachi and Kuan Yu and others in the distance. As soon as he landed, a small black ball appeared in his hand. The little black ball floated over Kuan Yu and the others in an instant. Is it that technique? Absolutely, we should leave now, Obito shouted. Got it, must sink quickly into the soil. A space Uzumaki also appeared in Obito's eyes and quickly absorbed him. At the same time, Kuan Yu also found the black ball. No, you guys leave soon, Kuan Yu sipped, and a whirlwind erupted from his body and flew towards Itachi. It's too late to run, planetary devastation, Nagato drank. The black ball that jumped on suddenly burst out with a glimmer of light, as if a force was being emitted, it was a kind of gravitational force. The rocks on the ground began to crack, and some small stones were directly pulled up into the sky. It can be seen how powerful this technique is, and this is just the beginning. What kind of technique is this? I can feel the powerful attraction, Jiraiya exclaimed. I don't know, look around, third generation said. They can see that the ground around them is being destroyed, and everything is being pulled up into the sky. A few of them can only rely on this chakra to cling to the ground. But this situation will not last long. We must leave. Third generation glanced at Shiro and Gaara next to them, neither of them meant to leave. He turned his head to look at Kuan Yu and Itachi, and Sasuke over there, and then quickly left as soon as he turned around. Obviously this technique is not simple, they can't all be ruined here. Tsunade, they hesitated. Let's go, Kuan Yu will have a way, he and Flying Thunder God, Jiraiya said. Tsunade nodded. Kuan Yu, who owns Flying Thunder God, can escape at any time. Before leaving, Jiraiya glanced at Nagato in the distance. Several people fled quickly. They were not the most powerful place here, and they quickly got out of the range of gravity. Itachi, destroy that core. The whirlwind in Kuan Yu's hand was condensing, and a wind-style spiral shuriken appeared in a blink of an eye, and it was still expanding. Itachi also understood that the situation was urgent. Susanoo stretched out his hand, and a ring of 3 tomo was formed. He looked into the air and turned into the core of a small stone ball. He knew that Kuan Yu was talking about this. 8 Chichong Guyu. Susanoo threw it, and the 3 Guyu jade quickly spun towards the core of planetary devastation. Kuan Yu also threw the wind-style spiral shuriken. Both attacks hit the small stone ball at the same time. Bang, there was a violent explosion in the sky, and there was a cloud of white light. When the various things sucked into the sky fell quickly, Kuan Yu knew that they had succeeded, otherwise he could only use Flying Thunder God to take Itachi and the others to escape. Fortunately, Kuan Yu knew how to crack this technique, and dealt with it in a timely manner. Otherwise, it would be useless if they attacked when it became larger. Kuan Yu turned his head and looked at Nagato standing on a strange bird. Pain's 6 paths had disappeared. Kuan Yu narrowed his eyes, and he could see Pain's 6 paths evacuating. It suddenly became clear that Nagato was about to leave. You won this time, but next time you won't be so relaxed, Nagato said while looking at Kuan Yu in the sky. They suffered a heavy loss this time, facing Itachi, who was in full condition, as well as Kuan Yu and a few others. He is the only one left here, and he does not have the confidence to win. Originally, we won, but I hope you can settle down before One Tail is resurrected. As a condition, I promise that other villages will not attack you, Kuan Yu said. He must buy time for himself while Nagato can still suppress Obito and Ju. Obito and Ju will not be exposed casually when they have not collected the tail beasts. This gave Kuan Yu a chance. 3rd generation, Mrs. Tsunade, you guys have no opinion on my decision, right? Kuan Yu looked at the Konoha people who had rushed to find that the crisis had been resolved. 3rd generation was silent for a while, and they would not be able to deal with Nagato without Kuan Yu's help. So, I agree, 3rd generation said. Regardless of Kuan Yu's purpose, they cannot be helped by this matter. How about, do you accept my terms, Nagato? Kuan Yu looked at Nagato. Nagato was silent, and he swept to the crowd on Kuan Yu's side. Although they are crowded, Nagato is not afraid of them, but he couldn't do anything, and it was impossible to destroy Konoha. Yes, but Kuan Yu, we will have to face it sooner or later. After Nagato finished speaking, the strange bird under his feet drew an arc and flew away. Kuan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This should be able to delay for a while. Anyway, One Tail will only be resurrected in his hands. Nagato can't find One Tail. But if the time is too long, they will still be tempted to do it. Itachi saw Nagato leave, put Susanoo away, and his body fell to the ground. Sasuke's Susanoo also disappeared, but he appeared silent. He didn't know how to face this Itachi who saved him again. Sasuke, it's not a shame to be defeated by your brother with a frown, Kuan Yuluo said with a grinning next to Sasuke. Sasuke gave Kuan Yu a fierce look. Well, Shao, you can't go back, Konoha. You don't want to go back, join our Sky Council. Kuan Yu didn't care about Sasuke's dissatisfied eyes, and said lightly. Why should I? Sasuke, a hand was slapped on Sasuke's head. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, and then turned to look. He was greeted by Itachi's gentle smile, and Sasuke's head immediately lowered. Kuan Yu smiled in his heart. This matter finally resolved satisfactorily. It is worthwhile for him to spend so much effort. Well, this is the end of our cooperation with 3rd generation. I hope that we will not be enemies when we meet in the future, Kuan Yu said to 3rd generation. What 3rd generation hides represents his huge ambition. It can also be seen that he took the position of Tsunade teacher's Hokage again, but he could not take the initiative to expose it, which meant that he had completely broken with Konoha. And even if he is exposed, at best, Mrs. Tsunade and Jiraiya look down on him, and there is not much that can be changed. He actually controlled Konoha. The enemy? I hope not. The light in 3rd generation's eyes flickered a few times. Let's go, third generation said. This time they basically had no chance to shoot, and the battle was completely controlled by Kuan Yu. Facing the strength of Chief Akatsuki, they couldn't resist. At the same time, they also saw the terrorist power of the two organizations. Perhaps this is the time that Kuan Yu said was different. But I still have a chance, I can get stronger power, third generation thought. Tsunade glanced at Kuan Yu, but did not speak. She knew that no matter what she said, Kuan Yu would not return to Konoha. He is already the leader of a party, and his men are all powerful figures. Maybe he will not even consider the position of Hokage. Kakashi didn't say a word either. This action brought him too much surprise. Several people left quickly. Okay, let's go back, but the spoils still need to be recycled, Kuan Yu said when third generation and others left. Then they shook their feet, and a thick tree trunk suddenly broke out of the soil, and then turned into roots and spread out. It was the Shenong who was controlled by Itachi using illusions without even showing his hands. Bai and Gaara also walked over. This is the one named Shenong, Sasuke thought. But what did you catch him for? Sasuke asked directly. This person wants strength but no strength, and no effect if he wants to be effective. He doesn't understand why Kuan Yu did this. Could it be that he was also asked to join the Sky Council? Do you know why our organization is called the Sky Council? Kuan Yu said with a smile. Why? Sasuke said suspiciously. Because you will know later, Kuan Yu joked badly. You guy. Kuan Yu took a few people back to the secret base with Flying Thunder God. Master Kuan Yu, is this operation going well? Kabuto said, looking at Kuan Yu who appeared suddenly. Kabuto. Why are you here? Sasuke was shocked. If it wasn't for Itachi here, he thought he had arrived at Orochimaru's secret base. Explain this later, Kuan Yu said before Kabuto spoke. Sasuke. Long time no see. Shigeo looked at Sasuke and touched his head and said. Shigeo. Sasuke only noticed Shigeo who was on the side. You guy, you took Shigeo away while I was away, Sasuke gritted his teeth. Shuei only told him that Shigeo had been taken away by a mysterious person, but he was not in the mood to care about it at the time, so he didn't know it was Kuan Yu. More than that, Kuan Yu said. Suddenly two figures appeared beside Kuan Yu and them. Shuei. Sasuke exclaimed again. Ah, it's Sasuke. Why are you here? Suizuki also raised a question mark. I should ask you this sentence, Sasuke said. This guy led me out and then took me away, Shui Yu said silently. The people around Shuei wear masks on their faces, and Sasuke doesn't know his identity. It's been a long time, Sasuke, the man took off his mask and showed his face. Quan. It was you. Sasuke was even more shocked. He couldn't figure out why so many people of different identities would appear here, even the fountain in the Shao organization. It's me. In order to save Shuei, my identity was exposed, Quan said with a smile. Well, this is my clone, but it's useless to stay with Shao now, Kuan Yu said. Then the appearance of Quan changed to the appearance of Kuan Yu. Sasuke was only shocked now, he did not expect that Kuan Yu would have penetrated into Akatsuki's interior long ago. Moreover, this person is actually a close friend of the leader, or a clone of Kuan Yu. How did he do it? Kuan Yu. Why do you want Quan to come back? Wouldn't it be better to stay at dawn? Itachi asked. This can also bring Akatsuki's intelligence to them. No way, to take Shuei away, I must be exposed, and our most important enemy is not Nagato, Kuan Yu said. It is simply not realistic to take Shuei away quietly, and Quan's ability is impossible for people to sneak into the base quietly. The disappearance of Shuei will definitely arouse suspicion, so it is better to come back by yourself. Anyway, Nagato won't move for the time being. I hope he can remember this favor, Kuan Yu thought. Not Nagato. Everyone was puzzled. Now in the ninja world, who can stop them except Nagato? But it seemed that Kuan Yu didn't want to say. Okay. Now this place is overcrowded, we must find a new base, Itachi will leave it to you, Kuan Yu said to Itachi. I understand, Itachi turned his head and looked at Shenong who was standing there. Range Shinobi Village. Nagato sat on the strange bird and landed on the platform. He jumped off the strange bird, and the strange bird turned into smoke and dissipated. Then he pressed it on the ground. Bang Pain 6 Paths was brought out by Nagato summoning. Unexpectedly, he was the only one to come back this time, and Nagato was full of unwillingness. Nagato. Konan walked out from the darkness beside him. Looking at Nagato coming back alone, her expression was a little unnatural. What's wrong, Conan? Nagato said with a frown. Did something happen to Rain Shinobi Village? Where is Quan? Isn't he in the base? Nagato hurriedly asked. He thought something was wrong with Quan. This is the letter he left you, and... Conan stopped talking. Letter. Nagato frowned. He saw something was wrong in Conan's expression, so he took the letter and read it, but the more he looked at it, the uglier his face became. Nagato. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye, and forgive me for deceiving you and Conan. In fact, we had a fight just now, saying that you should have guessed my identity here. There is a smiley face symbol here. I'm sorry. For the sake of helping you heal your body, please forgive me. As an apology, let me give you an information. Be careful. And we have never been enemies, and we hope that you will not be too persistent. Some things are not what you see. Quan Yuliu. Asshole. Nagato yelled, and the letter in his hand instantly turned into scraps. He never thought that Quan was Quan Yu. Nagato. Conan looked at Nagato worriedly. Nagato looked at Conan, who was worried, and suddenly lost his anger. It's okay, Quan Yu, you are fine, but you will remember it to me. I will find it back sooner or later. Nagato said with anger still in his words. In vain, he trusts Quan so much, but he is Quan Yu, how can this make him not angry? After a while, Nagato calmed down. At the same time, he was thinking about why Quan Yu did this. Obviously he would have the opportunity to kill him at any time. When he was in a coma, it was a great opportunity, even when he was transporting chakra. I don't doubt him at all, even if he continues to hide, there is a good chance to kill him. But he did not do so. And in his intelligence, he also mentioned a person he had never paid attention to. Ju. Why does Quan Yu want him to be careful? Too many doubts filled Nagato's mind, and in the end it turned into a helpless sigh. Quan Yu didn't hurt him, even healed his body. What does this make him think? Nagato walked into the base silently. He didn't know what Quan Yu was going to do. There was only time to prove everything. Konoha. It was night now, and the Konoha residents who had been evacuated had all returned. But the battle was so dynamic that it was still noticed by some people. Sarutobi. What the hell is going on? Who are you fighting? Mitokado Homura asked. Although third generation told them a little bit before, it didn't tell them the real situation. It's Akatsuki who is fighting with us, but don't tell me about this, third generation said after taking a mouthful of cigarettes. Akatsuki. Utatane Kaharu was startled. Yes, this time Quan Yu provided information and cooperated with us, blocking Akatsuki's plan to destroy Konoha, third generation said. Destroy Konoha. Izumi. What the hell is going on? Mitokado Homura said with shock. Third generation glanced at the two of them and told them something. The faces of the two elders kept getting ugly, and what third generation said made them a little bit unbelievable. After a while. Should we inform other villages that the existence of these two organizations has affected the balance of the ninja world? Mitokado Homura said with an ugly face. Are you sure they can stop them? That Nagato or Quan Yu both have the power to destroy the village in one blow, and relying on the number of people doesn't have much effect, third generation said. Furthermore, we agreed to the conditions face to face, and rash exposure may lead to Xiao Xiao's blow or Quan Yu's dissatisfaction. As Quan Yu said, the times have changed and even we can't understand them. Third generation's eyes are a bit deep. In a pub. Jiraiya and Tsunade are drinking wine. Are you not going to tell the old man Akatsuki's true identity as the leader? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya on the opposite side. You see, Jiraiya said awkwardly. Because of the presence of third generation, he didn't rashly reveal the identity of Nagato. Cut. Those eyes and hair are so special, how could I forget it, but I didn't expect him to become Akatsuki's leader, Tsunade said disdainfully. I am also responsible for this matter. I didn't guide them well at the beginning. According to the information that Quan Yu said, Yahiko is dead. Maybe the change in Nagato is also because of this. Jiraiya sighed. Are you going to hide this secret like this? Tsunade asked. It's useless to say it. You don't know the situation at the time. Nagato doesn't want to mention it, so forget it, Jiraiya whispered. Come for a drink. We don't need to think about these things now. Even if he comes to Konoha later, Quan Yu will stand up. Jiraiya raised his glass and said with a smile. You can think about it. Tsunade stared into Jiraiya's eyes and clinked a glass with him. She could feel the restlessness in Jiraiya's heart. Is it here? I didn't see any difference. Sasuke looked at the dilapidated building surrounded by forest. It should have been a long time since no one came here. On the way, they also found many ferocious animals, Here is no man's land. The information he got from his mouth should be here, Itachi said. I said this place can be used as a base. It doesn't look like it at all, Shuei said with a beheading knife on his back, with a look of indifferent expression. As a condition for him to join, Kuan Yu gave him the beheading knife. Of course, Kuan Yu also asked him to show his hydration secrets more. This was the real reason Kuan Yu saved Shuei. His ability to hydrate is actually not related to any secret technique, it is just a guide, and the real reason lies in his body. The location should be correct, but I don't know if it can be used, Kuan Yu said. According to the information they learned from Shenong, there are not many people left in Sora no Nation. They have integrated into other countries, and they have even forgotten their identities, and there are no powerful figures. And Shenong was just a careerist who had found this ruin by good fortune and tried to revive the empty country. And he also gained some power in the ruins, including Zero Tail. Kuan Yu didn't expect that Zero Tail really existed, but it was just a body and didn't have any power. Based on Shenong's point, chakra couldn't meet the Zero Tail demand at all, so he kept the Zero Tail sealed in his body. Joining Akatsuki is to obtain a stronger chakra and activate this empty city in an attempt to revive the empty country. But in fact, he doesn't have any feelings for the kingdom of the sky, just for this reason Master's rights. For this purpose, he infiltrated various villages by virtue of his medical skills. With this positive image, he obtained a lot of information. Even Konoha won 8 inner gates, but he can't fully use it now. The situation in this movie version is different. In the theater version that Kuan Yu saw, even Shenong, whose 8th gate was fully opened, was not that strong. The power of the 8th gate lies not in opening, but in accumulation, which was originally a technique for opening physical limitations. No matter how much potential you don't have in your body, it's useless. Exercising is also to allow yourself to withstand this force and to perform better. Shenong, who uses physical activation, is like the early Kuan Yu. He has not much potential for a long time. He unlocked the 8th gate only to let his own power unlock the restrictions, and then broke out with powerful power with the zero-tailed chakra. However, in that activated state, he should have relied on the power of Zero Tail, and he was just a skinny old man who had lost Zero Tail. However, Kuan Yu wouldn't learn this kind of move. He had enough potential, there was no need to kill chickens and get eggs, and that kind of power was not very strong. Let's go in and see. There is nothing to be seen here, Kuan Yu continued. He looked at the people behind him. This time he took everyone on board, leaving a clone in the secret base. Even Ji Fu was lying on his white shoulders with Jiao muscle on his back. It doesn't like the Jiao muscle. In its words, this is just a parasite. But it's still useful. At least it can transform chakra. When Kuan Yu is away, you can provide them with chakra. Itachi nodded, and then used illusion skills to let Shenong, who was standing beside him, lead the way, after passing a secret entrance. They entered a dark space. Kuan Yu looked at some modern buildings around him, his eyes condensed slightly. That's right here. Although it was damaged, it remained largely intact. Oh, I didn't expect that there is such a place underground. Even if you can't fly, it's good to keep it as a base, Shuei whistled. Kuan Yu nodded. The underground space is indeed huge, and it is indeed a good place to be a base. Shenong walked forward blankly, and soon led them to a room full of various runes. The room is a cylindrical space with a very high top and dense runes on the walls. And in the middle of the room there is a huge stone pillar, which is also covered with runes. This is. Sasuke's eyes shook. The core of the city in the sky seems to be undamaged, Kuan Yu said, looking at the runes around him. After finishing talking, Kuan Yu jumped directly to the rune stone pillar in the room. This is the place where Zero Tail stayed in the original work. Depending on the situation, it should be the energy core of the entire city. Is it necessary to test it first? I hope there is nothing wrong with it. Kuan Yu pressed his hand up. It was originally dark here, but when Kuan Yu poured chakra into the stone pillar, suddenly the stone pillars lit up, and the runes on them were quickly lit up one by one, and then spread to the surrounding walls, and finally all the runes were lit. It's still useful. An excited look appeared in Kuan Yu's eyes. It's a pity that although he felt a lot of control hubs through chakra, he didn't dare to start it rashly. Who knows what that is for? Kuan Yu withdrew his hand, and the runes began to fade slowly. Itachi, let Shenong hand over the method of controlling the city in the sky. I want to know all the information about this city, Kuan Yu said. Itachi nodded. After that, a scroll was handed over to Kuan Yu, and the scroll was a little yellow. Obviously, this was a control method left over from the Kingdom of the Sky that Shenong found in this city. Kuan Yu opened it and took a closer look. This look really made Kuan Yu a cold sweat. There are not only flight systems, weapon systems, power systems, and even self-destruct systems. Fortunately, I didn't start it rashly and it would be troublesome if I made a mistake. Kuan Yu watched for a while, and put the scroll away. Then he pressed it on the rune pillar again, and chakra suddenly poured in, and all the runes were activated. Then the whole space began to vibrate. Don't be nervous, I'm activating the entire city, let's try if it can fly. As Kuan Yu's chakra injected, the vibration continued to increase. Outside, there were originally some broken buildings on the ground, and buildings were constantly rushing out of the ground. The earth was constantly shaking, as if a huge monster was about to emerge from the ground. Some animals are also running around because of these shocks, instinctively telling them that staying here will be dangerous. The ground broke, and buildings continued to emerge. It wasn't until all the buildings appeared that the vibration was abated, and the appearance of a city appeared here. The whole city is composed of dense black and gray buildings, among which there are many tall tower-shaped buildings. There is also a huge face statue on the front, and a smaller face next to it. The whole city looks very large, and it is quite intact, and there is not much damage. The city was still rising, and Kuan Yu in the control room felt a little strenuous, so he mobilized Tensigan chakra without hesitation. Chakra in the body alone is not enough to support the city to continue to rise, although there are already a lot of chakra in Kuan Yu's body. It is precisely because of this that the city was left here, because the chakra needed was too large. At that time, the country of the sky couldn't find so many chakras at all, and it was unable to use the power of the city until it was defeated. The city continues to rise. Fortunately, it is sparsely populated here, and no one has noticed the anomaly here. The mud and stones attached to this city, as well as the trees, are constantly falling. The whole city was suspended in the air, revealing his full picture. Kuan Yu can see the changes in the outside world. Although the city is suspended, it is not enough. He wants to lift the city to a higher sky. Isofu, release chakra, Kuan Yu shouted. And a short stick appeared in his own hand. You're really welcome this kid, Isofu murmured, but he released chakra anyway. As soon as Isobu's red chakra was released, he was attracted by the core stone pillar, and when he entered it, the runes suddenly became more brilliant. From the outside, it seems that the whole city has received some supplements, and the rate of rise has also become faster. Let's help too, Itachi raised his hand. Chakra emerged from his hand and was dragged into the stone pillar. He saw that the stone pillar had an attraction to chakra, and the chakra used here would be sucked into it as an energy source. Gaara and Shiro and Shigeo also stretched out their hands. Sasuke looked at Suigetsu, and Suigetsu understood that. Got it, Shueisui said helplessly. Suizuki and Sasuke also released chakra. Kabuto lifted his eyes and did not release chakra. His chakra was not enough to see, and it was useless to release it. It's better to observe more by yourself so as to help Master Kuan Yu in the future. Kabuto, who was changed by Kuan Yu, is now Ishin service for Kuan Yu. What's more terrifying is that he still maintains his sanity. The ability of distinguished heavenly gods is really terrifying. He completely modified a person's will. It didn't take long for Shueisui to sit on the ground, and then he looked at the other people around, and was speechless. It was obvious that his strength was the worst. However, Suizuki looked at Kabuto, who was observing nearby. Kabuto also noticed Shueisui's gaze, and immediately smiled at him. But this smile suddenly made him shudder. Of course he knew who Kabuto was, and he had done experiments on him before. Now this kind of unpretending smile couldn't help but shudder in his heart. How did that Kuan Yu do it? Maybe he will become like this in the future. But he immediately shook his head. This Kuan Yu was still good. He had benefits right after joining. Shui Yu touched the beheading knife behind him. The city is constantly rising, and I don't know how long it took before it stopped rising. From the ground, the whole city has become a small black spot in the sky, and it can be known that it has risen to a very high position. Okay, stop, this position is almost the same, Kuan Yu said with a sigh of relief. Everyone withdrew their hands. The rise of the city consumes a lot of chakra, but not much chakra is needed to maintain this state. Just need to maintain the floating circle. When he injected chakra, he saw that some runes were damaged, and he had to deal with it at some time. But it's enough for now, he only needs a base that can fly in the air. In this way, his Sky Council is worthy of its name, and Kuan Yu has a smile on his face. Then he took out a white ball in his arms, and then the white ball flew to the tip of the rune pillar, releasing chakra and connecting with the rune pillar. This is the Tensigan organization in his previous clone. Now it is placed here to pass on chakra and maintain the consumption of urban suspension. After doing this, Kuan Yu looked at everyone. Let's go. Let's go out and take a look at the scenery. This kind of scenery is rare for you to see. Then he took everyone out. With chakra's support, the environment in the corridor was not so dark anymore, but some places were still in darkness. The runes in those places have some damage, and it will take a while to repair. However, the floating circle and the weapon circle are at the core, so they have not been damaged. Kuan Yu and the others passed through a dark corridor, and suddenly a bright light appeared in their eyes. Let me see, we flew there, Shui Yu rushed out curiously. My goodness. Shuei's exclamation came from there immediately. When everyone walked into the light, they saw Shuei lying on the railing of the corridor, stretching her head to look down. Sasuke took a look outside. Only the sun and clouds could be seen in the distance. Obviously, the height was already very high. Everyone walked to the railing, they were floating above the clouds at this time. Today Tenten is clear and there are not many clouds in the sky, and they can see the shrunken scenery below. There are mountains, forests, and rivers, all of which are clearly reflected in their eyes. How about it? It's not bad. I didn't expect this Shenong to really leave us something good, Kuan Yu said. It's not bad here, but how do we get down? We can't fly like you. Shuei stretched her head back and said to Kuan Yu. Sasuke also frowned. If every time he went down, he would have to land. Then he would raise the height again and consume a lot of chakra. Don't worry. The people who built this city have already thought about these questions for you. There are still things in the Sky Country, come with me, Kuan Yu said indifferently. Then he walked slowly to one side, and everyone followed curiously. Kuan Yu took them left and right, and came to a room. This city has been scanned by Kuan Yu a long time ago, and of course he knows exactly what it is. Look, this is my method. Kuan Yu led everyone into the room. I saw rows of mechanical devices with steel wings placed here. These are the flying equipment used by the theater version. There are also some large spacecraft placed on the orbit next to it. And there is more than one such room, such a huge flying city, of course, there will be a lot of such equipment in stock. Even Kuan Yu found the production workshop. Kuan Yu also had to sigh that the war really slowed down the progress of the world's development. No country is using such advanced things. It seems that the manufacturing technology has been lost, or that the ninja worships power more and looks down on technology. Therefore, there are few masters like seal art, and masters are also used in warfare, such as sealing tail beasts. Even Mr. Tsunade's research on medical ninjutsu was blocked by third generation. One can imagine how limited other technical knowledge is. Wow, is this a flying device? Shui Yu exclaimed. You can guess what these are from the appearance of these appliances. Yes, you can practice when you are okay, but it's best to notify me, otherwise it will be troublesome if the control error falls, Kuan Yu reminded. It's okay now anyway, I'll try it first, Shuei said as he picked up a flying device. Obviously, Shuei is still very excited about being able to fly. Humans have a yearning for the sky in their bones, and the powerful ninja is no exception. This kind of utensil is made of special alloy, and the weight is not large, so Shuei can handle it. Kuan Yu shook his head, then stepped aside and took out a booklet. This is how to use it, I'll read it before I talk about it. After that, everyone studied it. After all, Kuan Yu can fly by himself, and they must learn how to use this kind of equipment if they want to leave here. The control of this kind of equipment is not difficult, but it needs to provide some initial power to fly. But here is the air, just jump down. The ninja also needs to provide a certain amount of chakra to provide a certain amount of flight power for the instrument to control the speed and direction of the flight. This kind of operation is not difficult for ninjas. Kuan Yu and Itachi stood on a platform on the edge of the city. What did Shenong do? Itachi asked. After he got acquainted with the control of this kind of equipment, he came to Kuan Yu, and Sasuke and the others didn't know where they flew. Wait a few months, after distinguished heavenly gods cools down, I will modify his will. He has 0 tails in his body. It just acts as a chakra reserve and can also help us control the city, Kuan Yu said. Although the 2 pupil techniques in Shisui's Sharingan are distinguished heavenly gods, the effects are different. Itachi's eyes can permanently change people's thoughts, but the cooling time is quite long. And Danzo is to continuously release pupil power to make people ignorantly act according to the user's will. And afterwards, the subject did not feel that he was in the illusion at all. This technique is also used by Danzo in the Five Shadows Conference. And the cooling time is not long. For Kuan Yu or Shisui himself, there is no cooling at all. As long as you can bear it, you can use it as many times as you want. Itachi nodded. Apparently Kuan Yu had already planned. Then what are we going to do next? You are obviously slowing Akatsuki's actions. Do you have any ideas? Itachi asked. Itachi, do you think I am considered strong right now? Kuan Yu did not answer Itachi's question head-on, but said softly while looking at the distance. Itachi was a little confused, but he still said, apart from a large number of chakras, you should also have the strength of a top ninja. He can see that Kuan Yu's chakra is very much, but it is impossible to reach that level. Extracting chakra from 3 tails from Kuan Yu knows that Kuan Yu transforms the tail beast chakra through a certain method and transmits it to the body. In order to have such an almost unlimited chakra, Kuan Yu smiled. The evaluation is pretty good. My strength has improved so fast, mainly because of this body and a large number of chakra sources. In fact, my strength is not strong. Kuan Yu sighed in his heart. Without Tensigan in this body, with his 3-layer activation, Breath of Wind, he might not even be able to beat Sasuke. But even with these additions, someone can still kill me with a single blow, and I don't even have a chance to escape, Kuan Yu continued. Itachi's pupils shrank, and he remembered what Kuan Yu had said that their enemy was not Nagato. Could it be? Does this kind of person exist? Itachi said a little absent-mindedly. Yes, and more than one. Some people are sealed, some are sleeping, and some are at infinity, Kuan Yu said, looking at the blue sky. Who are they? Itachi asked. I want to know too. Gaara also walked to this platform. Hehe. I can't say that there are too many, just talk about the enemy of the god of ninja world, you should know Itachi, right? Kuan Yu was still going to reveal something to them, letting them know that it is not an easy time yet. Uchiha Madara. Itachi spit out a name. The name made Gaara's pupils shrink. Itachi, you may know that there is a person in Akatsuki who claims to be Uchiha Madara, but is Uchiha Madara the kind of person who only pretends to show his face? How could it be him? Kuan Yu said disdainfully. You mean, Uchiha Madara is not dead, Itachi said. But how is it possible? Even if that person is an impersonator, even if Uchiha Madara lives to this day, I am afraid that he will be too old. No, he is indeed dead, Kuan Yu said lightly. Then why are you mentioning him? Gaara asked. You don't think that only I can resurrect, right? Kuan Yu said to Gaara. What happened to the Itachi next to him? Are you talking about Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation? It's really troublesome, but our current strength should be no problem with him, Itachi said. They have almost 3 pairs of Mangekyo here. Even if Uchiha Madara also mastered this power, it is impossible for them to have any chance under the siege of the 3 of them. Maybe you all underestimated his strength. His strength is unknown how much stronger than Nagato, and what I said is that he will truly be resurrected, Kuan Yu said. Kuan Yu sighed. Even if Madara is in impure world reincarnation state, they cannot be opponents. Itachi and Gaara were shocked. He did not expect Kuan Yu to have such a high evaluation of Uchiha Madara. Although Nagato's strength has not been fully utilized, it is definitely quite strong. Okay, you know it, so don't tell other people. Now let's get things right. Kuan Yu's words changed, and then he looked at Gaara. Gaara, do you want to consider allowing Sanagakure to establish an alliance with the Sky Council? Kuan Yu said interestingly. What? Gaara was startled. This. I can't make this decision, and I'm not Feng Ying now, Gaara hesitated and said. The power of the Sky Council Gaara couldn't be more clear, but if this situation spreads to other villages, it will also cause changes. Of course, the premise of cooperation is mutual benefit. As the first village to establish a relationship with us, I can do you a favor. I think you will like it, Kuan Yu said. And my request is also very simple. I only need to be able to provide us with appropriate supplies and support our Sky Council on the surface, Kuan Yu continued. This is probably because I am still Feng Ying, and many people will oppose it, Gaara said helplessly. He certainly understood the nature of the Sky Council, and Kuan Yu's idea was good. But this also means that after Kuan Yu's success, he has almost stood on top of the top 5 countries, and cooperating with him is equivalent to standing on the opposite side of other countries. No hurry. First listen to what I can give you, Kuan Yu said. Then he raised his hand, the roots spread, and a small tree appeared in his hand. I named this the Oasis Project. As long as I can find a water source in the Kingdom of Wind, I can turn it into an oasis, Kuan Yu said with a smile. This. Gaara's heart was shocked. Of course he knew that Kuan Yu would be able to wood style. But he did not expect Kuan Yu to be used in this way. Oasis. This is the hope of the desert people. The country of wind is underdeveloped largely because its environment is too bad. Kuan Yu wants to use wood style to directly change the environment in the kingdom of wind. Gaara was silent for a while, and Kuan Yu was not in a hurry, waiting quietly for Gaara's reply. If you need it, I will try my best to convince them, Gaara said directly after tangling in her heart for a while. Very well. I will send my avatar back to Sanagakure with you later. Let's talk about the failures, Kuan Yu said. When the goal was achieved, Kuan Yu looked at Itachi again. Itachi, I want you and Sasuke to visit Iwagakure and help me find something for them, Kuan Yu said. Something? We don't seem to have anything to do with them, Itachi said puzzledly. We don't have one, but Shao has it. Kuan Yu took out a document from his arms and handed it to Itachi. Itachi took it suspiciously, then opened it and looked at it. This is. So that's it, Itachi thought of Kuan Yu's previous identity and suddenly understood. I will also let an avatar go with you. We are only threatening them, not to fight with them. The dust of Onoki is not easy to provoke, Kuan Yu said. I see, Itachi nodded and said. As for the way you were completely resurrected, I would like to ask your opinions. Kuan Yu asked them a question that they are more concerned about. Is it so early? Gaara said in surprise. He thought Kuan Yu still needs time to prepare? No, there are two ways for you to choose. One is easier, the other is troublesome, and the two resurrection states are also different, Kuan Yu said. Let me talk about it first. The first one is also the easiest to do. Then I will be resurrected in this way. I will let Kabuto clone a previous body for you, and then seal your current body and soul into your body through the 100 healings mark. This method is hardly different from Kuan Yu, and it can also reserve a considerable amount of chakra. What about the second one? Gaara said with a frown. Obviously he didn't like this way. The second type is complete resurrection. The current conditions have not been met, and it will take a long time, which may not be possible. Kuan Yu shook his head and said. This method is Rinnegan, let alone Kuan Yu can't get Rinnegan now. Even if he got it, he didn't dare to use the wheel. Revolving heaven, his small body, may not be cold after using it once. But it's absolutely cool when used twice. I don't care about this, it's good to live for a while, Itachi said with a smile. I will give up on the first one, and I can wait for the second one, Gaara said. Kuan Yu shook his head. Who would imagine him in this state? He had no choice. Well, your body is well preserved, and I will help you resurrect when I have the ability, Kuan Yu said. If there is a body, the resurrection is much less difficult, and he should be able to hold on. But everything has to wait for him to get Rinnegan, but this is not a simple matter. After he explained, Sasuke and the others also returned. Shuei also brought some food. This was the task he gave Shuei. In the evening they celebrated. One is the official establishment of the Sky Council, and the other is that they have found a new base. It's a pity that Itachi and the others can't eat anything at all, and Kuan Yu has experienced this kind of pain. In a secret test base in Orochimaru, there are a large number of culture tanks filled with green liquid, and there is an embryo-like baby suspended in them. A tube is connecting them. These babies are curled up, sometimes moving slightly, obviously they are alive. A person standing by these cultivation tanks, holding a folder, is recording something. He was slender, wearing a white sleeveless robe, showing a hand wrapped in a bandage, and was writing non-stop. His face is quite young, but there is a sense of indifference in his eyes. Only when he raises his head and sees these cultivation tanks will there be a touch of heat in his eyes. Despair. Despair. The sound of footsteps sounded. Believe. What's the condition of the test subject? A cold voice sounded. It's very good, Lord Orochimaru. The young man turned to Orochimaru who came in and said. Really, but if your idea fails, you will be punished. Orochimaru smiled gently. But this smile made the young man named Shin tremble. It won't fail. These clones are all made from the cells of Uchiha Sasuke. In essence, they are not much different from him, Shin said hurriedly. I haven't done the experiment of copying Sharingan, but what I got is only some defective products. There is no ability at all. Why are you so sure that your experiment will be successful? Orochimaru said. Master Orochimaru, your technique is of course the best, but there are some differences between the replica and the real Sharingan. You said that Sharingan's eyes require a strong stimulus, and I was inspired by it. If we really create a Uchiha tribe, and then implant a false memory after his consciousness is born, and let them open their eyes. Will this be the Sharingan we need? The letter said. Hehe. This is the reason why I agree with you to carry out this experiment, but ordinary Sharingan can't reach my request, Orochimaru sneered. Of course, ordinary Sharingan certainly does not match your identity as Orochimaru-sama, but if you let these homology, there is even no difference in Sharingan's pupil power fusion. This way we can get a stronger Sharingan, or even the Mangekyo Sharingan you need. Shin's eyes were full of enthusiasm. Hope. It takes a lot of time to cultivate consciousness. I don't want to fail, otherwise I will have to change to an assistant, Orochimaru said with squinting eyes. Yes, I must finish it, Shin said hurriedly. Orochimaru nodded and turned to leave, leaving Shinshin standing there with the light in his eyes flickering, and then he continued to record data. He learned from Orochimaru that the previous Kabuto should be dead, and because of his ability, he became Orochimaru's assistant from an experimental product. So he proposed his idea to Orochimaru to create a real Sharingan. He didn't expect Orochimaru to agree, which made him excited. From a long time ago, he accidentally learned that Orochimaru had lost to Uchiha Itachi because of Sharingan, and he had an inexplicable desire for Sharingan. Even because he does not have the property of repelling foreign cells, he has also transplanted Sharingan, and he is quite obsessed with this power. But even if he had these Sharingan, he didn't gain strong power. The disappointed Orochimaru cut off and transplanted Sharingan's arm, and then he was imprisoned. And this idea was born when he was detained, and now he also has the conditions for experimentation. And his dream is to become a real Uchiha, and when his ideas are verified, he will start his own experiments. And the other side. Orochimaru is walking forward. Are you still doing this kind of boring experiment? Ju's figure walked out from one side. It's not a good habit to spy on other people's privacy, absolutely, Orochimaru said coldly. This is my job. Okay, I'm here to provide you with new information this time, Ju said, looking at Orochimaru's increasingly cold eyes, waving his hand quickly. Is it Konoha's battle? I am very interested in this. Konoha's news is blocked quite tightly. Orochimaru showed an expression of interest. Then he walked forward slowly, and Ju also followed behind him. We originally sent all our staff to destroy Konoha. We did not expect to be sniped by Quan Yu's Sky Council and Konoha's high-level sniper. We eventually failed and lost a lot of manpower, said absolutely helplessly. I didn't expect you to fail. Didn't you say that Nagato's body recovered and his strength became very strong, Orochimaru said lightly. But he is only one person. Although that Quan Yu is not as strong as Nagato, he still drags him forcibly, and there are also very interesting characters, which should interest you, Ju said with a smile. Oh, let's hear it, Orochimaru showed interest on his face. Itachi and Gaara, you would never think it was them, Ju continued. Huh? So, it's impure world reincarnation, right? Orochimaru paused, then continued. He guessed something, and that was that Kabuto was not dead. He tried to reincarnate Kabuto before, but the reincarnation failed. This situation only shows that Kabuto is not dead, and the resurrection of Gaara and Itachi should also be related to this. Betrayed? Orochimaru shook his head. No, it is more advanced than that, and even makes Itachi's strength stronger, Ju solemnly said. This is impossible. Even if my impure world reincarnation does not impose restrictions on reincarnation, it is impossible to achieve a stronger strength than before. Orochimaru's face finally changed. I don't know what's going on, but Quan Yu did it. Even his companion, Bai, has greatly increased his strength. Facing Orochimaru's compelling gaze, he stepped back 2 steps and said. The atmosphere here suddenly solidified, and Orochimaru didn't expect that the technology he worked so hard would be surpassed in a blink of an eye. This is definitely not what Kabuto can do, there is only one case. Quan Yu. He should have some sort of ability to transfer souls. Orochimaru still guessed something. After a while. What information is there? Orochimaru turned around and walked forward. Also, the fountain in our previous organization defected during our operation. Kisame and the newcomer died, and Sasuke joined the Sky Council. Now we have no manpower available at all, Ju followed. It's really bleak, Orochimaru's mouth pulled a sneer. What Uchiha Madara is going to do, but in the current situation, he can't do anything. Yeah, Nagato doesn't mean to act again at all. It seems that he wants to wait for One Tail to resurrect first. This is still a good thing you did, Ju said. Hehe, if you find me sooner, there will be no such thing, Orochimaru said lightly. No one thought you would kill Gaara directly. There was definitely a headache, and he didn't understand why Orochimaru did it. Well, Don't you need strength? I will give you, but what I want, you promise me, Orochimaru said coldly. Everything else is okay, but the most critical one can't work right now, and this power can't be used right away. I can't find Kuan Yu's position at all. If they are exposed in advance, it will arouse Nagato's vigilance. He took out a bag and handed it to Orochimaru. Hehe, no, I'm still going to give Kuan Yu a surprise, Orochimaru said with a sneer. Maybe even Kuan Yu doesn't know that Obito and Ju have already started cooperation with Orochimaru. And he is still practicing hard now. A large number of shadow clones sat on a platform in the Sky City, and saw that their hands were stamped, frowning, as if they were sensing something. Kuan Yu's body is sitting under a big tree in a garden with Shigego, communicating. Originally, there were no big trees here. They might have been planted before, but after being in the ground for so long, I'm afraid they would have died long ago. Kuan Yu felt a little monotonous, so he used wood style to create a big tree. Jungo, can you make it clear how exactly do you perceive natural energy? Kuan Yu said with a headache. Shanshu has been in contact for a long time, but Kuan Yu still hasn't made any progress, staying at the stage of perceiving natural energy, which makes him a little anxious. So Shigego was called, and wanted to continue to inquire. I don't know how to say, I just feel the natural energy when I feel calm inside, Shigego said, touching his head. He didn't know how to explain how he perceives the natural energy that Kuan Yu said. Inner peace. Of course Kuan Yu knew this requirement, but it was definitely not the most important thing, otherwise there would not be only a few people who practiced immortality. Even Kuan Yu completed the balance practice, but there was still no response. Doesn't he really have the talent to practice immortality? After Kuan Yu tried to perceive for a while, he had to stop, which was useless at all. Why not use it for cultivating the body? However, Kuan Yu had other ideas about the cultivation of the body, and he was not in a hurry. That's why he thought of looking for Zhongwu, to see if he could take advantage of this time to practice immortality. Let's eat something. At this time, a large plate brought a large amount of food for nothing. She put the food in front of Kuan Yu and them, and knelt down. Thank you. Bai, Kuan Yu said, picking up a piece of fruit. Bai smiled. Shigego also ate silently. Bai, do you want to consider the first resurrection method? Otherwise the feeling of not being able to eat for a long time will be uncomfortable, Kuan Yu said while eating. No, it's fine now, Bai said with a smile. Then she looked at Shigeo who was somewhat silent, and after getting along during this time, they became familiar with each other. Zhongwu, is it a bit boring to stay here? Do you want me to let Shuei bring you some small animals? Is this still a bit deserted? Bai said. Now Shuei has become their buyer, and he prepares food and the like. Shuei also knew that his strength was too bad, and he was almost at the bottom, so in addition to these tasks, he also began to practice seriously. Sasuke and Itachi were sent to Iwagakure by him. Gaara also went to Sanagakure, and Kabuto found a research room here, and he was also working on his stuff. Such a big city does seem a little deserted. Kuan Yu couldn't help it, they couldn't recruit people in by the way. By the way, bring some plant seeds back. This garden is also empty. It's okay to plant some flowers and plants, Kuan Yu said. Really, Shigego also seemed very happy. He still likes small animals very much, and now he doesn't have the risk of running away at any time. Every day I can't find anything to do except for cultivation, which seems a bit boring. It's just a small matter, even if it's okay, you can go shopping, just be careful, Kuan Yu said. Kuan Yu didn't plan to take the Sky Council very seriously at this time. They could relax a little bit if they could relax, but still couldn't let go of their own cultivation. This is to be easy in the future, after all, he is not a serious person. After that, Kuan Yu came to Kabuto's laboratory, ready to see how well the things he handed over to Kabuto were done. Kabuto, what is the state of my cells now? Kuan Yu asked. His body has changed since he merged with Tensigan, but he didn't know what the change was, so he asked Kabuto to study it. Master Kuan Yu, with the help of the equipment here, I have observed that your cells are different from those of ordinary people. In addition to having strong vitality, it seems that a layer of structure has also appeared on the surface of the cells. His role seems to be to make your cells more sturdy, Kabuto said. Kuan Yu nodded. He also knew that the integration of Tensigan made his body a lot stronger. Are there any other changes? Kuan Yu asked. In-depth research, there may be no way now. The equipment here is a long time ago and can only be used barely. Kabuto shook his head and said. Is that so? Kuan Yu thought for a while, then took out the storage scroll. Then took out a diamond-shaped medal. You can sell this, you should be able to sell some money, and use it as your research funding. This diamond-shaped metal was used to accumulate chakra metal by Kuan Yu a long time ago. Although it is not fully accumulate now, it can still be regarded as a general quality. Researchers need a lot of money to support them, and now they have no financial resources. Fortunately, they have enough chakra, which can accumulate a large amount of chakra metal, which can bring them a lot of money. After all, this is a scarce product, and even Kuan Yu has so many chakras that need a long time to cultivate. One can imagine how difficult it is for others to raise chakra metal. Thank you, Mr. Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu agreed to continue his research, and he was still very happy. Be careful when buying equipment, it's best to hide it, and then call Shanghai together, Kuan Yu said. Most of the channels that Kabuto owns are derived from Orochimaru. He doesn't want to be discovered by Orochimaru. He feels relieved if there is nothing in it. I see. Kabuto nodded.